Chapter 39-38. Under Yang Kai's gaze, the lady boss leisurely walked to the side of the ship. She gazed at the colorful and endless void and was lost in thought. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Kai didn't disturb her. He turned around and went into the room. He took out the bathwater and poured it out. Then he came to the lady boss and said, "Lady boss, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll go down first." The lady boss said without turning her head, "This vast universe is quite beautiful." Yang Kai looked up and thought, the scenery is the same everywhere. What's the difference between beautiful and not beautiful? He didn't dare to casually reply and just stood there in a daze. After standing there for a long time, the lady boss waved her hand gently and said, "Go back to your work." Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned around to leave. The rest of the trip didn't have many twists and turns. The only difference was that, after that incident, the lady boss seemed to have changed a little. She was no longer alone in the room. Instead, she often came to the cabin and pulled Lao Bai, the accountant, and the cook to play drinking games. Usually, Yang Kai couldn't escape from this kind of situation. Old Bai and the others were obviously familiar with this matter, but Yang Kai had never experienced it before. At first, he had been drunk by these bastards a few times, but as time passed, he gradually became more familiar with the situation and didn't fall behind. Could be said that he saw another side of the lady boss. A 6th-stage Kai Tian could actually get along well with people from the Emperor realm. She was very approachable. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in the side room when the door was pushed open again. Lao Bai barged in. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. He didn't know how many times he had told him to knock before entering, but this guy just couldn't remember. Yang Kai suspected that he was doing it on purpose. "I won't drink, I won't drink. Don't call me today." Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. It wasn't a big deal to drink in a crowd. After all, as long as it wasn't the lady boss's wine, he wouldn't get drunk. The main thing was that the frequency was too high, and he was a little sick of it. "It's not drinking. I'll take you somewhere." Bai Qi chuckled. "Where?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "It's a good place. Follow me and you'll know." Bai Qi waved at him. Yang Kai frowned. This guy's mysterious appearance really made people curious. Since he had nothing to do, he followed him out. Arriving on the deck, Bai Qi turned her head and shouted at the room on the top floor, "Lady boss, open the door." The lady boss didn't respond, but in the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the light curtain that enveloped the ship. Clearly, it was under the lady boss's control. "Let's go." Bai Qi pulled Yang Kai's arm and soared into the sky. After the two of them left, the crack quickly closed up. "Where are we going?" Yang Kai turned his head and asked as he flew side by side with White 7. "Over there." Bai Qi pointed in a direction. Yang Kai looked in the direction of his finger and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. That was because in the endless void, there was a castle-like building. This castle didn't look very eye-catching from a distance, but it was obviously not small and had a metallic luster to it. "What's that place?" Yang Kai asked excitedly. "Hee, you'll know when we get there." Bai Qi pretended to be mysterious. Yang Kai curled his lips and didn't ask any more questions. In any case, this guy shouldn't harm him. After flying for an hour or so, Kai Yang finally arrived in front of the castle. While still in the distance, Kai Yang saw that there were many people going in and out of the castle, making it seem very lively. Moreover, next to the castle's main entrance, there was a huge stone with 2 big words engraved on it. "One for heaven, one for earth." The 2 words were written in a sharp and flamboyant style. It was obvious that they were written by a great master. Heavenly Palace? Yang Kai suddenly remembered what Bai Qi had told him before, and immediately had a guess. Bai Qi grinned. "Smart. That's right, this is the Heavenly Palace." "Then we're here for..." Bai Qi said, "The lady boss told me to bring you here to leave your brand, so that it will be convenient for you to come here in the future. Although you yourself are proficient in the spatial laws and can teleport, the Chenquin escape method is the most practical in this void." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Then I'll have to thank the lady boss properly." Previously, when he heard Bai Qi mention the Chenquin escape method and the Chenquin escape seal in the inn, Yang Kai was extremely curious. He had originally thought that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely go and experience it, but he did not know where the Heavenly Palace were located, so he did not expect to see it so quickly. While they were talking, the two of them had already landed in front of the Heavenly Palace. Although the Heavenly Palace had the word palace, it was much larger than any of the other palaces. Furthermore, there was only a cultivator coming out from inside, but not a single one of them came in from outside like him and Bai Qi. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Those cultivators could come to the Heavenly Palace by using the Chenquin escape method, so they naturally did not need to rush over. He was like this because he had never left his brand in the Heavenly Palace, so it should be the same for other people who came here for the first time. In front of the main entrance, two guards in bright golden armor stood on the left and right, looking majestic. One of them held a spear while the other had a sword. Bai Qi secretly sent a sound transmission. The Heavenly Palace was jointly created by the 36 paradises and 72 blessed lands, so the people guarding the Heavenly Palace are all people from these peak forces. All of them have their eyes on the top of their heads. Don't say anything later, I'll handle it. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. He quietly glanced at the two gatekeepers and found that they were both heaven-opening realm cultivators. He was secretly dumbfounded. If even the gatekeepers were at the heaven-opening realm, then what kind of master was in charge of this place? Yang Kai estimated that they were at least on the same level as the lady boss. No wonder no one dared to act presumptuously here. Who would have the guts to do so if they were not strong enough? Even if they were strong enough, they would not dare to provoke the blessed enclave. Otherwise, it would not be fun to be hunted down by them. What are you doing? The heaven-opening realm guard on the left looked at Bai Qi and Yang Kai and shouted. Bai Qi chuckled and cupped his fists. Master, my brother wants to brand himself, so I hope Master can make things convenient. The man turned his head and sized up Yang Kai, not showing much expression. He had probably seen many people like Yang Kai before, so he said indifferently, You know the rules, right? Bai Qi nodded repeatedly. I know. Saying so, he handed over a space ring. The man received it and casually tossed it aside. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he nodded and said, Come with me. Saying so, he led the way. Bai Qi called out to Yang Kai, and the two quickly followed. Following closely behind the golden-armored cultivator, Yang Kai asked in confusion, Why do we have to give benefits to leave our brand here? Bai Qi glared at him. Don't speak nonsense. Seeing that the heaven-opening realm guard did not have much of a reaction, he quietly said, Why do you think those paradises created this heaven and earth palace? Is it just to make things convenient for others? If you want to leave your brand here, you have to pay a fee. How much? 100,000. Yang Kai was startled. That expensive? 100,000 heaven-opening pills. A set of third-grade materials only cost 150,000. This kind of wealth was a huge sum for many people, and at the level of the Emperor realm, very few people could afford it. Even for some ordinary low-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, 100,000 was not a small sum. Suddenly thinking of a problem, he frowned and asked, You said before that in this universe, there are heaven and earth palaces in every large territory, with some having 3 to 5 at most and some having 1 or 2 at least. Does every heaven and earth palace require this kind of fee? Of course. However, the price is clear. 100,000 for a brand is the same. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. If this was the case, then a cultivator would have to spend a huge sum on a heaven and earth palace alone. However, in consideration of one's own safety, this kind of expense was unavoidable. After all, when comparing worldly wealth with one's own life, it was clear which was more important. Just think about it, if one was chased to the point of no return and could use the heaven and earth escape technique to escape to a heaven and earth palace, how fortunate would that be? Those who could not bear to spend this kind of money could only be chased to death. This is really a huge source of income. Yang Kai sighed. Even if a cultivator left a brand in 10 different heaven and earth palace in his life, the cost would still be 1 million heaven-opening pills. In these 3,000 worlds, There were as many cultivators as there were carps crossing the river, so who wouldn't leave a way out for themselves? Moreover, rich people would definitely leave a brand in more than 10 heaven and earth palace, so the cost would only be even more terrifying. With the heaven and earth palace here, it was simply a path to wealth for those paradises. As long as the heaven and earth palace was not destroyed, there would be an endless stream of heaven-opening pills flowing into their pockets, and it would be effortless. That's why they need to work together. No one can monopolize such a big piece of fat meat. Bai Qi chuckled. As they chatted and walked, Yang Kai discovered that there were actually many shops in the heaven and earth palace, and many of them were quite lively. Many people were in a hurry, and this was just like a city. Although it was not as prosperous and noisy as a real big city, it was still not bad to have such a scene in the void. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Those who used the universe escape technique to come here would definitely need to rest here. Maybe some of them were being chased and forced to come here, so how could they not have a good rest? That was why so many people were gathered here. If there were people, there would naturally be transactions, but the heaven and earth palace did not allow any form of private fighting, so although there were many cultivator here, the security was quite good. The golden-armored cultivator led the way in front, while Bai Qi and Yang Kai followed behind him and conversed. At the same time, they brought Yang Kai to observe the situation around him. Not long after, they arrived in front of a secret room. The golden-armored cultivator stopped and turned around. Go in. After entering the array, leave your brand and you can come out. Bai Qi patted his shoulder and said, It's always a little uncomfortable for the first time, but I'm too worried. I'll wait for you outside. Yang Kai nodded. The golden-armored cultivator took out a token and opened the restrictions of the secret room. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 3939. After entering the room, the secret room closed. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything clearly. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, a ray of light suddenly burst out. Looking up, he saw that on the floor of the secret room, lines of patterns lit up, gradually outlining a complicated and huge formation. Yang Kai understood and walked towards the center of the formation. Just as he stood still, a buzzing sound came from his surroundings, as if the formation was operating. A faint suction force came from the formation. Yang Kai understood and hurriedly formed a seal with both hands. He calmed his qi and focused his mind. He could clearly feel that his qi was being attracted by the formation. He knew that the formation was recording some of his unique information. The buzzing continued as the formation rotated. After a long time, the buzzing sound gradually subsided and the light of the formation gradually weakened. In the end, the secret room returned to darkness. Yang Kai carefully sensed it and discovered that he seemed to have a faint connection with a certain place in the heavenly palace. However, he did not know how to use this connection for the time being. After all, he had never cultivated the heaven and earth escape technique. However, judging from the current situation, the brand should be completed. He was actually quite curious about what the heaven and earth escape seal was. He originally thought that he would be able to take a good look at it this time, but who knew that he wouldn't be able to see it at all? Even if he couldn't see it, there was nothing he could do. Yang Kai walked around the room a few more times and didn't find anything special. Only then did he push the door open and leave. Outside the door, Bai Qi said, "How is it?" "It's done." Yang Kai guessed that it had something to do with his proficiency in the laws of space. Those who did not know the laws of space would probably feel uncomfortable when they came here for the first time. "That's good." Bai Qi heaved a sigh of relief, turned around and cupped his fists towards the golden-armored warrior. "Thank you, master." That person nodded indifferently. "No form of fighting is allowed in the heavenly palace. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Take care." With that, he sealed the secret room and turned to leave. He was mainly responsible for bringing Yang Kai here to leave the brand. He didn't need to care about the rest. When Yang Kai and Bai Qi wanted to leave, that was their own business. The heavenly palace would not interfere. "Come, accompany me to buy some things," Bai Qi said. She pulled Yang Kai's arm and walked in a certain direction. Seeing that he was familiar with the place, it was obvious that it was not his first time here. The things that Bai Qi wanted to buy were very messy. Obviously, they were needed by the inn. Yang Kai followed behind him and looked around casually. Leave behind your brand and cultivate the Chenquin escape technique. In the future, you can come to this place as you wish. Of course, the premise is that you are in this large territory. However, you must remember that you must be in a safe range. Once the Chenquin escape technique is used, you will directly escape to this place. If the distance is too far with your current cultivation, you will not be able to withstand it. At that time, there will be the risk of your body being crushed. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. There's one more thing you have to remember. When you use the Chenquin escape technique, there will be a certain amount of time delay. It doesn't mean that you can escape immediately. You have to grasp this time well. If you are chased in the future, don't use the Chenquin escape technique in front of others. Otherwise, they will kill you before you can escape. You must use this technique from a safe distance. Yang Kai said, "How long is this time?" He had to ask clearly. Bai Qi glanced at him. With your current cultivation, it should be about 5 or 6 breaths. Of course, the higher your cultivation, the shorter this time, but no matter how short it is, there will still be a delay. Then who should I learn the Chenquin escape technique from? Yang Kai asked. I'll teach you later. Bai Qi grinned. But there will be a fee. Yang Kai covered his space ring and said vigilantly, I have no money. He still owed the lady boss 10 million, and he didn't know when he would be able to pay it back. Bai Qi said, It doesn't matter if you don't have money. You even got the Golden Crow corpse in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Didn't you get some Sun's True Fire or Sun's True Gold? As he said this, he winked at him. No. Yang Kai said decisively. Don't be so stingy. I'm not picky. Just give me some Sun's True Fire or whatever. Forget it. I'll ask the lady boss to teach me the Chenquin escape technique later. I won't trouble you. Bai Qi was speechless. An hour later, the two flew out of the Chenquin Palace and returned the way they came. The first-in ship hadn't gone far and was still waiting there. When they returned to the ship, the lady boss talked to the two of them and asked about the situation. After learning that everything went smoothly, she didn't say much. She just nodded and waved her hand to let the two of them leave. However, before she left, she flicked a jade slip to Yang Kai. Since you've left your brand, you have to cultivate the Chenquin escape technique. You're proficient in the law of space, so the Chenquin escape technique shouldn't be too difficult for you. Go and cultivate it. Yang Kai thanked her and left with Bai Qi. After closing the door, Yang Kai waved the jade slip in his hand to Bai Qi with a smug expression. Bai Qi's expression was one of boredom. Over the next 10 days, Yang Kai cultivated the Chenquin escape technique in his room. Just as the lady boss said, this secret technique wasn't difficult for him to learn. After all, he had the foundation of the space divine technique. Strictly speaking, the Chenquin escape technique was also a kind of space divine technique. However, it required the help of the Chenquin escape seal to display it. Moreover, even if one wasn't proficient in the law of space, they could still display it. This was the greatest charm of the Chenquin escape technique. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to master it without a year or so. However, Yang Kai had already mastered it in 10 days. If it weren't for the inconvenience, he even wanted to try the magic of the Chenquin escape technique. However, although he didn't have the opportunity to try it, when he activated the Chenquin escape technique, Yang Kai could clearly feel that he had a close connection with the Chenquin temple. However, unless it was a critical moment, Yang Kai would break it, lest he really had to escape to the Chenquin temple. The ship continued to sail. Yang Kai didn't know where the destination was. About a month after setting out from the old site of the first inn, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came and the entire ship shook violently. Yang Kai was startled and rushed to the deck. He saw that Bai Qi, the cook, and the accountant were already there. The lady boss stood at the bow of the ship with a solemn expression. She was forming a seal with one hand and her strength was surging. What's going on? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Bai Qi said, We're going through the territory gate. Don't be nervous. Only then did Yang Kai notice that the ship had come to a territory gate at some point and was slowly sailing through it. He had passed through the territory gate several times before, but those times were under the protection of Asun's white jade fox. Except for the last time when the white jade fox's strength was exhausted, the other times were extremely smooth. He never thought that the ship would cause such a big commotion when passing through the territory gate, making him think that there was a strong enemy invading. "We're going to another large territory?" Yang Kai was surprised. "It seems so." Bai Qi nodded. Hearing this, he also didn't know where the destination of this trip was. The ship was huge, so the pressure they had to bear when passing through the territory gate increased. Fortunately, the Lady Boss's 6th-stage heaven opening cultivation base was here, so the several people present were not nervous. Not long after, the entire ship entered the territory entrance. With the protection of the light screen, they didn't feel much. When they turned their heads to look around, they found that the scenery around the ship was warped and distorted. It was strange and bizarre. In just an instant, the ship shook and then stabilized. Everything around it returned to normal. Obviously, they had jumped out of the territory gate and entered another large territory. The Lady Boss seemed to be a little tired after being busy, so she turned and went into the side room to rest. Yang Kai was dragged by Bai Qi to drink and play with the cook and the others. A few days later, Bai Qi left the ship with Yang Kai and went to another heavenly palace. With the experience of the first time, the second time was even easier. Soon, they left their brand in the heavenly palace. Along the way, Bai Qi would take Yang Kai to the nearby heavenly palace every once in a while. After 7 or 8 times, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. On the way back, he said, "Old Bai, did I delay your trip?" Bai Qi turned his head and looked over. He chuckled. "Did you just realize?" Yang Kai was speechless. "If it weren't for me, you should be able to use the heavenly escape technique and travel from one heavenly palace to another. There's no need to take the ship like this." "Yes, but you're also a member of the First Inn now. Since you're a member of the First Inn, we can't just leave you behind." Yang Kai smacked his lips. "Is it the Lady Boss's idea?" Bai Qi nodded. "Of course. The Lady Boss is actually quite nice." Yang Kai scratched his chin. "Just the cost of the heavenly palace alone is 800,000. Bai Qi looked at him and blinked. "Do you think the Lady Boss gave you the money to spend?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Isn't it?" Bai Qi grinned. "The Lady Boss said to put it on your account. When you have money in the future, you can slowly pay her back." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked. "This is my own money? What else can it be?" Bai Qi winked at him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He thought the Lady Boss paid for the heaven-opening pills for him, but it turned out to be the truth. His face twitched involuntarily. Seeing this, Bai Qi said, "If you feel bad about it, next time we pass by the heavenly palace, we won't go there." "I'll go." "Why won't I go?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He had to go to the heavenly palace. Maybe it would become a life-saving retreat. Even if he didn't use it to save his life, it would be good for him to travel. After all, he had so many debts that he didn't have to worry about. It was just 100,000 at a time. Compared with the 10 million that he owed, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. Half a year passed in a flash. After passing through 4 large territory, the ship finally arrived at its destination. Hearing the news, Bai Qi excitedly pulled Yang Kai to the deck and pointed at the spiritual state in the distance. "Kid, do you know where that is?" Yang Kai said, "How would I know?" Outside of this world, he was still in a state of groping and unfamiliarity. How could he know where this place was? Looking sideways, not far away, he saw the Lady Boss standing by the side of the ship. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind, and she had a smile on her face. It seemed that the boring voyage of the past 6 months had made her feel a little bored. Now that they had finally arrived at their destination, her mood naturally changed. Chapter 3940. Yang Kai walked over, stood not far from the Lady Boss, and asked, "Is that our destination?" The Lady Boss stroked her hair behind her ear and nodded. "Yes, that's our destination. What is that place?" After flying for more than half a year and passing through several large territory, Yang Kai couldn't help but be curious. That's the star market of this territory? Bai Qi came over excitedly. Boy, do you know what a star market is? He thought Yang Kai had never heard of it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. That's a star market? He couldn't help but look over there. But it was too far away and he couldn't see what was going on there. Moreover, the entire spirit state seemed to be covered by a large array, so looking from a distance it was hazy. Zhang Ruoxi had said that if he wanted to inquire about the world tree, the best place to start was Star City, because this place was a gathering place for people from all walks of life. The more people there were, the more information there would be, and the more good things there would be. Perhaps he would be able to find the world tree. Unfortunately, as soon as Yang Kai entered the 3,000 worlds, he was introduced to the 7 possibilities land as a handyman. After that, he wandered for a while and then came to the first inn. He didn't have the time to look for a star market, let alone know where to find one. He didn't expect that the lady boss's destination this time was actually the star market. What a coincidence. You know about it? Bai Qi was stunned. I've heard of it. Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at the lady boss. Are we going to stay there in the future? The lady boss's first inn was destroyed in the battle, so she definitely had to find another place to stay. After spending half a year here, she naturally wouldn't just buy some things. It was very likely that she would stay there. For now, the lady boss nodded and noticed Yang Kai's excitement. She turned her head and smiled. Are you interested in the star market? Yang Kai said, I've never seen it before, so I'm a little curious. The lady boss smiled. It's nothing special. The world you came from must have places like markets. The so-called star market is just a little more advanced than those markets, and the things are more expensive. Yang Kai nodded and looked over, wondering if he should ask the lady boss about the world tree. After all, the first inn was in charge of intelligence gathering. If there was really a world tree, the lady boss would have heard of it. But after thinking about it, he decided to ask first when he got there. Bai Qi, the cook and the 3 bookkeepers were already gathered in a corner of the deck. They were whispering something. Calm. Behind him, a silver-armored young general stepped out and shouted, Who are you? Where is the document? The lady boss gestured to Bai Qi, and Bai Qi immediately ran over and handed a jade slip to the silver-armored young general. The young general took it and scanned it with his divine sense, revealing a trace of surprise. He then handed the jade slip to the golden-armored general. After reading it, the latter nodded slightly and said, So it's Madame Lan from the first inn. I didn't recognize you immediately. Please don't blame me, madam. The lady boss smiled sweetly. The general is at the Wuxia Star Market. You are busy with military affairs, so it's natural that you didn't recognize her. While they were talking, Bai Qi smiled and handed a dimensional ring to the silver-armored young general. The lady boss said at the right time, Brothers, you've worked hard. This is a small token of my appreciation. Take it as a treat. The young general held the dimensional ring and didn't know what to do with it. He looked at the golden-armored general. The latter smiled and said, Since it's from Madame Lan, take it. The young general accepted the dimensional ring with peace of mind. He turned around and cupped his hands at the lady boss. The golden-armored general said, It's just a routine matter. Please don't take it to heart, madam. He raised his hand and returned the jade scroll to Bai Qi. He led the group of people down the ship and waved his hand. Let them pass. The restriction formation of the ferry slowly opened. The lady boss thanked him and steered the ship into the spirit state. On the ship, Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. It wasn't hard to see that the lady boss had a wide network of connections. She didn't necessarily know the golden-armored general, but as soon as the document came out, he immediately recognized her as Madame Lan of the First Inn, which showed that she had a great reputation outside of this universe. It was no wonder. A 6-stage sky splitter was not weak. Moreover, she was such a charming beauty. It was easy for her to attract the attention of others. However, there was one thing that made Yang Kai a little curious. He moved closer to Bai Qi and asked quietly, Why is there a large number of soldiers on the periphery of the Star Market? Is the Star Market not safe? Or is someone coming to attack Star City? White 7 said, "No one dares to do that. The Star City here is the foundation of the Great War Heavens. The Golden Armored General and the Silver Armored General you saw just now are both from the Great War Heavens. They guard the ferry, firstly to make it easier to control the Star City, and secondly to guard against void beasts. Have you seen any void beasts before? Does the 1,000-jointed insect count?" Yang Kai's only encounter with a void beast was the 1,000-jointed insect. As a result, he and Zhang Ruoshi were separated. He still didn't know where Ruoshi was. However, Ruoshi had awakened some of her ancestors' memories and knew more about the outside world than he did. So he didn't have to worry too much. If he guessed correctly, Ruoshi should have gone directly to Langya Blessed Land. After all, it was the place where her ancestor was born. You can say that. However, the 10,000-jointed worms aren't that dangerous. Some void beasts like noisy places the most. Moreover, they are very powerful. If these fellows were to rush into the Star City, they would definitely cause a lot of damage. With them guarding the ferry, under normal circumstances, no void beasts would dare to cause trouble. Yang Kai understood and asked again, "The Great War Heaven you mentioned just now, could it be the Great War Cave Heaven? One of the 36 heavenly caves?" He vaguely saw it in the jade slip given to him by the Great Moon State's disciple, Meng Hong. "Yes, and the heavenly temple you went to for the first time, the 2 gatekeepers were also from the Great War Heavens. The people of this place are very easy to recognize. They are like an army and do everything according to military rules. The internal hierarchy is also divided according to military ranks. They are very rigid." Yang Kai nodded. "No wonder that guy just called himself a general." Bai Qi chuckled and said, "A general is a middle-grade heaven splitter. That guy just now should be a great general with the strength of a 5th-grade heaven splitter. Below him are 4th-grade generals, and above them are 6th-grade generals. Above them are marshals and grand marshals." "Interesting." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder and then changed the topic. "Speaking of which, what kind of force is the First Inn?" Although he had joined the First Inn for half a year, he still didn't know which big tree was behind the First Inn, although he was sure that it was definitely one of those Paradise Grotto heavens. "You should ask the lady boss." Bai Qi chuckled. Yang Kai glanced at him and wanted to tear his mouth off. While the two were talking, the ship had entered the spirit state where the star market was located. After passing through the clouds, the rich heaven and earth spiritual qi rushed toward them. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath. After drifting in the void for so long, he finally arrived at a place like this and felt like he had taken root. The spirit state wasn't very big. Looking down from the sky, one could see the end of it at a glance. It was almost the size of several large cities. However, the entire spirit state was almost filled with all kinds of buildings. The clean and spacious streets crisscrossed like lines on a chessboard. Below them, the lights were waning, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. On the ground, people were walking shoulder to shoulder. In the sky, there were people flying here and there from time to time. There were also many flying secret treasures of different shapes shuttling back and forth. Yang Kai was thoughtful. It seemed that this place didn't prohibit flying. This was very humane. Some places were set up with restrictions, and it was impossible to fly within the restrictions. It would take a lot of time to travel. The ship kept moving forward. After about 5 minutes, the lady boss's voice sounded, "Get off the ship!" Hearing this, the people standing on the deck all flew out. The lady boss's hands changed seals, and the power on her body fluctuated. She made several seals, and the huge ship immediately shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it turned into something the size of a palm and was put away by the lady boss. "Let's go." After calling out, the lady boss directly descended, and the people of the First Inn followed closely behind her. There weren't many people in the First Inn, but there were still about a dozen of them. Except for White Seven, the accountant, and the cook, who Yang Kai was familiar with, the rest were all people who did odd jobs. After all, it didn't take too many people to maintain the operation of an inn. A dozen or so people were enough. Soon, the group landed in front of a shop. The shop didn't have a signboard, and it was in a good location. It was at the intersection of several streets, and there was a lot of traffic. The lady boss looked around and nodded slightly. Then, she lifted her long dress and stepped in. The group followed closely behind her. Immediately, an elderly man came in and cupped his hands. Yuan Rueda greets the master. This elderly man was in the heaven-opening realm, but his level wasn't too high. Therefore, despite his age, he was still very respectful to the lady boss. The lady boss nodded slightly. Yuan Rueda said, "Master, you must be tired from the journey. Do you want to rest first?" The lady boss waved her hand and said, "No need. Let's do our work first." "Yes, master. Please take a seat." Yuan Rueda gestured with his hand. After Madame Lan took a seat, Yuan Rueda took out a jade slip and handed it to Madame Lan, saying, "This is the deed for the shops here. They've all been handed over." The lady boss took it and glanced over it, then put it away. Yuan Rueda took out another jade slip and said, "This is the location of the businesses under those forces, as well as the names of the shops and the distribution of the experts inside." He took out another jade slip and said, "This is all the information about the shopkeepers and workers in those shops." Chapter 39:41. The lady boss carefully checked the information in the two jade slips behind her and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work," Yuan Rueda said. "It's my duty." The lady boss played with the jade slip and asked, "Where's the original owner of this shop? He didn't let anyone suffer any grievances, right?" Yuan Rueda smiled and said, "I bought his shop at a price of 20% above the market price. That money was enough for him to buy another shop in another place. He couldn't be happier, so how could he be wronged?" "That's good." The lady boss nodded in satisfaction. Yuan Rueda bowed and said, "Master, do you have any other instructions? If not, I'll take my leave first and go back to report." "Do you want to rest for a night before leaving?" "I appreciate Master's kindness, but I've already rested here for a few days. It's more important to go back and report." "Then I won't keep you. Old Bai, send him off," the lady boss called out. Bai Qi stepped out with a smile and gestured with his hand. "Please, I'll take my leave." Yuan Rueda bowed and left in large strides. After Yuan Rueda left, the lady boss turned around and looked around. She nodded and said, "This place is not bad." Bai Qi went up and said, "Lady boss, are we going to open a shop here in the future? Can't we?" The lady boss replied casually as she strolled casually. Bai Qi's eyes shone with golden light as he chuckled and said, "How can we? As long as Lady Boss is here, it doesn't matter where we are." The lady boss sneered, "Don't think that I don't know that you guys are tired of staying outside. You can't wait to come to this busy city to eat, drink, and play. Let me tell you, you can play, but don't cause me any trouble. Don't delay my work. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble." "Absolutely not," Bai Qi promised solemnly. Then, he turned his head and winked at the chef and the accountant with an excited expression. "There's dust." The lady boss wiped the armrest of the chair, looked at her fingers, and wiped them on Bai Qi's clothes. She made a circle with her small hand. "Find someone to change everything here tomorrow." "Yes," Bai Qi replied respectfully. The lady boss covered her red lips and yawned. "I'm tired. I'm gonna rest first. You guys should also find a place to rest. We'll start work tomorrow." "Lady boss, take care." Bai Qi, the cook, and the accountant stood in a line and respectfully sent him off. Yang Kai was stunned when he saw this and hurriedly joined the line. The lady boss gave them a sidelong glance, as if she had already seen through their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys. With a flick of her sleeve, she walked into the inner room and said, "Yang Kai, follow me." White Seven and the others immediately looked at Yang Kai with sympathy. Yang Kai was speechless. He had wanted to take this opportunity to see what Star City was like. Who would have thought that he would be caught by the lady boss? He had no idea what this woman wanted to do. Helpless, they could only watch enviously as Bai Qi and the others walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders. With a sigh, he walked towards the inner courtyard. Following the sound, he came to a side room and knocked on the door. Come in. The lady boss's voice came out. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Inside the side room, two maidservants were busy making the bed for the lady boss. To Yang Kai's surprise, the incense bed he saw on the ship was also moved out. Lady boss, what's the matter? Yang Kai asked. In the past few months, he had been getting along well with the lady boss, and this woman had not made trouble for him again. The lady boss sat there and looked up. Do you have a secret treasure that can hide your body and aura? Why did she ask this all of a sudden? Yang Kai was puzzled, but this matter could not be hidden from her. The main thing was that the lady boss had already discovered his tracks in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, so it was natural for her to have this inference, so he nodded and admitted it. Let me see. The lady boss stretched out her hand. Yang Kai took out the shadowless veil and handed it over. The lady boss took it and said with a faint smile, Aren't you afraid that I won't return it to you? Yang Kai laughed. That's not necessary, right? How could this thing even enter your eyes? That's hard to say, the lady boss said as she lowered her head to examine it carefully, pouring her Saint Chi into it from time to time. After a while, the lady boss gently nodded. This thing is quite good. It should be able to completely isolate anyone below the mid-rank splitting the heavens realm. Even if it is a mid-rank splitting the heavens realm, if one does not examine it carefully, they may overlook it. Yang Kai gave her a big thumbs up. The result of this examination was exactly the same as what Du Ruffing had said. It had not been refined, but she had come to this conclusion after just a brief examination. It could only be said that the lady boss's eyesight was quite good. Your courage is quite big. Back then, you relied on this thing to act recklessly in the Golden Crow Divine Palace? The lady boss looked at him with a faint smile. Yang Kai sighed. At that time, I had no choice but to do so. It was not my will. After being inexplicably trapped in that passage, everything that happened afterwards was instinctive and not deliberate. Even the Golden Crow corpse was something he had obtained by chance. Do you believe me? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously, not knowing how to answer such a sudden question. The lady boss played with the shadowless muslin and said, If you believe me, leave it with me for a while and return it to you later. What does this woman want to do? Although the shadowless muslin was good, it shouldn't be enough to arouse her greed, right? After all, she had seen through the shadowless muslin's concealment ability at a glance, and from the long time they had spent together, the lady boss was not the kind of person who would rob others. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, May I ask what you want to do? You'll know when the time comes. The lady boss said, not caring whether Yang Kai agreed or not, directly putting away the shadowless muslin, not giving him a chance to regret. Yang Kai had a toothache. His strength was too low now, and the shadowless muslin was definitely the most useful artifact for him. If it was really taken away by the lady boss, he didn't know where to cry. However, his fist was not as big as hers, so he could only accept it. In any case, he still owed her 10 million, so he could only use it as payment. This is for you, the lady boss said, taking out a box and pushing it in front of Yang Kai. What is this? Yang Kai looked at her puzzled. Open it and see for yourself. Since she said so, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. He picked up the box and looked at it. It was not heavy, nor was it big. It was the length of a chopstick, so he didn't know what was inside. Opening the lid, Yang Kai was slightly startled by the scene in front of him. Inside the box was a mask, vivid and lifelike, like human skin. It was a little too exquisite. At first glance, it was obvious that it was made by an artifact refining master. He reached out and picked up the mask, but it didn't have the slightest weight. The whole mask was as thin as a cicada's wing. Although it was the first time he had seen it, Yang Kai was not a greenhorn, so he vaguely guessed the purpose of this mask. 7 faces. The lady boss folded her hands, supporting her chin, and looked at him with a smile. This artifact is called 7 Faces, which means that it can change into 7 different faces. What's more, it can even change a person's breath, voice, and even figure. It can be said to be very mysterious. It's a little thing I got a long time ago. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. A long time ago, he had obtained an artifact that could change one's appearance, similar to a mask. But that thing could only change one's appearance and was very easy to expose, so he hadn't used it many times. But now, this 7 faces could even change one's breath, voice, and even figure, which was a bit amazing. In other words, this thing could really transform a person into a completely different person. This artifact has the same weakness as yours. It can't hide from the prying eyes of those who are too strong. If the other party has a strong enough divine sense, they can also see through it, but it should be able to block the prying eyes of a low-rank heaven splitter. Swallowing his saliva, Kai Yang said in disbelief, "Lady boss, you are? Take it. Your current strength is too low and you really do need some external protection. How could I accept this?" Yang Kai grinned, but even though he said this, he was reluctant to put it down. The shadowless gauze was already enough to protect him to a certain extent, and if it was supplemented by this 7 faces, there were many things he could do without worry. Although he wanted nothing more than to quickly refine this 7 faces and experience its wonders, Yang Kai still said, "This thing is too precious, Lady Boss. I can't accept it without any effort." The Lady Boss looked at him with a smile. 5 million! Yang Kai was stunned and turned to look at her. "What do you mean? Why did she suddenly ask for 5 million? The Lady Boss said, "I'll lend this thing to you. Before you break through to the Heaven Splitter realm, 5 million Heaven Splitter pills." Yang Kai was furious. "You still dare say you're not running a shady shop?" He wanted nothing more than to smash the 7 faces into her beautiful face. Just borrowing it before he broke through to the Heaven Splitter realm actually cost 5 million. Why didn't she just rob him? No wonder she had been smiling at him all this time. It turned out she had been waiting for him here. Just now, he had been slightly moved, but now he realized he had been blind. The Lady Boss said, "It's up to you whether you want to lend it or not." Yang Kai angrily placed the box in front of her and turned to leave. The Lady Boss looked at his back, a hand supporting her cheek as she smiled. After 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai rushed back in and hugged the box to his chest. He glared fiercely at the Lady Boss before leaving once more. The Lady Boss shouted from behind him, 16,200,000. Yang Kai staggered, his mouth filled with bitterness. He had only been in the universe dimension for a short time, yet he had already owed such a large sum of money. Who knew when he would be able to pay it all back? The Lady Boss's unbridled laughter came from behind him, as if she was very happy. His heart filled with bitterness. He found a room in another courtyard and pushed open the door. The room's furnishings were quite good, and it had all the necessary amenities. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai suppressed the anger in his heart and lowered his head to examine the box. Although 5 million was indeed a bit expensive, this 7 faces definitely wouldn't be any less useful than the shadowless gauze. If he used it at the right time and place, it wouldn't be something that could be measured with money. Even though the Lady Boss's heart was as black as charcoal, Yang Kai could only brace himself and borrow the 7 faces. Chapter 3942. After closing the door, Yang Kai took out the 7 faces from the box and carefully stuck them on his face in front of the mirror under the faint candlelight. As if they were nothing, he didn't feel any discomfort. Even after sticking them on, he didn't feel much. However, his appearance didn't change much. After all, he hadn't refined them yet. He turned over and got on the bed, sat cross-legged, calmed his chi, and silently urged his power to refine them. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was refining the 7 faces, suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps coming in his direction. Then the door was pushed open. Bai Qi poked her head out and said, "Boy, it's time to get to work. Come to the front hall." Yang Kai responded, took the 7 faces off his face, put them away carefully, and stepped out. After a few days of refining, the 7 faces hadn't been completely refined. For the time being, he couldn't use its effect. However, this was something that couldn't be rushed. It was a painstaking effort. He could only wait for an opportunity in the future. In contrast, Yang Kai was more curious as to why the Lady Boss had taken the trouble to come all the way to Star City. Logically speaking, her first inn had been destroyed, so she should have rebuilt it on the old site, so why had she come all the way here? However, this wasn't what he needed to care about. Now, he was just a waiter of the first inn. He only needed to listen to the lady boss's instructions. When he arrived at the front hall, he found that almost all the people of the first inn had gathered. He was the only one missing. Yang Kai quickly stood beside Bai Qi and looked around. All the facilities in the front hall had been changed. The tables and chairs were shiny and new. They should have been changed in the past few days. After he stood there, the lady boss gave him a lecture. There was nothing special. It was just that the first inn had been destroyed, and everyone would have to stay here in the future. Although it was a change of location, what they had to do was the same. She hoped that everyone would work hard and work together. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, the lady boss asked Yang Kai and White Seven to hang up the sign of the first inn. This was considered the opening of the business. Yang Kai was a little speechless when he saw this. The first inn had such a big name, but no one came to congratulate them. It was quite shabby. But then again, it was probably because the lady boss didn't invite anyone. After all, they had only been here for a few days and didn't have the time to do such things. Moreover, as long as the sign of the first inn hung there was no need to worry about not having business. The reputation of the first inn wasn't just for show. This was Star City, a place where people gathered and information traveled quickly. As long as someone wanted to inquire about some secret information, they would definitely come to the first inn. As soon as the sign was put up, a skinny middle-aged man with a wretched face and rat eyes walked in stealthily. He didn't look like a good person at first glance. It was as if he didn't dare to believe that he could actually see the sign of the first inn in this bustling city. After entering, he looked left and right, and his words were evasive. It wasn't until the lady boss slightly revealed the aura of the lower sixth-stage heaven splitter that this fellow finally confirmed it. He asked for a secret room and had a good chat with the lady boss. He didn't know what the lady boss was thinking, but she brought Bai Qi and Yang Kai with her. The person had come to inquire about information, and it wasn't anything too secretive. It was about the whereabouts of a rare treasure. The lady boss told him the information, and the person was ecstatic. He thanked her profusely, and after leaving the reward, he left with light steps. Yang Kai was amazed. He didn't know how much the reward left by the person was, but Yang Kai thought it wouldn't be too little. The first inn could make money by selling information. This business without any cost was really enviable. After sending the guest away, the lady boss handed a jade slip to Bai Qi and Yang Kai respectively, and said lightly, "Take a look." As she spoke, she picked up the teacup and took a sip. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that the information recorded in the jade slip was very strange. It seemed to be the name of the shop and then the location of the shop as well as the name and cultivation of the shopkeeper. Thinking of the jade slip that Yuan Rueda gave to the lady boss a few days ago, it seemed that this was the information. Full of confusion, Yang Kai looked at the lady boss and asked, "Who are these people?" The lady boss looked up at him and said, "Like you. They all owe us money." Yang Kai asked curiously, "There are people who dare to owe money to the first inn? Besides, wasn't the first inn in the business of trading information? This business had always been paid in cash, so how could there be people who owed money?" Bai Qi next to him kicked him, and Yang Kai turned his head and said, "What?" The corner of Bai Qi's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly. The lady boss said angrily, "The destruction of the first inn has something to do with the owners behind them." I said, "None of them can escape." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted, "You mean, the owners of these shops are the forces that attacked the first inn before? Of course, otherwise, why would I come all the way here?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "Then what do we need to do?" "Collect the money." The lady boss tapped her finger on the table and said word by word, 10 million for each shop, and get the money back. Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. The reason why he owed the lady boss 10 million was because he had something to do with the destruction of the first inn. Now, it wasn't too much to ask for 10 million for each shop. But then again, he was just the Emperor Realm, and the people who attacked the first inn before were either first-class forces like the Blessed Enclave or second-class forces with middle-ranked Kai Tian in charge. If a little pawn like him went to collect the money, would they care? As if she saw Yang Kai's concern, the lady boss said, "It's only right to pay back what you owe. No matter where you go, we'll always be on the side of reason. If they're willing to pay, that's fine. If they don't, I don't mind going to their headquarters." Yang Kai said with a toothache, "Lady boss, if I remember correctly, there were people from a few grotto heavens who were causing trouble at the first inn." "Those people?" the lady boss said. "I'll deal with them myself, so you don't have to worry about them. What I'll leave to you are the leftovers." Her phoenix eyes swept over. "This matter concerns the reputation of the first inn, so don't mess it up. Don't worry, lady boss. I'll definitely complete the task perfectly and won't embarrass you." Bai Qi cupped his hands and said firmly. Yang Kai swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The lady boss looked at him and said, "What about you?" She was forcing him to make a statement. Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "I'll try my best. I've never collected money before, so I'm not familiar with it." The lady boss said, "Don't you owe me 16,200,000? How about this, you'll pay back 5% of the money you collected." "Really?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. 5% didn't sound like much, but if he could get 10 million, then 5% would be 500,000. On the jade slip that the lady boss gave him, there were about 20 shops. If he really collected all of them, it would be tens of millions. "Really?" The lady boss nodded. Yang Kai suddenly cupped his fists. "Don't worry, lady boss. I'll collect the money even if I have to die." The lady boss nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. "Go." Yang Kai and Bai Qi turned around together. Both of them were full of murderous intent. Even if there were 10 million people around, they would still go forward. After leaving the secret room, Bai Qi said, "When did you get another 5 million? Wasn't it 11,200,000? The 10 million was originally owed, and the 1,200,000 was the cost of the brand of the Heavenly Palace." He remembered all these clearly, so he was a little puzzled by the sudden addition of 5 million. Yang Kai looked around and said, "Old Bai, I think we should first discuss how to collect the money." The lady boss had called him over alone to lend him 7 faces. Yang Kai felt that it was better not to make this matter known to everyone. Bai Qi said, "I had the same idea even if you didn't mention it. Let's go to my room first. Let's have a good discussion." He pulled Yang Kai's arm and dragged him over. After entering the room, the two of them sat down. Yang Kai said, "Have you ever collected money before?" Bai Qi shook his head and said, "No. It's the first time for a lady to get on a bridal sedan chair." Yang Kai glared at him. "You dare to talk nonsense when it's the first time?" He even said that he had completed the mission perfectly. Bai Qi looked indifferent. "What are you afraid of? The lady boss is standing behind us. We'll ask for it first. If we really can't get it back, we'll ask the lady boss to do it. I don't think they dare to not give it back." Yang Kai didn't know what to say. Old Bai could have this idea, but he couldn't. The lady boss had said that he would pay back half of the money he collected. He was still hoping to pay back a little more. If he asked the lady boss to do it, he wouldn't be able to do it. Bai Qi said, "No matter what, we still have to be courteous before resorting to force. They are also reputable people, and they might not know what happened before. It's not appropriate for us to suddenly go over and collect the money." "You're right." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Well, let's send a greeting card first and explain the cause and effect of the matter in the greeting card. Then, we'll explain the reason for the visit and see if they will cooperate with us before making a plan." "That's good. Let's do it. If that's the case, we have to ask the lady boss for a token. Otherwise, how can they believe that we're from the first inn?" "This is easy. Let's go to the lady boss later." After the discussion, the two of them immediately got busy. They took out blank jade slips and made greeting cards. As they had discussed before, they explained the cause of the matter and the purpose of the visit in each greeting card. They used tactful words and a kind tone. Although they were asking for money, they didn't give people a feeling of disgust. There were 19 shops in Yang Kai's jade slip. Of course, he made 19 greeting cards. The number on Bai Chi's side should be about the same. After they finished, the two of them checked each other and confirmed that there were no problems. After that, they went to look for the lady boss together and asked for the first in's token. The lady boss was straightforward and directly gave each of them a palm-sized jade token. It was written with the words "first in" on it. After everything was prepared properly, the two of them immediately left the inn and cupped their hands at each other at the entrance of the inn. They said that they had succeeded and parted ways. It was rather tragic and stirring. Chapter 39-43. Walking along the crisscrossing streets, Kai Yang leisurely strolled through one shop after another, appreciating the local customs, which was quite an eye-opener for him. Half a day later, he entered a tea house, ordered a pot of tea, and waited in silence. When the waiter served the tea, Yang Kai stopped him. "Brother waiter, I have something to ask you." The waiter politely said, "Please ask." Yang Kai said, "I'm new here, so I'm not familiar with this place. Is there anyone familiar who can introduce me to the Star Market?" The waiter said, "Sir, are you looking for a guide?" "Yes." "Then you've asked the right person. I have some recommendations, but I don't know if they meet your requirements. Bring him here so I can take a look." Yang Kai said lightly, "Okay, please wait a moment," the waiter responded. Yang Kai leaned against the window and looked into the distance, sipping his tea while waiting. Although the jade slip given to him by the lady boss contained all kinds of information about the 19 shops, he was clueless about the Star Market. Even if he had the jade slip, he didn't know where to look for it, so he came to this tea house to find a guide. Now it seemed that he had made the right choice. No matter where it was, tea houses and restaurants were always places where people from all walks of life gathered, so it was easy to find a guide. With a local guide, it would be easy to find those shops. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. After waiting for a while, the waiter led a person over. Yang Kai looked up and found that the person was a woman in her early 30s. She had a plump figure and was still charming, especially her full breasts, which were spectacular. However, there was a cautious smile on her face, and there was a sense of restraint in her expression. She followed behind the waiter and looked at Yang Kai nervously. Her cultivation was good, and she seemed to be at the peak of the Emperor realm, but Yang Kai didn't feel the aura of Tao from her. In other words, this woman hadn't condensed her own Tao seal yet. This was not surprising. At the level of the Emperor realm, 90% of the people would not be able to form their own seal and would be stuck there for the rest of their life. The waiter walked over and whispered into his ear, "Sir, this woman is a local and is very familiar with the Star Market. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied with her. If you are not satisfied, this little one will give you another one." Yang Kai looked up. The woman immediately bowed to Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "Greetings, master." Her voice was very pleasant and soft. If one didn't look at her face, one would think that she was a young girl in her early 20s. Yang Kai raised his hand and handed over the jade slip the lady boss gave him. "Do you know how to get to these places?" The woman took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She quickly nodded and said, "Yes. With our current location as the starting point, plan out the shortest route to these places and carve it into the jade slip for me to take a look." "Yes." The woman lowered her head and busied herself. Soon, she returned with both hands holding the jade slip and respectfully said, "Master, it's done." Yang Kai took the jade slip back and checked it. He found that there was more information inside. The 19 shops were rearranged in order. "Are you a local?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The woman pursed her lips and said, "I was born in this Star Market and have never left." Yang Kai nodded and said to the waiter, "She'll be the one." Then he flicked 2 heaven-opening pills over to the waiter. The waiter caught them and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir. This little one will take his leave now." He turned around and gave the woman a look, indicating that she should do her job well. After the waiter left, Yang Kai looked at the woman and said, "Sit down and talk." The woman hesitated for a moment. She probably felt that she was too conspicuous standing in front of Yang Kai, so she thanked him and sat down. Yang Kai poured a cup of tea for her and asked casually, "How should I address you?" The woman quickly said, "I am Luo Hai." Yang Kai nodded and introduced himself. "My name is Yang Kai. I asked you to come here because I need you to take me to some places. This is not something that can be done in a day or two, so you must be prepared to be on standby at any time while I employ you." Luo Hai hurriedly said, "No problem. This mistress is all alone here and has nothing to worry about. I won't be busy with anything else." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Weren't you born here? Since she was born here, how could she have nothing to worry about?" Luo Hai was a little embarrassed. "Although I was born here, I don't know who my parents are. I was raised by someone else. My adoptive mother passed away 700 years ago." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. What a pitiful person. Luo Hai smiled embarrassedly. "How do you calculate the remuneration?" Yang Kai changed the subject. Luo Hai said, "2 opening heaven pills a day." As she spoke, she carefully looked at Yang Kai. Seeing him frown slightly, she quickly added, "3 pills a day is fine too." When Yang Kai heard this, he knew that she had misunderstood his meaning. He frowned not because he thought it was expensive, but because he felt that it was too cheap. Just now, he had given the waiter 2 opening heaven pills as a reward. However, when he thought about it, the servants of Kikikyo land only earned 3 opening heaven pills a year. Although there was an additional income, the servants could only earn 20 to 30 opening heaven pills a year. In comparison, 2 opening heaven pills a day for Luo Hai as a guide was not too cheap. The reason why he felt it was cheap was mainly because he had been with the lady boss for a long time recently and owed her 16 million. In front of such a huge number, 2 or 3 opening heaven pills was negligible. 3 opening heaven pills a day. I will be at your beck and call. Luo Hai's eyes lit up. She stood up and bowed. "Thank you, master." Seeing that Yang Kai's cup was empty, she walked over and filled it with tea. Yang Kai nodded slightly. He felt that this woman had good eyesight and her attitude was quite good. Although they had not known each other for a long time, from her cautious expression, she should be an honest person. He could trust this kind of person. After drinking the tea, the two left the tea house. Under Luo Hai's lead, they passed through several streets and stood in front of a shop. Yang Kai looked up and saw the words "Gathering Virtue Source" written on the signboard of the shop. If he remembered correctly, this virtuous gathering origin was a property called the 9-Star Blessed Land. The 9-Star Blessed Land was one of the 72 blessed lands. In the 3,000 worlds, it was a famous first-tier force with a high-grade heaven splitter overseeing it. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was a bit difficult to ask for payment from a blessed land as soon as he arrived. But since he was already here, he could only give it a try. As expected of the blessed land's business, this Juda Yuan's shop was several times bigger than the neighboring shops. Moreover, there were many customers going in and out of the shop. It was hard to tell what kind of business they were doing. But since they had opened their shop here and their business was booming, they must have made a lot of money. "Master, do you want this servant to accompany you?" Luo Hai asked in a low voice, her voice trembling. Yang Kai turned his head and found that her face was slightly pale. One of her hands was subconsciously twisting the corner of her clothes, looking very nervous. Although he had just met her, Yang Kai could tell that this Luo Hai was a woman with low self-esteem. She had always been at the bottom of Star City, so it was likely that she had never entered such a big shop before. At this time, her expression was somewhat unnatural. "No need, you can wait for me outside." Yang Kai shook his head. Luo Hai breathed a sigh of relief and pursed her red lips. "Then I wish Master all the best." She did not know why Yang Kai had come here, but what he said was definitely true. Yang Kai nodded lightly, turned around, and walked in with his hands behind his back. As soon as he entered the shop, a young servant greeted him enthusiastically. Yang Kai did not waste any time and directly took out the card he had prepared and handed it to him. "I want to see your shopkeeper." The young servant was stunned. Although he was only doing odd jobs in this shop, he was also a person from 9-Stars Blessed Land and had his own pride. He had never seen anyone as arrogant as Yang Kai, wanting to see the shopkeeper as soon as he came in. How could the shopkeeper be so easy to meet? Only some big customers would be personally received by the shopkeeper, but looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it did not seem like he ran a big business. The young servant suspiciously received the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. His face immediately became serious as he realized that this person's background was not small. He was actually from the famous First Inn, so he immediately restrained his expression and said, "Please wait a moment. I will go ask for instructions." Turning around, he entered the inner room. While waiting, Yang Kai casually strolled around the shop and found that this Judah Yuan did a lot of business. All kinds of goods could be found here, from alchemy and artifact refining materials to finished products. Casually picking up a few items, a young servant would come over and enthusiastically promote them. Not long after, the young servant ran out again and gestured, "Shopkeeper invites you in." When the First Inn's name was mentioned, not many people would refuse. Yang Kai nodded and calmly followed the young servant inside. Soon, he saw the shopkeeper of Judah Yuan in a secret room. He was a thin old man with a heaven-opening realm cultivation. The feeling he gave Yang Kai was similar to that of Duan Hai in the Chichao lands. He should be a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, which was consistent with the information recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. This kind of great force was truly extraordinary. The shopkeeper of Star City was actually a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. If this kind of cultivation was placed in the Chichao lands, he would be an earth protector. However, thinking about how the First Inn was even more excessive, and the lady boss was a sixth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, Yang Kai understood. When Yang Kai entered, the old man didn't get up. After all, the difference in cultivation was obvious. If he really got up to greet him, it would be too embarrassing. The young servant withdrew and closed the door, isolating the inside from the outside. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Gong Sun." The shopkeeper of Judah Yuan was called Gong Sun Hong, which was recorded in the jade slip given to him by the lady boss. His appearance and cultivation matched, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't mistake him for someone else. Gong Sun Hong smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. Sit down and talk." Yang Kai thanked him and calmly sat down. Although the difference in cultivation was not small, he was representing the First in this time, so he naturally wouldn't appear too weak. Chapter 39-44. Seeing Yang Kai's calm expression, Gong Sun Hong nodded inwardly. After sipping a few mouthfuls of tea, Gong Sun Hong said, "This old man has seen little friend's letter and knows why you are here. However, little friend said you are from the First Inn. Do you have a token with you?" "Of course I do." Smiling faintly, Kai Yang took out the jade token that the lady boss had given him and handed it over to Gong Sun Hong. Gong Sun Hong took it and channeled his energy into the jade token. In the next moment, the jade token lit up. Gong Sun Hong's expression changed slightly and he turned to look at Yang Kai, his expression slightly twitching. "Your innkeeper is Madame Lan?" "Yes." Yang Kai didn't know what secret was hidden in the jade token that allowed Gong Sun Hong to recognize him immediately. However, looking at Gong Sun Hong's expression, he seemed to be a little afraid of the lady boss. This was easy to handle. Yang Kai was secretly delighted. He wasn't afraid of the lady boss. As long as he was, the 10 million would be easy to get. "Madame Lan is here?" Gong Sun Hong asked again. "Yes." "When did she come? Why didn't this old man receive any news?" "A few days ago." Yang Kai replied with a smile. The lady boss keeps a low profile. Even when the First Inn reopened, it was just a plaque hanging. There wasn't much fanfare. Gong Sun Hong's expression suddenly became unnatural. He coughed lightly and said, "Madame Lan's way of doing things, She is indeed very low profile." It was unknown what he recalled, but the corners of his eyes kept twitching. After a short pause, he continued, "The First Inn's reopening is a big event. This old man should be there to attend the ceremony. However, since Madame Lan doesn't want to make a scene, she should have her reasons." Yang Kai chuckled. "As a servant, This junior shouldn't ask too much about the lady boss's matters. Gong Sun Hong nodded slightly, his fingers tapping on the table as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, "This old man doesn't know what little friend said in the letter. Can you tell me why that person from the 9 Stars Blessed Land started a fight in the first inn? He even destroyed the first inn." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's not convenient for me to reveal that. If shopkeeper Gong Sun wants to know, you can just ask the lady boss." Gong Sun Hong smiled and raised his hand. "Have some tea. Have some tea." Yang Kai took a sip and turned to look at him. "Shopkeeper Gong Sun, this junior came here under orders to ask for compensation. Our lady boss said that 9-Star Blessed Land is famous and the Gathering Virtue Source earns a lot of money every day, so this little bit of compensation is not a problem. This junior still has to go to other places to ask for payment. Time is tight and the task is important. Shopkeeper Gong Sun, do you think you can settle the bill first?" Gong Sun Hong asked curiously, "You're going somewhere else?" Yang Kai said, "Of course." He opened his mouth and listed the names of several shops. Gong Sun Hong was shocked. Could it be that there were many people fighting in the first inn? Behind those shops, could it be the forces of the Blessed Lands? There are indeed many. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I won't hide it from shopkeeper Gong Sun. The reason our lady boss brought us to Star City is to ask for payment. The lady boss said that no one can run away. Everyone has to pay. If you can get it, then so be it. If you can't, then go to the headquarters of each shop and have a good talk. The lady boss also said that all the Blessed Lands are of the same breath and branch. There's no need to make everyone unhappy over such a small matter." Gong Sun Hong frowned slightly. It was hard to tell what he was feeling. Yang Kai looked around and said, "The Gathering Virtue Source is such a big shop. It should have a lot of income every year." Shopkeeper Gong Sun, although 10 million isn't a small amount, it shouldn't be a problem for the Gathering Virtue Source. If it's convenient, can you help us? Let this junior return to the lady boss as soon as possible. Gong Sun Hong nodded. "Little friend, since you're from the first inn and brought Madame Land's token here, this matter shouldn't be false. This old man should also compensate." However, suddenly, he changed the topic and said, "That's just your words, so I'll have to send a message to the main altar to inquire about the situation. If it's really as you say, my 9-Star Blessed Land will not deny it." He knew it wouldn't be so simple. If he could really get 10 million just by casually talking, it would show that the 9 Stars Blessed Land was too afraid of the first inn. However, this was also within his expectations, so Yang Kai wasn't disappointed. He simply nodded and said, "Of course. I just don't know how long it will take for shopkeeper's son to send a message back to inquire." 1 month. Gong Sun Hong said, "I'll give you an answer in 1 month." Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. "Then I'll have to trouble shopkeeper Gong Sun. Take care. I won't see you out." Gong Sun Hong waved his hand. When he walked out of the Jude Origin, he saw Luo Hai standing not far away from him. He waved at her and Luo Hai immediately came forward to greet him. She asked in a low voice, "My lord, have you settled the matter?" "It's all right." Yang Kai nodded. This trip could be considered to have achieved his goal. "Let's go to the next inn." He ran down one inn after another. After spending an entire afternoon, he only went to 3 inns. Among the 3 inns, aside from the Juda Origin, one of them was from the Blessed Lands. The answer he received was similar to Gong Sun Hong's. He also needed to send a message back to the headquarters to ask for more details. The other inn was from a second-class organization. They weren't as stubborn as the Blessed Lands. When they heard that the first inn was coming to collect their debt, they were a little fearful. They were also very polite to Yang Kai, but in the end, the result was the same. Night fell, but the star market was still very lively. Yang Kai ran around for an entire afternoon and pretended to be polite. He was a little tired, so he asked Luo Hai to go back and rest. He would find her the next day. Before leaving, the two of them exchanged contact details and agreed to continue the next day. Luo Hai naturally agreed to it. When he returned to the first inn, he saw that it was very lively inside. People were coming and going, and the hall was full of guests. Everyone was toasting each other. Yang Kai was stunned. The lady boss was shuttling through the hall, chatting and laughing with the guests at each table. Yang Kai was in a daze, as if he had returned to the first inn in the void. It had only been a day, but the business here had become so popular. It seemed that the first inn was indeed famous. The lady boss looked up and saw Yang Kai. She reached out and waved at him. Yang Kai quickly walked over. He followed the lady boss into the inner room. The lady boss turned around and sat down. She looked at Yang Kai and asked, "How was it?" "Not bad." Yang Kai walked over, picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of water. He drank a few sips and said, "The first inn is famous, so no one dares to make things difficult for us." "Who asked you that?" The lady boss glared at him. "Did you get the money?" Yang Kai put down the teacup and laughed. How could it be so fast? They all need to send a message back to the headquarters to ask. They will only decide whether to give the money after it is confirmed. "How many did you contact?" "3. All of them said so." The lady boss nodded. "Of course, but the time limit can't be too long." "Don't worry, it's all agreed. 1 month is not too long." 1 month. Okay, you can go do your work." The lady boss waved her hand. "What work?" Yang Kai looked at her, stunned. The lady boss blinked. "You are the inn's waiter. Don't you need to be a waiter? The inn's business is good now, but we are short on manpower. Hurry up and help." "I." Yang Kai was speechless. He had never been a waiter in his life. "You what? Hurry up and go. Do you want me, the lady boss, to do it myself?" Yang Kai glared at her fiercely. After a long time, he was defeated. She had big eyes and could not stare at him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, you are ruthless." He turned around and slammed the door. Behind him, the lady boss crossed her legs and pursed her lips into a smile. When he reached the main hall, Yang Kai looked around. He grabbed a piece of white cloth from a servant and put it on his shoulder. He then went into the kitchen to serve the dishes. Since they were all cultivators, they were full of energy, so there was no need to close the shop. Yang Kai was busy all the way until dawn, when he finally had time to rest. What made him feel indignant was that Old White was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai guessed that this guy knew that he had to come back, so he decided to spend the night outside. He secretly made up his mind that he would not come back tomorrow. Not long after, Yang Kai went out again. He sent a message to Luo Hai in advance and went to the tea house where he saw her yesterday to wait for her. When Yang Kai arrived, Luo Hai was already standing there. "Master, did you not rest well last night?" Luo Hai saw that Yang Kai's expression was not right and went forward to ask. "Don't mention it." Yang Kai was very depressed. It was not that he did not rest well, but that he did not rest at all. Although it was not a big problem, he was still a little tired. Yang Kai did not say much, and Luo Hai did not dare to ask more. The two immediately went on their way. Today's situation was similar to yesterday. After visiting one house after another, the replies were almost the same. Thinking about it, it was not strange. If he encountered such a situation, he would definitely not just listen to one side of the story, even if the signboard of the first inn was there. He sat down in each shop and chatted with the shopkeepers of each shop. In this day, he had only gone to 6 or 7 shops. In this way, it would take another 2 to 3 days to finish all of them. He did not know how Bai Chi was progressing. He took out a communication device to contact Bai Chi, but there was no response. He did not know what he was busy with. Later that night, Yang Kai took Luo Hai to a restaurant and ordered some food and wine as a token of his thanks. Luo Hai had been running around with him all day, following him wherever he went. It really was quite tiring. Luo Hai did not want to make Yang Kai spend so much effort, but Yang Kai insisted, so she could only go along with it. During the banquet, there was naturally a respectful toast. Yang Kai was not used to this. No matter what, Luo Hai was also in the emperor realm. There was not much difference between her and him. Yang Kai felt a little guilty when she called him master. After 3 rounds of drinking, Luo Hai's face became a little rosy, and her eyes became hazy. It seemed that she was not very drunk. Yang Kai was curious about something, and asked, "How do people in the Emperor realm outside of this universe comprehend martial arts?" He had condensed his own seal in the heavenly void hall. Every great emperor in the star realm had this experience. Presumably, the great emperors in the other universe realms were also like this. However, the capacity of those small universe realms was limited, so there were not many people who could condense their seals. But what did people outside of this universe realm do to reach this step? He happened to run into Luo Hai, so he asked casually. Chapter 39:45. Luo Hai patted her slightly feverish cheeks and said with a smile, "Those with good aptitude can rely on their own comprehension to condense their Tao seal. Those with inferior aptitude like me can only rely on external help." After drinking some wine, she seemed to have relaxed a little and was no longer as cautious as before. External help? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There are some natural treasures that can help people condense their Tao seal. There are also some pills that can help, such as great Tao pills. However, these things need to be bought with money and are more precious. Yang Kai nodded. He had been wondering what those from the Emperor realm who hadn't condensed their own Tao seal could do with the heaven-opening pill. Although this thing was a kind of hard currency outside of this universe and could be used to buy all kinds of things, it wasn't very useful to those from the Emperor realm. It wasn't like the heaven-opening realm, where they could use the heaven-opening pill to increase their grade. Now, it seemed that the heaven-opening pill was useful to anyone. Luo Hai was working so hard to earn money because she wanted to buy a great Tao pill and condense her own Tao seal to advance her martial Tao. However, condensing a Tao seal was only the beginning. She still had to condense yin, yang, and 5 elements before she had a chance to advance to the heaven-opening realm. The path of martial Tao was long and far, accompanied by enormous financial support. How many people were as lucky as him, first condensing high-grade wood elemental energy, then obtaining high-grade fire elemental energy? However, even he wasn't confident that he could find other yin, yang, and 5 elements energy that matched his requirements. As long as there was a problem with any of them, even if he reached the heaven-opening realm, his grade wouldn't be too high. As they ate and drank, the two chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. After a long time, Yang Kai said, "Let's call it a day. Go back and rest. Come back tomorrow." Luo Hai put down her chopsticks and stood up, saying, "Then I'll take my leave." Yang Kai nodded and watched her leave. After what happened yesterday, Yang Kai made up his mind not to return to the first inn. He didn't want to have to run errands again. He took out his communication device and contacted White 7. Surprisingly, White 7 replied quickly and asked where he was. White 7 told him the name of a place. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he knew that this place was not a good place. This guy was actually fooling around in a brothel. Bai Qi warmly invited him to have fun, but Yang Kai decisively refused. After drinking by himself for a while, Yang Kai put down the money for the dishes and left the restaurant alone, preparing to find an inn in the city to rest for the night. The inns in Star City weren't cheap, but they weren't as expensive as the first inn. Back then, the first inn had cost 1,000 heaven-opening pills for a night, but the black-hearted lady boss had raised the price to 10,000. As soon as he left the restaurant, Yang Kai saw a figure standing opposite him. He walked over in surprise and asked, "Why haven't you gone back yet?" Luo Hai had been waiting for him outside. Luo Hai shook her head and said, "Nothing. I'm just worried about Master." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "It's just a little wine. You won't get drunk. You should go back early." He thought that this woman was quite considerate. "It's still early. If Master is willing, I can accompany Master to stroll around Star City. I've been busy during the day, so Master doesn't have time." She added, "It's free of charge." Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, "Sure, but it won't delay you, right?" Luo Hai hurriedly waved her hand. No, I'm the only one at home, so there's nothing to do when I go back." She paused and said, "Where does Master want to go?" "There's a brothel in the western part of Star City. Men like to go there." As she spoke, she blushed. Yang Kai casually asked, "Where's the Spring Breeze Drizzle building?" Luo Hai nodded and said, Master, do you know about the spring breeze drizzle building? Yang Kai clicked his tongue. I've heard about it, but I've never been there. He knew that Lao Bai was fooling around, and now it seemed that he was right. Master, do you want to go? Luo Hai inquired. Yang Kai waved his hand. No, I'll just walk around. At this point, he suddenly thought of something. Right? I want to buy a map. Where can I buy it? Luo Hai asked, Master, do you want to buy a map of the universe? Then you should go to the Four Seas workshop. The maps of the universe there are the most complete, and the updates are also the most timely. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai was suddenly interested. He had this idea before, but he didn't remember who had mentioned it to him. The map of the universe included a map of all the large territory that had been discovered outside of Chenkuan. It could be said that it was one of the essential things for a cultivator who wanted to travel outside. Yang Kai really wanted to find where the astral world was in the map of the universe. He was swallowed by the thousand-knuckle worm, and then inexplicably appeared in the large territory of the Kikikyo land. Although he hadn't found the world tree yet, it would be good if he could find the way home in advance. Luo Hai was very familiar with the Star Market. She led Yang Kai through a few streets and arrived in front of a shop. That shop was the Four Seas workshop. Although it was night time, the Star Market was still very lively. After entering the shop, a woman dressed as a maid immediately greeted them. She curtsied gracefully and said sweetly, Good evening, esteemed guest. What do you want to buy? Luo Hai walked out at the right time and answered, My master wants to buy a map of the universe. The maid smiled and said, This way, please. She gestured with her hand. Under her guidance, Yang Kai came in front of a row of shelves. There were no maps on the shelves, but there were things that looked like long boxes. They were the length of chopsticks and were completely black. They looked very strange. Yang Kai didn't understand, but he didn't ask. Luo Hai said, Introduce them. The maid understood and immediately said, Yes, esteemed guest. Our shop's map of the universe is divided into 3 types. The lowest level is a map of the large territory, which includes the locations of the mini-universe worlds that have been discovered, as well as the locations of some fixed altars in the spiritual state. The middle level is a map of the entire universe, which includes all the large territory that has been discovered, as well as the contents of the lowest level map. It also includes the various Chenkuan palaces and the locations of the territory gates. It's clear at a glance, simple and convenient. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, What about the middle level and above? The maid smiled and said, There's not much difference between the middle level and the high level. Yang Kai asked curiously, If there's no difference, why is there a middle level and high level? It's like this. Although there's no difference between the two, if you buy the high-level map and discover a new large territory in the future, our shop can help you update the contents of the map of the universe for free. Our shop has branches in many star markets, so you don't have to worry too much. You just need to bring the map of the universe there. If you buy the middle-level map, you won't have this convenience. If you want to update it, you'll have to pay more. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. The maid said, Esteemed guest, do you want a map of a large territory, or a collection of all the maps of the large territory? Yang Kai said, A collection, of course. The maid said, Then I recommend you buy the high-level map. The middle-level map is fine. Luo Hai interrupted her before she could finish. The maid glanced at her and said with a smile, Of course, it's your choice. Get me a copy, Luo Hai said. The maid nodded and turned to walk to the side. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Hai sent a message. Master, as far as I know, the price of a middle-level map and a high-level map are twice as expensive. Moreover, no new large territory has been discovered in the past 1,000 years. It's a waste to buy the high-level map. Yang Kai nodded slightly. A moment later, the maid took out a long black box and handed it to Yang Kai, saying, Pour your divine sense into it, and you'll be able to check it. Yang Kai was stunned. Only now did he realize that the long box in front of him was actually the map of the universe. Fortunately, he didn't say anything just now. Otherwise, he would have really embarrassed himself. Pouring his divine sense into it as instructed, Yang Kai felt his field of vision suddenly change, as if he had entered a strange world. His field of vision constantly shrank towards a certain place before finally coming to a stop. Focusing his eyes, there was a small red dot constantly flashing in front of him, and at the location of this red was marked with the word Star City. Understanding this, Yang Kai knew that this small red dot probably represented his current location. The Star City marked on the map should be the one he was currently in. With a thought, the vision continued to zoom back, and around the Star City, some other names gradually appeared, all of which seemed to be the names of the mini-universe world. Although he had just gotten hold of this thing, Yang Kai soon figured out how to use it. Seeing it like this, it was very simple and convenient. He really had to buy a copy of this thing, as it would be more convenient for him to move around in the future. Withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai asked, "How much is this thing?" The maid responded with a smile, 500,000. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This price was not very expensive, but did he have 500,000 on hand right now? Most of his heaven-opening pills came from the dead people in the After all, Great Moon Province was only a third-class force, and those heaven-opening pills were Wei Kei's personal compensation, so it was naturally impossible for there to be too many. Yang Kai estimated that these 100 or 200,000 heaven-opening pills were enough to hurt Wei Quebec. If not for Wei Kei's compensation, Yang Kai would not have been able to buy the World Atlas. Just as he was about to count how many heaven-opening pills he had, Luo Hai pulled the maid to the side and quietly communicated with her through sound transmission. By the time Yang Kai finished counting, Luo Hai had also finished her discussion and walked over. "Master, we've already agreed on a 10% discount for 150,000. Yang Kai was speechless. Only now did he realize that Luo Hai had pulled the maid over to haggle. This was a 50,000 heaven-opening pills discount, which was a great discount. However, when he checked just now, he found that he did not have enough heaven-opening pills. In total, he only had about 430,000. This was a bit awkward. The price had already been negotiated and he was only waiting for the bill to be paid, but he did not have enough money. How could he accept this? It was a bit difficult to speak, but Luo Hai was a smart person and immediately saw through Yang Kai's difficulties. She quietly asked, "Master, did you not bring enough money?" Chapter 39:46. Luo Hai had asked if he hadn't brought enough, not if it wasn't enough. This question was very clever and greatly alleviated Yang Kai's embarrassment. Nodding gently, Yang Kai was about to put down the world map in his hand and come back to buy it some other day when he heard Luo Hai ask, "Master, how much are you missing?" "Not much, 10,000 to 20,000. Yang Kai scratched his face awkwardly. Luo Hai pondered for a moment before saying, "Master, if you don't mind, this mistress will pay for it. Master can return it to me later." Yang Kai turned his head to look at her, not realizing that she actually had such courage. He had only known her for 2 days at most, and it was only a concubine relationship, neither a relative nor a friend. What's more, Luo Hai herself was not a wealthy person. These 10,000 to 20,000 heaven-opening pills were likely the result of many years of savings for her. Being able to lend them to him as soon as he opened his mouth was not something she could do without some courage. After all, up until now, she still didn't know who Yang Kai was. If he took these things and ran away, she wouldn't be able to find him. Seeing Yang Kai look over, Luo Hai whispered, "I trust Master." Since she had already said so much, Yang Kai couldn't refuse anymore and immediately nodded. "All right, I'll consider it a loan. I'll definitely return it to you later." Luo Hai said, "I'll go pay the bill." Yang Kai handed over a space ring and watched her walk towards the counter with the maidservant, secretly sighing to himself. This woman was really meticulous. Although it was only a simple act of paying the bill, it greatly alleviated his embarrassment. This way, he wouldn't have to take the heaven-opening pills from her and let others know that he didn't bring enough money. On the other hand, she could quietly transfer the insufficient heaven-opening pills into her space ring without anyone noticing. After a while, Luo Hai returned. "Master, it's done." Yang Kai nodded, stuffed the world map into his space ring, and walked out of the Four Seas Square with her. "Master, is there anything else you want to buy?" Luo Hai asked. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "I'm so poor. Why would I want to buy anything?" Luo Hai also understood and felt a little embarrassed. She felt that she had spoken without thinking, so she changed the topic and said, "Then is Master going back to rest?" Yang Kai shook his head. Thinking of yesterday's experience, he would rather die than go back. Originally, he wanted to find an inn to rest, but now it seemed that there was no need. He didn't even have the money to get a room, so what was there to rest for? Luo Hai had probably thought of this as well. She suggested, "Master, would you like to come to my place for a chat? Is it convenient?" Yang Kai hesitated. Luo Hai pursed her lips and smiled. "There's nothing inconvenient about it. There's no one else at home, just me." At this point, she suddenly realized that her words were a little ambiguous, making it seem like she was seducing him. She couldn't help but blush a little. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to mind and simply raised his hand. "Then let's go." He couldn't really wander around here all night, that would be too boring. On top of that, he had just borrowed some money from her. If he were to be in such a hurry to separate from her, it would be a bit like running away from a debt. "Master, please come with me." Luo Hai immediately led the way. Along the way, they gradually left the bustling trade area and entered a more chaotic area. This place seemed to be the outermost area of the entire Star City. It was some distance away from the center of the Star City. Houses stood everywhere without any order, and there wasn't even a proper road. From time to time, there would be people coming in and out of this place, but their cultivations were not very high. Most of them were on the same level as Luo Hai, while some were even weaker. Yang Kai understood that this was probably the place where the lowest-level members of the Star Envoys lived. Fortunately, although this place was a bit dirty and messy, it was still within the boundaries of the Star City, so no one dared to cause trouble here. Many people obviously knew Luo Hai. Along the way, there were people constantly greeting her. A few women saw Yang Kai following behind her and couldn't help but have a slightly ambiguous look in their eyes, which made Luo Hai feel a little embarrassed. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a house. Luo Hai stepped forward and closed the restriction on the house. She opened the door and said, "Master, please." Yang Kai walked in and looked around. He found that although the house was small, it was very clean and tidy. There was no courtyard, only a main hall and a side room. There was a faint fragrance in the room, which was very pleasant and made people feel very warm. Luo Hai invited him to take a seat and made a pot of tea. She said apologetically, "The place is a bit small, master. Please don't mind." Yang Kai chuckled. "I also came from a small place and am used to living a poor life." Luo Hai said curiously, "You don't look like one. Then what kind of person do I look like?" Luo Hai thought for a moment and said, "Master, you look like someone who holds a high position all year round, either rich or noble." Yang Kai laughed. Luo Hai shook her head and said, "Master, please don't think this concubine is flattering you. This concubine has been in the star market for thousands of years. I don't dare to say anything else, but I do have a good eye for people. Master, why do you think this concubine dared to lend her life savings to you? It is because this concubine thinks you are a trustworthy person. Master may be troubled for a while, but there will be a day when you will be proud of the 9 heavens." Yang Kai's smile faded and he looked at her seriously. He really couldn't tell that this woman who was nervous and reserved when they first met had such insight. Luo Hai covered her red lips with her hand and said nervously, "This concubine misspoke, master. Please don't blame me." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Although your strength isn't high, it isn't too low either. Have you never thought about joining some great force?" Luo Hai smiled bitterly. "There are at least 8,000 people like this concubine in the entire star market. I have no connections or background, so which great force would want me? What can they do if they took me in? Spend time and effort to cultivate me? She paused for a moment before continuing. In the past, there was a great force that came to Star Market to recruit disciples, but they wanted to recruit young and malleable disciples. This concubine doesn't have such good fortune. Yang Kai nodded. He was also a sect master, so he naturally knew this. When a sect recruited disciples, they would rather spend a large amount of resources to cultivate them from a young age than accept those who already had a foundation. This was a matter of loyalty. This concubine's current wish is to save enough money to buy a few great Tao pills and see if I can condense my own Tao seal. If I can reach the heaven-opening boundary in this life, then I won't have lived in vain. I heard you mention great Tao pills before. Are these spirit pills very expensive? Usually, one costs around 10,000 or so. Moreover, refining these pills seems to be a bit difficult, so there aren't many of them. Usually, when a great Tao pill appears, it will be quickly snatched away by others. Yang Kai nodded. The situation outside the universe realm was quite tricky. There should be many people who were stuck at the threshold of the peak of the Emperor realm, unable to condense their Tao seal. This was why the great Tao pill was so popular. It could be imagined that this thing was not only popular among the lowest class of people like Luo Hai, but also many great forces. As such, the chances of people like Luo Hai competing for it were very small. How many great Tao pills do you think you need? At least 3. Luo Hai smiled shyly. This concubine's aptitude isn't that good. If I don't have 3 pills, this concubine doesn't have the confidence to condense my Tao seal. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know what materials were used to refine the great Tao pill. If he had enough materials and obtained the pill recipe, he should be able to refine it. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, "Go and rest first. You've been busy the whole day." Luo Hai said, "Then I'll rest first. Master, if there's anything, just call me." She didn't refuse. She probably felt that it wasn't good to let a man like Yang Kai rest in her room. She got up and walked into the room. After a few steps, she stopped and turned around. She lowered her head and asked softly, "Master, do you need someone to serve you tonight? There's someone here. I can help Master. Call someone over." Yang Kai looked at her and shook his head. "No need." Okay. Luo Hai was obviously relieved. She walked into the room and closed the door. Yang Kai was left alone in the living room. He looked helpless. He didn't expect that he would end up in a situation where he had to stay the night. He made up his mind. No matter what, he had to find a way to get some money tomorrow. At most, he could just sell a portion of the Grand Sun Primordial Flame. The Grand Sun Primordial Flame of the 4th grade was worth at least 150,000 heaven-opening pills. It was more than enough to repay Luo Hai's debt, and there was still some left over. He had a total of 6 Grand Sun Primordial Flames in his possession, and even 3 Grand Sun Primordial Flames of the 5th grade, all of which he obtained from the Golden Crow Divine Palace. As for the 5th grade ones, they were worth 1,500,000. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't repay his debt even if he sold all of them, Yang Kai would have thought of a way to sell the Grand Sun Primordial Flame in his possession. That way, he wouldn't be bound to the first in and lose his freedom. Thinking about it, the hundreds of thousands of opening heaven pills that Wei Kei left him was indeed a big loss. These opening heaven pills were enough to buy a portion of 4th grade materials. Great Moon Province was only a 3rd grade force. They didn't even have a 4th grade opening heaven pill. Thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind. He took out the 7 faces and placed them on his face, silently refining them. At the same time, he took out the scroll of the universe and sent a strand of his divine sense into it to search carefully. He wanted to search the scroll of the universe to find where the star boundary was. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but the moment he did, he was given a fright. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai realized that there were over 1,000 large territory that had been discovered. And this was just the ones that had been discovered. There were many that had never been set foot in before. Among these 1,000 large territory, each large territory had its own small world. There were also the headquarters of many forces, the locations of the territory entrances, and so on. These 450,000 opening heaven pills were well spent. Wei Kei had spent a great deal of effort to summarize these things and had definitely used many years to constantly innovate and innovate. It was truly worth the price. But then again, as long as one had enough money, anyone would be willing to buy a scroll of the universe. This 4C square would definitely make a lot of money. Each large territory had its own name, but Yang Kai quickly discovered that the names of these large territory were closely related to the most powerful force within it. For example, the large territory that the Seven Openings land was in was called the Seven Openings territory. This was because the most powerful force within the Seven Openings territory was the Seven Openings land. There was no one more powerful than it. Chapter 39-47. There were also large territories where the blessed enclaves were located. They were basically named after the respective blessed enclave. For example, the 10,000 Demon Realm was called the 10,000 Demon Territory, and the Great War Territory was called the Great War Territory. Yang Kai also found Langya Blessed Land and Golden Spirit Blessed Land in the universe map. The reason he paid attention to Langya Blessed Land was not because of anything else. It was the place where Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor was born. Now that Ruoxi had come to the universe map, she should be going to Langya Blessed Land. As for Golden Spirit Blessed Land, it was because of the existence of the sharp metal Yuan Qi. If he wanted to condense the power of the 5 elements in the future, he might need to go there. Silently calculating the distance between these 2 blessed lands and himself, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit speechless. Neither blessed lands were close, separated by several dozen great territories. If he relied on flying alone without the assistance of the universe escape technique, it would take him several years to arrive. This made Yang Kai a little worried. Although Ruoxi's strength was good in the star boundary, it was obviously not enough outside the starry sky. He didn't know if it was safe for her to go to Langya Blessed Land alone, or if she could arrive there smoothly. In addition to those large territory with their own names, there were many large territories without names, only code names such as A1 territory, B3 territory, and so on. Yang Kai looked for a while and summed up a pattern. These large territories without names and only code names were all large territories without second-class forces. For example, the large territory where Great Moon Province was located was called D39 territory, not Great Moon territory. In this way, only second-class forces were qualified to have their name on a large territory. Third-class forces did not have this qualification. There were also some large territory that did not even have third-class forces. They only had many small universe worlds, each of which was marked with a name. It was a big project to find the location of the star boundary from such a large map. Yang Kai carefully checked it and his eyes were sore. Time passed by and suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening. Yang Kai collected his thoughts and looked up, only to see Luo Hai coming out of the inner room. Yang Kai was in a daze for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Should be dawn. Master didn't rest? Luo Hai looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai put away the world portrait and shook his head. I was busy with something and forgot about it. Is it dawn already? Luo Hai nodded. Yes. They had to start work at dawn. After packing up a little, the two of them immediately set off. After 2 days of running around, Yang Kai was already familiar with the process of collecting debts. Anyway, he didn't expect to get it immediately. The other party always needed to verify before deciding whether to pay or not. All he had to do was to send a visiting card and then talk to the shopkeeper for a while to inform him of the reason and the 1-month deadline. A few more clans came down and everything went smoothly. Master, be careful in the 100 Refinements Hall later. Luo Hai suddenly said as they walked. Why? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Was there something different about this 100 Refinements Hall? He hadn't heard her say anything about being careful before. Luo Hai said, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's rumored that the shopkeeper of this 100 Refinements Hall is an unreasonable person. Yang Kai looked down at the jade slip and found that the background of this 100 Refinements Hall was a blessed land. He smiled and said, It doesn't matter. If he's reasonable, I'll reason with him. If he's unreasonable, someone will naturally take care of him. The lady boss of the 6th grade Splitter Heaven sect was standing behind him. As long as the other party wasn't a high-grade Splitter Heaven sect, Yang Kai didn't need to be afraid of anything. Moreover, from the attitude of the shopkeepers these past few days, the background of the first inn was most likely one of the 36 paradises. Although the Blessed Enclave was a first-class force, there must be a reason why the Blessed Enclave was ranked at the top. However, if it wasn't necessary, Yang Kai didn't want to trouble the lady boss. First of all, half of the debt he collected would be his, and second of all, if he troubled the lady boss over such a trivial matter, it would make him seem too incompetent. Seeing him like this, Luo Hai didn't say anything more. After all, she had never come into contact with such a master before. What she said was just a rumor, and it would be awkward if she made a mistake. Outside the 100 Refinements Hall, Luo Hai was still waiting. Yang Kai sent a greeting card, and after waiting for a while, someone came to lead him into the inner courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the inner courtyard, Yang Kai felt a violent energy fluctuation coming from there. He was startled, wondering why someone was fighting here. Moreover, from the intensity of the energy fluctuations, the strength of the attacker wasn't too high. They shouldn't have reached the Heaven Splitter realm. They should be around the same level as him, someone who had condensed a Dao seal. Secretly on guard, Yang Kai raised his eyes and was slightly surprised. In front of him was a transparent barrier. In a large field, two figures were crisscrossing, fighting endlessly. The divine technique was endless, and they were locked in a fierce battle. One was an azure-robed youth, while the other was an old man. Yang Kai didn't know what enmity they had with each other, but both sides were extremely ruthless and seemed intent on killing. The two of them were evenly matched, and their techniques weren't bad either. It was like they were evenly matched. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a few more glances. The manservant leading the way turned around and said, "Follow." Only then did Yang Kai withdraw his gaze and follow. After walking for a short while, they arrived at a high platform. On the high platform, a man with a large waist and a ferocious face had his hands on his waist. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the battle below without blinking. This man's face was ferocious, and even if he didn't circulate his strength, he still gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. At this moment, his strength was extremely unstable, causing the servants accompanying him to tremble in fear, afraid that he would unleash his anger. The manservant leading the way lowered his head and looked at his feet, saying in a trembling voice, "Ma shopkeeper, I've brought him." "Wait." The burly man waved his hand, not even glancing at him. He continued to stare at the battle, looking extremely nervous. Yang Kai didn't know what he was nervous about. Kai Yang was speechless. Every time he went to a shop before, the shopkeeper would always treat him politely and didn't look down on him because his cultivation wasn't high. This was the first time he had been ignored by someone. It seemed that there was no smoke without fire. Luo Hai saying that he was an unreasonable person was quite possible. The host followed the guest's wishes. Since the guest wanted to wait, Yang Kai could only wait. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait for nothing. Yang Kai simply looked at the battle below as if he was watching a good show. In the field, the battle was extremely lively, but because their strength was on par, it would be difficult to determine a victor in a short time. The shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall seemed to be a little impatient and shouted angrily, "How long do you two want to fight? I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you can't determine a victor, then scram to the mines." Yang Kai turned his head to look at him with a speechless expression, thinking that there were all kinds of birds in the forest. The two of them were originally on par with each other, yet they insisted on determining a victor within 10 breaths of time. Wasn't this forcing them to use their trump cards? Sensing Yang Kai's gaze, the burly man glanced down at him and grinned, revealing a mouthful of ferocious fangs. Yang Kai could only respond with a smile. In the battlefield, when the two people who were fighting endlessly heard this shout, they both jumped back a step. Then, their expressions became solemn as the strength in their bodies fluctuated violently. In the next moment, the two of them seemed to have discussed it before they each turned into a dazzling ball of light and collided with each other. An earth-shattering sound rang out from the battlefield, and countless ripples appeared on the light curtain that wrapped around them. The light gradually dissipated, and one person fell to the ground, unable to get up, while the other stood proudly. The one who fell to the ground was an old man, and the one who stood was a young man in azure clothes. However, even though he had won, the young man's face was pale, and his body was covered in blood. Obviously, he had suffered some injuries. The burly man raised his hand and said, "Throw the loser out to the mines and win the reward." The young man cupped his hands. "Thank you, shopkeeper." The burly man chuckled, turned around, and sat down. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp, then looked around and said, "Now it's a little more interesting, don't you think so?" "Yes, yes, yes." The group of people nodded, not daring to say no. Yang Kai was even more speechless. He didn't know what this 100 Refinements Hall was selling. But why would they let this kind of guy be a shopkeeper? How could he make money with this kind of personality? He might even lose his pants when the time came. "Boy, you don't seem to agree. What do you think?" The burly man suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "The first in Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Pei." The shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall was called Pei Buin, and it was recorded in the jade slip that the lady boss had given him. He was a 4th grade heaven opening master, and his strength was not bad. "The first in." Pei Buin rubbed his chin. "Ha, what a big name. Boy, why have you come here?" Yang Kai replied, "The purpose of this visit has been stated clearly in the letter. I'm here to collect a debt." Pei Buin chuckled. "Debt? What debt?" Yang Kai frowned, thinking to himself, "Isn't this asking the obvious? It was clearly stated in the letter, so it seems that this trip won't go smoothly." Thinking this, he said, "Shopkeeper Pei, someone from your side fought at the first inn and destroyed it, so the lady boss wants me to ask for compensation." Pei Buin clicked his tongue. "Someone fought at the first inn, that's amazing. Then who is this person you're talking about?" Yang Kai shook his head. "This boy doesn't know, nor do I know. Who knew what kind of people fought at the first inn? The lady boss definitely knew them, so how could a nobody like him know them? Moreover, he was hiding in the wishful pouch at the time, so he didn't even know when the first inn was destroyed." "Was this lord there?" Pei Buin asked again. Yang Kai shook his head. "No. Come closer and take a closer look. Was this lord among the people who fought at the first inn and destroyed it?" Pei Buin asked as he moved his face closer. "No." Yang Kai continued to shake his head. "Are you sure?" Pei Buin narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm sure." Chapter 39:48. Since it wasn't me who destroyed the first inn, why do you want me to compensate you? Pei Buin slammed the table beside him. His palm overflowed and the table fell apart. He glared at Yang Kai and said, "Kid, do you think I'm easy to bully? I wouldn't dare." Yang Kai lowered his head. "I'm just following orders." Pei Buin snorted coldly. "Go ahead and look for the person who destroyed your first inn. It's none of my business if someone else destroyed it." Yang Kai said, "Shopkeeper Pei is right. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. However, there's something I need to tell you." "Speak." Pei Buin looked at him. "Before we left, my lady boss said that we'll collect the debt. If we can't get it, she'll come here personally and have a good talk with all the shopkeepers. If it still doesn't work, then we'll go to the headquarters and have a good talk." Pei Buin chuckled and said, "Do you think I'm scared? Ask her to come. See if she can get a large sum of money from me. If she can, I'll call her great aunt." In a loud voice, Kai Yang said, "Junior will remember. I will definitely pass on this message to my family's lady boss. I'll take my leave." He cupped his hands and turned to leave. "Wait." Pei Buin suddenly thought of something and frowned. "Is there anything else?" Yang Kai turned to look at him. Pei Buin's eyes flickered. "You mentioned your lady boss just now. As far as I know, the people in charge of the first storehouse are mostly men. There are only a few women. What's your lady boss's name?" It was mainly because those few women were not to be trifled with. especially two of them. My lady boss is called Madame Lan. Yang Kai cupped his hands in the direction of the first inn with a respectful face. Pei Buin's face twitched. Madame Lan? Which Madame Lan? Yang Kai said, I don't know how many Madames Lan there are in the first inn. I haven't been with the lady boss for a long time, so I don't know much about the first inn. However, I have the lady boss's token. Would you like to take a look? Give it to me. Pei Buin stretched out his large hand. Yang Kai presented the jade tablet to Pei Buin with both hands. Pei Buin took the jade tablet and activated it slightly. His Adam's apple bobbed as he laughed dryly. So it's Madame Lan. Familiar, very familiar. I still remember when I visited the first inn a few hundred years ago. Madame Lan was very enthusiastic. Haha, in the blink of an eye, a few hundred years have passed. It's really... He really didn't know how to continue the conversation after a long while. Changing the topic, he asked, Has Madame Lan arrived at this star market? Yang Kai said, Yes, the first inn has also reopened. It's just a few streets away. Oh, Pei Buin nodded. Is there anything else, Manager Pei? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Lady boss, wait for me to report back. It's fine. Pei Buin waved his hand and handed the jade pendant to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed it, but he did not let go. Yang Kai looked at him and said, What's the meaning of this, Manager Pei? This jade pendant isn't worth much. If you want it, you can go to the first inn. Lady boss should have quite a few and can give you some. Why would I want this jade pendant? Pei Buin said angrily. He let go of his hand and said, Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let me think about it. As he said this, he stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. From time to time, he would reveal a thoughtful expression as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this, Yang Kai admired the lady boss even more. Pei Buin and the other idiots were terrified when they heard her name. Although they did not show it, how could Yang Kai not see it? He was really curious about what the lady boss had done to make such a big name in the 3,000 worlds. After a while, Pei Buin suddenly stopped, as if he had made up his mind about something. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, Kid, you want to collect your debt, right? Yang Kai replied, I want compensation. It's the same meaning you want money. Pei Buin waved his hand and looked at him. I see that your cultivation is not bad and you have already condensed the seal of Tao. How's your experience in fighting? Yang Kai frowned. This question was baffling. He pondered for a while and said, I came from the mini-universe world. In other words, he had fought his way up step by step. There was no need to say more about his experience in fighting. As soon as he said this, Pei Buin's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Good. He pointed at the arena below and said, Do you see that guy? Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the young man who won earlier was meditating with his legs crossed. It was obvious that he was adjusting his breath and healing his injuries. What do you mean, Manager Pei? Yang Kai asked. I want you to fight with him. I don't understand. Pei Buin hugged his shoulder and put his arm around his back. He lowered his voice and said, If you can beat him, I'll pay you the compensation. Yang Kai was surprised. Are you serious? Of course. How much? I'll pay you the full amount. What kind of stupid hobby was this? How bored was this guy? He actually liked to watch people fight. But then again, this kind of idiot couldn't be judged with common sense. It was undeniable that this proposal made Yang Kai somewhat tempted. The compensation limit was 10 million. If he took half of it, it would be 500,000. He just needed to fight and he could get the money. Could be considered very easy. Compared to other people who needed a month's time, Yang Kai didn't know if he could successfully fulfill the agreement. Yang Kai was still very interested. Most importantly, he borrowed some heaven-opening pills from Luo Hai yesterday. If he could get the 10 million, he could also return the money to her and stop thinking about it. Yang Kai had seen that young man's strength just now. He wasn't weak, but his foundation didn't seem very solid. If it was a one-on-one fight, Yang Kai was still very confident that he could beat him. He guessed that Pei Buin was probably afraid of the lady boss's reputation. Previously, He said that he would call her grandaunt if she deducted a large sum of money. This time he was probably looking for a way out. If he refused, it wouldn't look good for him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay, good." Pei Buin clapped his hands and laughed. "Wait a moment. That guy just had a hard fight and consumed a lot of energy. Let him recover first." Yang Kai naturally didn't have any objections. Pei Buin's figure flashed and entered the field. He said a few words to the young man. The young man looked over and nodded slightly. Then Pei Buin handed a jade bottle to the young man. It seemed to be some kind of healing pill. The young man didn't hesitate. He took out the pill and consumed it. Then he continued to meditate with his legs crossed. Pei Buin flashed back and said with a smile, "Wait for 2 hours." 2 hours wasn't a long time. However, in order to prevent Luo Hai from worrying, Yang Kai took out his communication device and told her that he was safe. He also told her that he was in the middle of a discussion and would only be able to leave after a while. On the other side, Pei Buin asked the servants to change the table. He served tea and started to chat with Yang Kai. 2 hours passed quickly. In the field, the young man stood up and waved at Yang Kai. "Shopkeeper Pei, I'm going down. Don't forget your promise." "Don't worry, I won't forget," Pei Buin said with a smile. Yang Kai walked to the center of the field. When he reached the center of the field, he cupped his fists and said, "Yang Kai." The young man also cupped his fists. However, the moment he raised his hand, his figure suddenly flashed and punched at Yang Kai's face. The terrifying fist force produced a sonic boom. The violent force wrapped around the fist as if Yang Kai had a deep hatred for him. It was a little different from what he had imagined. Yang Kai frowned and also punched out. With a loud bang, the two figures retreated. A strange look flashed in the young man's eyes. Apparently, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so stubborn. However, before he could recover, Yang Kai had already stabilized his body and rushed at him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was already in front of him, and a fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. The young man was shocked and hurriedly raised his hand to block, but he felt an unstoppable force spread out from his opponent's fist. This time, it was more than twice as strong as the first punch. Shocked, he tried to summon his artifact, but it was already too late. With a cracking sound, a sharp pain spread from his hand as his arm was broken. The next moment, a sky full of fist shadows shrouded him. The young man's face instantly turned ashen. In the stands, Pei Buin's pair of ox-like eyes showed a look of surprise at first, but then they became brighter and brighter, as if he had found a treasure. His nostrils were even breathing hot air. A series of thunderous booms rang out one after another. In the field, the young man could only block and was unable to fight back, falling into a disadvantageous position. For Yang Kai, fighting opponents above his realm was a common occurrence. He might not be a match for a heaven-opening realm master. After all, his opponent had already opened the heavens and earth and could use the world force, but as long as his opponent hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai had nothing to fear. If his opponent had tried peaceful means before resorting to force, Yang Kai wouldn't have gone too far. The key was that this young man had attacked without saying a word, so Yang Kai had no choice but to be ruthless. Although he was in human form, he possessed the strength of a 1,000-meter dragon, so how could an ordinary person compete with him in terms of strength? If his opponent had opened up a distance and competed with him using artifacts or secret techniques at the beginning, he might have been able to hold on for a while, but now that he had engaged in a melee battle, he was simply courting death. A short time later, after a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai threw out his last punch and the young man lay motionless on the ground, covered in blood. Yang Kai didn't kill him, but with such injuries, he would need at least 10 days to half a month to recuperate. Yang Kai returned to Pei Buin's side without panting, as if he had just warmed up. He cupped his fists and said, "Shopkeeper Pei, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." The group of servants looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, all of them surprised. Pei Buin even put his hands behind his back and circled around him, clicking his tongue and pinching his arm from time to time. Yang Kai was not used to this and frowned. "Shopkeeper Pei, as you said, I won. As for the compensation. Compensation? What compensation? Pei Buin stared at him. Yang Kai's face sank. Shopkeeper Pei, are you going back on your words? You clearly said just now that as long as I won, the guy below would give me money. Chapter 39-49. Did I say that? Pei Buin turned his head and looked around in bewilderment. No! The crowd shouted. Pei Buin looked at Yang Kai, crossed his hands behind his back, and said with a smile, You see, they all said no, so I definitely didn't say anything like that. Yang Kai's face twitched. He looked at him in disbelief. Shopkeeper Pei, are you serious? This guy was actually playing dumb. Yang Kai had never seen such a person before. For better or worse, he was a fourth-stage heaven opening master, and he was also the shopkeeper of a shop. People who did business had always been honest. It would be strange if he could run a business like this. If he didn't lose money, Yang Kai would follow his surname. He was indeed a fool. Luo Hai was right. Pei Buin smiled and didn't answer. Thank you. Yang Kai cupped his hands and turned to leave. Although he had been toyed with by the other party and his heart was filled with indignation, he was in the other party's territory and the difference in strength was so great that Kai Yang really couldn't do anything to him. He secretly swore to himself that he would go and drag the lady boss over to teach this bastard a lesson. Behind him, Pei Buin looked at him and stroked the stubble on his chin. Kid, help me fight another round and I'll definitely give you the 10 million. Yang Kai didn't stop. Once trust was broken, it was hard to make up for it. After suffering once, Yang Kai wouldn't fall again. I'll personally compensate you with 500,000 heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai pretended that he didn't hear anything. 1 million. Pei Buin gritted his teeth. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to walk out of the inner court, he immediately shouted, I swear on my own Dao seal. Yang Kai had 1 foot out of the inner court. After hearing this, his body froze in place. It was as if someone had cast a spell on him. After a while, he slowly turned around and walked back. Pei Buin grinned and watched Yang Kai walk to the side and sit down. He also sat down and moved his head closer. Kid, fight 1 round and I'll give you 11 million heaven-opening pills immediately. Make an oath first. Yang Kai held his teacup and didn't look at him. His eyes were indifferent. Pei Buin said, It's easy to swear, but I have another condition. You have to win. If you lose, not only will you lose the heaven-opening pellet, I won't let you off easily. Yang Kai glanced at him and saw the ominous glint in his eyes. He didn't seem to be joking, so he frowned and said, You can't expect me to fight a heaven-opening realm expert, right? Pei Buin said, Don't worry, your opponent isn't at the sky-opening realm. He's not even at the half-step sky-opening realm. He's not much weaker than you. Swear it. Yang Kai nodded. As long as his opponent wasn't at the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai didn't need to fear anything, let alone this opponent he had yet to meet who wasn't even at half-step heaven-opening. So confident, Pei Buin was surprised. He had been thinking of ways to get Yang Kai to fight, but now seeing Yang Kai's performance, he was a little nervous. If you trust me, then swear it. If you don't, then I'll leave right now. Yang Kai took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and stood up. Pei Buin frowned and looked hesitant, but after a short while, he suddenly stood up and solemnly swore, I, Pei Buin, swear on my own Dao seal, as long as, what's your name? The last sentence was for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai introduced himself just now, he probably didn't listen carefully. Yang Kai said it again. Pei Buin continued, As long as Yang Kai can win 1 more battle, I will give you 11 million heaven-opening pellets. If I go back on my words, may I, Pei Buin, cut off my future path and destroy my Dao. Yang Kai said calmly from the side, My opponent's cultivation. Pei Buin bared his teeth and swore again, adding Yang Kai's request. Only then did he look down. That should be enough. If you still can't do it, then you're going too far, kid. Yang Kai nodded. That's enough. This idiot swore on his own Dao seal, so he was quite trustworthy. No one dared to joke around with their Dao seal. If he really went back on his words, it would definitely leave a flaw in his heart. At that time, he might really cut off his future path and destroy his Dao. Yang Kai was a little curious. Why did this guy want him to fight with someone else? Was there any benefit for him? If there was no benefit, why would he pay 11 million heaven opening pellets? However, Yang Kai couldn't understand the thoughts of this idiot. He was too lazy to think about it. He stood up and said, "Where's my opponent? Call him out." The sooner he finished, the sooner he could leave. Pei Buin laughed mischievously. "Your opponent isn't here. How about this, you rest here for a night and recharge your energy. Tomorrow, I'll bring you over tomorrow and make a big scene." Yang Kai frowned. He realized that he seemed to have thought too simply about this matter. Listening to Pei Buin's words, it seemed like he was going to go somewhere to make a scene. Could it be that he had fallen into a trap? Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. There was nothing he could do. The matter had already been settled, and the 11 million heaven opening pellets were too tempting. At this time, he couldn't back out. He sent a message to Luo Hai, telling her to go back first and that he would look for her tomorrow. Then, under the guidance of the 100 Refinements Hall's servants, he entered a quiet room to rest. The 100 Refinements Hall's hospitality was very thoughtful. They sent Yang Kai a lot of nutritious food and even a few bottles of healing spirit pills. At a glance, he could tell that they were top-quality goods. If he took them out and sold them, they could fetch a lot of money. Yang Kai could vaguely feel that tomorrow's battle was very important to Pei Buin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested so much in him. The night passed without a word. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day that Pei Buin pushed open the door and entered. With his hands on his waist, he stood at the door like an iron tower. "Brat, are you ready?" Yang Kai stood up and said, "Let's go." There was nothing to prepare. It was just a fight with someone he didn't know. However, the more indifferent he appeared, the brighter Pei Buin's eyes became. This showed that he was confident. He grinned and waved his hand. "Follow me." After exiting the 100 Refinements Hall's door, Yang Kai saw Luo Hai standing not far away. He couldn't help but stop and wave at her. Luo Hai glanced over at Pei Buin with a timid expression, mainly because the oppressive feeling this guy gave off was too strong. His entire person was simply too fierce. Normally, if she saw such a person, she would definitely avoid him. But since Yang Kai had summoned her, she could only walk over and salute Pei Buin. "Greetings, shopkeeper Pei." Pei Buin looked at Luo Hai and then looked at Yang Kai. "Are you a woman?" Luo Hai's face turned red. She didn't know how to explain. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him. He looked at Luo Hai and said, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go back?" Luo Hai said, "I came back again. I thought that master might have something to do today." "I don't have anything to do today." Yang Kai smiled. He pondered for a moment and said, "If you don't have anything to do, you can come with me." He turned to look at Pei Buin and said, "Is it okay to bring one more person?" "It's okay. Just follow me." Pei Buin waved his hand. He had also brought some people with him. They were probably the shop staff. Speaking of which, the 100 Refinements Hall was also a place that sold artifacts. Unfortunately, it was deserted and the business was terrible. The shop staff had nothing to do in the shop. Otherwise, Pei Buin wouldn't have been able to bring so many people out. Yang Kai tilted his head at Luo Hai, indicating that she should follow. The two of them led the way in front while the group followed behind. The people on the street gave way from a distance, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Yang Kai was speechless. He knew that shopkeeper Pei was infamous. No wonder his business was in such a mess. If he was the owner behind the 100 Refinements Hall, he would have fired Pei Buin long ago. "Shopkeeper Pei, the fight will start soon. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly." Yang Kai said. Pei Buin nodded and said, "Indeed, I have to tell you some rules. Listen carefully. In the fight later, you are not allowed to use artifacts or take pills. You can only rely on your own strength to determine the winner. This is the most basic rule. Artifacts and pills cannot be used." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, then he had a huge advantage. Absolutely not. Pei Buen's expression was dignified. Don't be nervous and bring out your secret treasure. If that happens, even if you win, it'll be considered a loss. Yang Kai nodded and said, Don't worry, I won't use them. He didn't have many artifacts that he could use now. The ones he brought from the star boundary couldn't keep up with the pace. The mountains and rivers bell was destroyed last time. The only ones he could use now were the black dragon spear, the wish pouch, and the shadowless veil. Pei Buen continued, In this fight, life and death are not involved. In other words, if you have the ability, it doesn't matter if you kill them. Yang Kai asked curiously, You can kill in Star City? Didn't they say that private fights were not allowed here? Pei Buen laughed. Only in that place can you kill. However, if either side admits defeat, the fight will end immediately. You are not allowed to fight again. Otherwise, you will lose. He turned to look at Yang Kai. These are the 2 rules. Do you remember them clearly? I remember them clearly. Luo Hai's face suddenly turned pale. She said from the side, Shopkeeper Pei, are you talking about the Shura field? Pei Buen turned his head and smiled at her. His mouth was full of terrifying fangs. That's right, the Shura field. Luo Hai quickly pulled Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, Master, the Shura field is dangerous. Many people die every day. It's best not to go. Pei Buen laughed. It's too late. This kid has already promised me. He can't not go. Luo Hai heard and her eyes were filled with worry. Yang Kai smiled. Don't worry. Tell me, what kind of place is the Shura field? He probably wouldn't get anything from Pei Buen. Since Luo Hai knew, he might as well ask her. Luo Hai thought for a moment and explained, Among the 36 heavenly paradises, there is a place called the Shura Paradise. The people in the Shura Paradise are bloodthirsty and cruel. They are not to be trifled with. They set up an Shura field in every star city for people to fight. Life and death are not allowed. Those who win a battle in the Shura field will receive some rewards. If they win consecutively, the rewards will be doubled until they reach the maximum reward they set. In the center of the main hall were 3 thick pillars. On these pillars, there were rows upon rows of shining words. Pei Buen turned around and said, You all wait here for a moment. I will find someone to make arrangements. After he finished speaking, he led the 2 shop assistants away. After he left, Luo Hai walked over. She softly said, Master, do you really want to fight? The Azura field is a dangerous place. If you don't have to fight, then it's best not to. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's something that has already been decided. Luo Hai's expression darkened. She exhorted, Then Master, you must be careful later. When fighting in the Azura field, you will do anything. You can't treat it with ordinary experience. I know. Yang Kai nodded. He looked in the direction of the 3 pillars and asked, Are those the heaven, earth, and mortal lists? When he entered, he had already noticed these 3 pillars. Couldn't be helped. These 3 pillars were built too conspicuously. It was difficult to miss them. Moreover, the top of these 3 pillars were engraved with the words, Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Naturally, it was clear at a glance. Luo Hai nodded and said, That's right. Those are the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal lists. Yang Kai raised his head to examine. After a glance, he realized that the names on these lists were quite interesting. Most of them didn't look like names, but more like code names or aliases. For example, there were names like Black Fox and Thousand Knives. There were also some names that were more normal and should be real names. Moreover, on these 3 lists, the colors of the names of the people ranked at the top and the people ranked at the bottom were different. The names of the top 3 were written in dark gold. The 4th to 10th were written in gold. The 10th to 30th were written in silver. The 30th and below were written in white. On each list, there were only 100 names, no more and no less. These names were not engraved on the pillars. Instead, they were left on them using a strange method. As he was looking, one of the names on the Earth list suddenly dimmed. This attracted Yang Kai's attention. He asked in confusion, "Why did this name turn gray?" Luo Hai's face turned slightly pale. "He's dead." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai was stunned. This name that had turned gray was originally silver. He was ranked 15th. Obviously, his strength was not low. Now that he was dead, it could be seen how dangerous the battles in this Azura field were. Although the rewards here were generous, they needed to be won with one's life. A normal cultivator would not have the courage to do so. After a moment of being stunned, the name that had turned gray suddenly collapsed and disappeared. It was removed from the Earth lists. Following that, the names that were originally ranked below him all jumped up a row. At the bottom of the list, a brand new name appeared, making up the number of 100. Chapter 39:51. At a certain moment, the noise outside the private room slowly subsided. Pei Buen's voice was heard. "Get ready." Yang Kai opened his eyes and slowly got up. The door was pushed open from the outside. A man stood at the door and cupped his hands. "Manager Pei, I'm here to bring someone into the arena." Pei Buen nodded and waved his hand. "Go ahead." The man glanced around the room and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He turned sideways and gestured, "Please, Lord Yang, be careful." Luo Hai whispered behind him. Yang Kai did not turn back. He waved his hand and followed the man out. After he left, Pei Buen gave a look to a waiter beside him. The waiter swallowed his saliva. "Manager, how much do you want to bet?" "All in," Pei Buen said in a low voice. The waiter's face turned pale when he heard that. "Manager, please think twice. Took you a lot of effort to borrow this money. If you lose, you won't be able to answer to the headquarters. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Pei Buen shouted. The waiter quickly covered his mouth. "Just do as I say. Don't talk nonsense." The waiter loosened his hand and said anxiously, "All in on Yang Kai. Do you want to bet on you, Luocha?" Pei Buen was so angry that he kicked the waiter away. He turned around and stared at the Azura arena below with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, he grinned and turned to look at the confused Luo Hai. He said, "In the future, I will eat sh*t and eat meat. It depends on whether this kid can win this round." Although he was the manager of the 100 Refinements Hall, he was not good at business. He was addicted to gambling. Not only did he not earn money in the star market, he even lost a lot. Seeing that Great Altar was about to come to check his accounts, if he didn't find a way to fill this hole, he would definitely be punished by Great Altar. Although he had borrowed a lot of money during this time and had even pawned his artifacts, there was still a large gap. He didn't have much time left, so he wanted to come to the Azura Arena to earn some money. In the Azura Arena, although the winner could obtain a certain reward, it was still not worth mentioning compared to the bets outside. If not, why would Pei Buen choose a candidate to fight in the Azura Arena? Previously, he had found a good one. Unfortunately, he was beaten by Yang Kai with just a few punches and kicks. This gave Pei Buen a chance to make money. As long as Yang Kai could win this round, not only would he be able to make up for his deficit, but he would also be able to pay off his debt. Even if he couldn't become rich, at least he wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. However, if he lost this round, then he would truly be consigned to eternal damnation. This gamble was staking his own future and destiny. He didn't tell Yang Kai before. Firstly, he didn't want to say anything. Secondly, he was afraid that Yang Kai would feel pressured. Seeing his sinister smile, Luo Hai couldn't help but turn pale, not knowing what to say. On the other side, under the man's lead, Yang Kai entered a tunnel. He walked all the way to the end, where a large door blocked his way. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the man who led the way. The man smiled and said, "Wait a moment." Cheers rose and fell like a tide. Even though there was a large door between them, they could feel the enthusiasm of the spectators in the Azura Arena. Behind the large door should be the Azura Arena. Someone was introducing Yu Luosha in a bewitching tone. Although the cheers were loud, Yang Kai could still hear it clearly. In that person's introduction, Yu Luosha's battle record in the Azura arena was 172 wins, 8 draws, and 1 loss. Such a battle record could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was also a standard that only the strong could have. As for this person's opponents, 60% of them died in the Azura arena, 30% were crippled, and only 10% survived. Following that person's introduction in a low voice, the cheers in the Azura arena became louder and louder. Then, the voice changed and shouted, "Today's challenger is a nameless person, Yang Kai." As the voice fell, the large door that had been blocking Yang Kai's path slowly opened. Light shone in, accompanied by deafening cheers, and the Azura arena appeared in front of him. The voice in the arena continued, "Is it the ignorant who is fearless or the fierce dragon who crossed the river? Let us wait and see." Step down. The man standing beside Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai cupped his fists and walked forward. The voice of the person behind him said, "Boy, if you can't win, you can admit defeat. It won't be fun to lose your life." Stepping into the Azura arena, Yang Kai appeared on a high platform. There was another high platform 100 feet away, and on the high platform, a figure stood quietly. Presumably, that was his opponent, Yu Luosha. Yang Kai looked up and found that this person was just as he thought, a woman. When he saw the name Yu Luosha just now, Yang Kai faintly guessed. After all, if it was a man, he would not use such a name. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. Yu Luosha was very tall, with fair skin and an enchanting figure. Her clothes were also very simple. Her tight clothes outlined her exquisite curves, revealing a pair of jade-like arms that dazzled the eyes. Although she was just standing there quietly, Yang Kai could still feel a murderous aura coming from her. Many people had died under this woman's hands. Her eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded slightly. Yu Luosha's expression was indifferent, and there was no fluctuation in her watery eyes. At this moment, the surrounding scenery changed, and the surrounding stands disappeared, blocked by a layer of restrictions. Then, the terrain rolled and squirmed, and a hot aura filled the air. In just a moment, the entire Azura arena turned into a vast desert. Yang Kai looked up and saw a round sun hanging in the sky. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, and the entire desert was steaming hot. He was surprised. Although he heard from Pei Buin that the terrain in the Azura arena could change, he did not expect that even the sun could be transformed. Thinking about it, this desert should be the battlefield, and it should be randomly changed. This was easy to deal with. The desert was empty, and there was no place to hide. Other than a direct confrontation, there was no need to think of any other schemes and tricks. A figure flashed in the corner of his eyes, followed by a strong wind. Yang Kai laughed. "You people, why didn't you say hello before attacking? It was like this yesterday in the 100 Refinements Hall, and it was the same today." However, thinking about it, the Azura arena was unscrupulous, and this method could not be considered a sneak attack. He could only say that his reaction was a little slow. Although he had dodged her attack in that critical moment, he had still been shaken and his organs had tumbled around. He chuckled and said, "You're not bad yourself." This woman was truly experienced in battle. She was truly worthy of being a disciple of the Azura heaven. He had actually been suppressed by her to the point of suffocating. This was something that had never happened before. Chapter 3952. Yu Luosha's series of attacks flowed smoothly without the slightest bit of sloppiness, giving people a dazzling feeling. No wonder she could make such a great name for herself in the Azura arena, and her ranking was also frighteningly high. Based on her series of actions just now, there were not many under the half-step heaven-splitting realm who could block her, and any careless mistake could cost them their life. Yang Kai's blood was boiling. Since coming out of this world, he had not had a proper fight. All the people he had encountered were existences far stronger than him, so there was no way he could fight them. This was one of the rare battles of the same realm, and it was when he had chased after Feng Tai. With two heaven-splitting realm masters by his side, it had not been difficult at all. It had been the same in the 100 Refinements Hall yesterday. For someone like him who had grown up through fighting, not moving his hands and feet for such a long time made his hands itch. As such, even though he had suffered a small loss, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a prey. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai raised his hand and beckoned to Yu Luocha, his face filled with arrogance. Seeing this, Yu Luocha's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expressionless face slowly curled into a subtle smile. No one had ever dared to provoke her like this in the Azura field, not even the 3 people ranked higher than her. Although she was ranked 4th on the mortal ranking, her strength was not much lower than the 3 people ranked before her. Any one of them would have to use their full strength against her. But today, there was an unknown person who had not even left his name on the mortal ranking who dared to act so presumptuously in front of her. Yu Luocha stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, as if she had seen some delicious food, her appetite greatly aroused. In the next instant, a sandstorm kicked up and a large hole appeared in the ground. Yu Luocha shot out like an arrow from a bow, leaving behind several afterimages as she floated behind Yang Kai like a ghost. Raising her foot, Emperor's chi madly surged as she swept it towards Yang Kai's head. The power of this kick was incomparably terrifying, and even if there was a mountain in front of her, it would be crushed. The back of Yang Kai's head seemed to open a pair of eyes as he raised his hand and grabbed her ankle. In the blink of an eye, he caught her ankle and sneered, "Let's see where you can run now." Just as he finished speaking, Kai Yang's face changed. This was because the little foot that he was grabbing suddenly lost its strength and slipped out of his palm. Immediately after, a warm body climbed onto his back. The body was warm and soft, but it gave people a kind of frightening feeling. It was as if it wasn't the body of a woman that had climbed onto his back, but rather a python that wanted to swallow him whole. Yu Luocha's 2 legs and arms were twisted into unimaginable arcs, tightly binding Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to exert any of his brute strength. Yu Luocha's low and gentle voice sounded, like a soul-stirring voice from the 9 hells. "How do you want to die?" Without waiting for Yang Kai to answer, Yu Luocha opened her mouth and bit towards Yang Kai's neck. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing in a life-or-death battle, so Yang Kai had a very strange feeling in his heart, but it did not stop him from reaching out and grabbing Yu Luocha's hair behind him, pulling hard. Yu Luocha let out a muffled groan. She was so close to biting Yang Kai's neck, but under the strong pull, she had no choice but to raise her head, a cold light flashing across her eyes as her hair trembled under the force of her emperor chi. Yang Kai hissed and quickly let go, but it was still a little too late, and a series of small cuts appeared on his palm. However, in this short moment of respite, Yang Kai finally had time to circulate his emperor chi and shake his body. A copious amount of power surged forth, and Yu Luocha, who was entangled with his body, was shaken off. However, this woman didn't leave. Instead, she took advantage of this opportunity to fly around Kai Yang, her pair of jade-like palms filling the sky, her fine black hair dancing in the wind, attacking Kai Yang from all kinds of unimaginable angles. From a distance, Yang Kai stood motionless in place, but there was a figure moving around beside him, up and down, left and right. With a series of banging sounds, Yang Kai's clothes were instantly torn apart. Although it looked like he was at a disadvantage, from the beginning until now he had suffered quite a bit, Kai Yang's expression was extremely calm. At this time, the benefits of having a strong physique were displayed. Although Yu Luocha was able to injure him, her strength was limited. Unless she hit a vital point, she couldn't do anything to him. On the other hand, if Yu Luocha were to take a punch or kick from him, she would definitely not have a good end. Inside the private room, Pei Buin stood in front of the windowsill with his hands behind his back, closely watching the battle below. The 100 Refinements Hall staff next to him were shouting and yelling, looking extremely thrilling. "Shut up, all of you!" Pei Buin suddenly shouted angrily. The few shop assistants were so scared that they immediately shut their mouths. Luo Hai said with a worried look, "Shopkeeper Pei, can Lord Yang win?" With her eyesight, she could only see that Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, but she could not see the situation on the field clearly. Pei Buin chuckled and said, "Who knows until the end? It's best if he wins. However, in the current situation, if he doesn't get rid of you, Luocha, it will be difficult for him to win." As soon as these words fell, Pei Buin suddenly raised his brow and grinned. "You're really something." In the Azura field, accompanied by an explosion, Yu Luocha was suddenly sent flying. While in mid-air, she spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. The two people who had been entangled with each other finally separated. Yang Kai's clothes were tattered and he looked extremely miserable, but Yu Luocha obviously did not have a good time either. She had been entangled with Yang Kai for a long time and was always careless. She took a punch from Yang Kai and did not have time to resolve it, causing her internal organs to roll endlessly. "It's a draw." Yang Kai glanced sideways and grinned at Yu Luocha. "It's my turn." His body did not move, but he appeared in front of Yu Luocha like a ghost and pointed a finger at her. This finger seemed to be as light as a feather without any strength, but it caused Yu Luocha's pupils to shrink. With a tap of her feet, she floated back. A small blood-red flower suddenly appeared where she was originally standing. The flower looked as if it was made of blood, bright red, and an extremely dense baleful aura came from it. One step, one flower. Yu Luocha retreated 10 steps. 10 small flowers took shape in the golden desert. When each flower appeared, it was like an invisible beast that wanted to devour its prey. Yang Kai followed like a shadow. Wherever he passed, the 10 small flowers withered. Yu Luocha's expression finally changed. She formed a seal with one hand and the withered small flowers collapsed. Petals filled the vast void, turning into a rain of petals that fell on Yang Kai. Each petal was strong enough to cut through gold and break jade. Yang Kai maintained his posture and the space principles around him surged. Around his body, small cracks in the void appeared almost imperceptible, but they enveloped him. The petals attacked, but before they could get close, they were cut into pieces by the cracks in the void. Yang Kai pointed a finger and a crescent blade slashed towards Yu Luocha. It was so close that it was almost impossible to dodge. Yu Luocha bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a cloud of blood. The blood mist instantly turned into a blood-red barrier that blocked the crescent blade. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Luocha tapped her feet and hurriedly put some distance between her and Yang Kai. Before, it was Yang Kai who had done everything possible to guard against her, but now it was the other way around. It could only be said that the wheel of fortune had changed. Every dog had its day. Separated by several hundred feet, the two stared at each other. Yang Kai was smiling, but Yu Luocha's expression had become incomparably solemn. It was only at this moment that she discovered that her opponent was not simple. He was not a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. Since she had suffered a small loss in close combat, she could only use her magical powers. Gently exhaling, Yu Luocha formed a seal. Blood chi surged from her exquisite body and a blood-red flower suddenly appeared under her feet. This red flower looked similar to the one she had just summoned, but it was much larger. Yu Luocha stood on top of it, completely unaffected. Opposite her, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and a dozen pitch-black crescent blades whistled through the air. Yu Luocha remained motionless, waiting for the crescent blades to close in on her. Suddenly, the blood-red flower under her feet began to emit a dense layer of light. Immediately, a blood-red curtain of light enveloped her from bottom to top. With a sizzling sound, the crescent blades slashed at the blood-red curtain of light, but were unable to break it open. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He was well aware of the power of the crescent blades, but this blood-red flower was actually able to completely block them. It seemed that it was indeed sturdy. Yu Luocha changed her hand seal and muttered something under her breath. When she opened her arms, huge blood-red flowers suddenly appeared out of thin air and filled the entire Azura field. In an instant, Yang Kai was surrounded by a sea of flowers. Apart from the blood-red sky, there was nothing else in front of him. Even Yu Luocha had disappeared. Yang Kai used his divine sense to scan his surroundings, but he was unable to detect Yu Luocha's whereabouts. At a certain moment, a strange sound rang out. Amidst the swirling petals, a blood-red spear pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning. This spear was composed of flower petals and was filled with a strange fragrance and murderous intent. Yang Kai raised his hand and struck out, his emperor chi surging as the blood-red spear collapsed. However, before Yang Kai could breathe a sigh of relief, Yu Luocha's figure mysteriously emerged from the dancing petals less than a meter away from Yang Kai. Her slender jade-like palm slammed down, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yang Kai had been on guard for a long time, so he was not surprised. Grinning, he punched out, hitting Yu Luocha's body. The next moment, Yang Kai frowned because he did not feel like he had hit anything. Instead, he saw Yu Luocha's body suddenly collapse, turning into a rain of petals. A strong wind blew behind his head, causing Yang Kai's eyes to shrink. Space principles surged, and he instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 meters to the left. Looking around, Yu Luocha had appeared where she had originally been standing, holding a flower petal in her hand and shattering her afterimage. Both of them turned their heads and saw a strong fighting spirit and competitive spirit in each other's eyes. However, after a moment, Yu Luocha actually dispersed again, turning into a rain of petals. This was not Yu Luocha's true body. Chapter 39:53. The spectators in the stands around the Azura field could no longer see what was going on. The entire Azura field was wrapped in blood-red flowers, and one could only vaguely make out the silhouettes within. Even so, it did not hinder the enthusiasm of these spectators. Loud shouts and cries could be heard incessantly. Many people were loudly shouting Yu Luocha's name. It could be seen that this woman was quite popular in the Azura arena. She was beautiful, had a good figure, and was strong, so she was naturally sought after by many men. In the private room, Pei Buin stared at the battlefield below with a dignified expression. With his fourth-grade heaven-opening eyesight, he could naturally see the situation clearly. If he were in Yang Kai's shoes, he would have no choice but to admit defeat. Yang Kai couldn't even find where Yu Luocha's real body was. So how could he win? If he wanted to win, he had to find Yu Luocha's whereabouts first. But did he have the eyesight to do so? In the Azura field, Yang Kai was also feeling a headache. If possible, he didn't want to reveal too many of his trump cards. After all, this was the Azura field, and many people were watching this battle. Revealing some of his trump cards might lead to some trouble. But now that Yu Luocha was acting like this, not even revealing her whereabouts, Yang Kai was really helpless. Lowering his head slightly, the hair in front of his forehead cast a thick shadow, allowing the petals to dance around him and the murderous intent to fill the air. Yang Kai remained motionless. A strange sound rang out again as the petals fluttered, forming a boundless killing array. Behind this killing array, Yu Luocha's figure was faintly discernible, her eyes emotionless. It wasn't until the sea of flowers was about to reach him that Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, his emperor chi madly surging as void cracks appeared around him like swimming fish. The sea of flowers collapsed, and the void cracks gradually disappeared. Yu Luocha, who was following closely behind the sea of flowers, raised her hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai ignored this and turned his head to look in a certain direction, a golden light blooming from his left eye as he grinned. "Is it fun to hide here and there?" As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai had already rushed over, his hands fluttering as he formed a series of hand seals and muttered, "Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, shuttle like a dream." He slammed his palm down. Amidst the sea of flowers, Yu Luocha acted as if she was facing a great enemy. Her pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. No matter how she thought about it, she could not understand how the other party had discovered her whereabouts so quickly. When she looked up, she saw that Yang Kai's left eye had turned into a golden vertical slit. That vertical slit was full of majesty, as if it could look directly into the depths of her soul and pry into the secrets hidden in the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. He came to a sudden realization. This fellow had clearly cultivated some kind of profound eye technique. No wonder he could reach such a level. She wanted to dodge, but her thoughts stopped in that instant. By the time she came back to her senses, the might of that palm was already upon her. There was a deafening roar, and the endless sea of flowers seemed to have received a command. They rolled over and gathered in front of her to form a sturdy barrier. As the flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal slammed down, the sea of flowers collapsed, revealing Yu Luocha's true body, a slightly flustered expression on her face. This scene made the onlookers wonder who had won and who had lost. Luo Hai also couldn't tell. Since the appearance of the sea of flowers, she couldn't see anything. At this moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Shopkeeper Pei, did Lord Yang win?" Pei Buin turned his head, giving Luo Hai a fright. Because in this short period of time, this guy's eyes were blood red, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. Luo Hai couldn't help but take a few steps back, and her body tensed up. Pei Buin grinned and spat out 2 words, "He won." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. He won. He raised his arms high in excitement, as if he was the one who had won. There was no way he wouldn't be excited. He was at the end of his rope, borrowing money to settle his debts. But he still didn't have enough. He had no choice but to gamble, and he actually turned the tables. In this way, he no longer had to worry about the headquarters sending people to check the accounts. While Pei Buin was laughing, Yang Kai raised his hand and lightly tapped Yu Luocha's forehead. Yu Luocha's entire body fell to the ground with a loud bang. His eyes were wide open, but there wasn't the slightest bit of life in them. Before the furious lotus secret art was cracked, Yu Luocha could forget about waking up from the unity of body and mind. Seeing this scene, how could the spectators not know the result? On the stands, there was an uproar. Yu Luocha, ranked 4th on the Azura list, actually lost to an unknown brat? The key point was that they didn't even see how Yu Luocha lost. Many people had bet heavily on Yu Luocha, and at this time they were naturally cursing and shouting that the Azura field was secretly manipulated, and that there was a shady plot. On the other hand, the Azura field turned a deaf ear and completely ignored them. That inexplicable voice sounded again, announcing Yang Kai's victory. In the field, the scenery changed. The desert quickly disappeared, and the 2 tall platforms once again stood tall. A woman rushed into the Azura field and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Then, she picked up Yu Luocha and disappeared in a flash. It seemed that she was thinking of a way to treat him. Yang Kai leisurely returned through the original passage. In the passage, the guy who led him here was still there, and he nodded slightly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting and walked straight into Pei Buin's private room. "Lord Yang." A few of the 100 Refinements Hall's staff immediately greeted him. Their attitude was extremely warm, and they nodded and bowed for a while. Yang Kai glanced around and frowned. "Where's your manager?" There was no trace of Pei Buin in the private room. Did this guy run away? Thinking about it, it didn't seem right. The 100 Refinements Hall was still there, so where could he go? Moreover, this guy had sworn on his Taoist heart before, so he wouldn't break the promise. Luo Hai said, "Manager Pei went to ask for money." "What money?" Yang Kai was stunned. Luo Hai glanced at the workers from the 100 Refinements Hall and said, "Shopkeeper Pei has placed a bet on you. If you win, he wins." Yang Kai laughed. "He has so much confidence in me? How much did he bet on me?" Luo Hai shook her head. She didn't know either. Yang Kai looked at the 100 Refinements Hall staff, and one of them smiled apologetically. "Not much, not much." "How much is not much?" Yang Kai didn't give up. The staff raised a finger. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. 1 million. The staff shook his head. 10 million. Yang Kai was shocked. The staff nodded. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Pei Buin was indeed a fool. He didn't know much about him, but he had the guts to bet 10 million heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed, and he frowned. "What are my odds?" The shop assistant's expression suddenly became slightly awkward as he scratched his face awkwardly. Friend. The lady boss sneered. You've only been in Star City for a few days. Where do you have friends? Male or female? What do you care? Yang Kai really wanted to say something, but he was afraid of angering this woman, so he could only say, female. As soon as he said this, the feather duster came down again. The lady boss said with disappointment, You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You go around fooling around. You've only been here for a few days and you've already spent the night at someone's house. They quickly put the log on the ground and ran out of sight. After suffering a loss, Yang Kai and Lao Bai were much more obedient in the next few days. They came back at night and went out again in the morning to collect the debt. After a few days, most of the people who were supposed to run had run. All that was left was to wait for a month. Luo Hai paid the money, and Yang Kai specially treated her to a meal as a thank you. In fact, Yang Kai wanted to bring Luo Hai into the first inn. The business of the first inn was good now. The shop staff were too busy. It would be less pressure to have one more helper. If Luo Hai could enter the first inn, it would be a good thing for her. Not to mention whether the pay would be higher than if she was a guide. At least she would have something to look forward to in the future. After all, it was the first inn. Even if it was just a servant, they were not people that ordinary people could provoke. However, Yang Kai felt that he did not have any right to speak in the first inn. The lady boss had been picking at him recently. She did not like him no matter where he went. At this time, it would be counterproductive. Yang Kai decided to wait for some time. After he got all the debt back, he would take the opportunity to mention it. It would be best if the lady boss agreed, but he would not lose anything even if she did not. He did not tell Luo Hai about this. It would not be too late to tell her when it was confirmed. He thought that she would not refuse such good intentions. The next few days passed peacefully. During the day, he would run errands in the first inn. At night, when most of the customers had left, he would have time to cultivate. During this time, the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Buin, came a few times. After paying a visit to the lady boss, he went straight to Yang Kai. The meaning behind his words was that he wanted to rope him into the Azura field to earn money again. Yang Kai was naturally not interested. Although he had defeated Yu Luosha last time, he had also exposed the existence of the demon eye of annihilation. If the people of the 10,000 Devil Realm were to find out, he did not know what kind of trouble it would cause. Moreover, Yang Kai was not short of money now. He had not spent the 1 million he had last time. What he wanted was not something that could be bought with money. A 7th grade heaven opening talent was not something that could be measured by the heaven opening pill. He was not in a hurry to repay the 16 million he owed the lady boss. Naturally, there was no need for him to go to the Azura field. Time flew by and the 1-month deadline was up. Yang Kai went out leisurely. Following the route he had taken a month ago, he went door to door to ask for money. Could be said that it went smoothly. Those second-class forces could not afford to provoke the first inn. Bai Qi was overjoyed and quickly poured wine for him. You're very kind. Here's to you. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the two brothers went on their way together. The Fengyun auction house was a big shop. It was located in the center of Star City, and its location was excellent. When Bai Qi led Yang Kai to the Fengyun auction house, the two of them looked forward in surprise. They saw that the entrance of the Fengyun auction house was crowded with people. The workers of the auction house were enthusiastically welcoming some famous guests into the auction house. There was also a well-dressed elderly man at the door who kept cupping his hands. What's going on? Yang Kai frowned. Bai Qi pondered for a moment and suddenly said, It seems that they have an auction today. Yes, they do have an auction today. No wonder there are so many people. Without giving the two of them a chance to speak, Yun Zhenhua said, This old man doesn't know the truth of the first inn's destruction. nor do I know whether the experts of the first inn were involved. If you want to ask for compensation, I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. Today, my Feng Yun auction house has a very important auction. This old man has something important to do, so please excuse me. See you out." After saying that, he turned around and left, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai and Lao Bai. Just as he finished speaking, two men in tight robes pushed the door open and entered, staring coldly at Yang Kai and Bai Qi. These two men had powerful auras around them, and world force fluctuated. They were clearly heaven-opening realm cultivators. "Shopkeeper Yun! Shopkeeper Yun!" Bai Qi shouted and was about to chase after them. But before he reached the door, he was slapped on the shoulder by one of the men, and he was immediately immobilized. Under the pressure of the other party, Bai Qi slowly squatted down and faintly looked like he was about to kneel down. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he saw this, and he immediately threw a punch. The other man came over and gently raised his hand, stopping his fist, and grinned. "You dare to fight in the Feng Yun auction house? You're courting death." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Try it if you dare. The people of the first inn aren't cowards." He had only come to collect a debt and hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Yang Kai was furious. Bringing out the name of the first inn finally made the two of them fearful. The man who was suppressing Lao Bai slowly let go, saving Lao Bai from the fate of being embarrassed. "Please, the two of you," one of the heaven-opening realm cultivators gestured with his hand. Lao Bai rubbed his shoulder and gritted his teeth as he glared at the man who had almost made him kneel down. His eyes were bloodshot as he said fiercely, "Second stage heaven-opening realm, very good. I'll remember this. When I advance to heaven-opening realm, the first thing I'll do is make you kneel in front of me and call me father." So much nonsense. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. The man sneered, not afraid at all. Heaven-opening realm was not so easy to advance. Even if the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements was completely condensed, if one wanted to split open the world in their body, they had to bear a huge risk. If they were careless, their body would explode, and there was no other outcome. Moreover, the higher the grade of heaven-opening realm, the greater the risk. As such, for a cultivator, it was not that the better the quality of the energy they condensed, the brighter their future would be. Instead, they had to act according to their ability. If you felt that you could only reach the 4th stage of heaven-opening realm, then it was best to condense 4th stage materials. Forcefully condensing 5th or 6th stage materials would not bring you any benefits in the future. The other party's fist was bigger, and they were in his territory. Although Yang Kai and Bai Qi were extremely furious, they could only grit their teeth and accept their fate. Under the escort of the two heaven-opening realm cultivators, the two of them were thrown out from the back door. Standing on the busy street, Bai Qi's anger soared to the heavens. "Let's go back and find the lady boss." Yun Zhenhua's attitude was too obvious. This matter was already not something that the two of them could resolve, unless the lady boss personally came. As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the first inn. After taking a few steps, he noticed that Yang Kai was not following. So he turned his head and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to take this lying down?" Kai Yang glanced at him. "I can't bear it, so I'm going to find the lady boss." Previously, he did not want to alarm the lady boss because he did not want to appear too incompetent. However, he had no choice but to do so now. "There's no need to find the lady boss." Yang Kai's eyes turned a few times, and he looked up at the Feng Yun auction house thoughtfully. "What do you think?" Bai Qi walked back. If Yang Kai could find a way to collect the debt without alarming the lady boss, it would naturally be for the best. Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. Bai Qi leaned over, and Yang Kai whispered in his ear. After a moment, Bai Qi looked at him in disbelief. "Isn't this too vicious? If we really do this, the Feng Yun auction house's reputation will be ruined." Yang Kai sneered, soft-hearted. "We'll try peaceful means before resorting to force. If he ignores us, we can't avoid using some underhanded means." Bai Qi was still a little hesitant. "But we don't have the money." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something and came to a realization. Yang Kai raised his head and looked around. Let's not think about other things first. At the very least, we have to find a way to enter this auction house. He had just been thrown out from the back door, and he was afraid that he would not be able to enter at this time. If he could not even enter the main door, then there was no need to think about what would happen next. If he was alone, it would be easy. In the past month, Yang Kai had been refining the 7 faces every night. Now that he was almost done, he could use them. As long as he took out the 7 faces, he would be able to transform into another person's appearance. Naturally, he could enter the venue without anyone noticing. However, it would not be possible to bring Bai Qi along. Just as he was considering whether to act alone, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He waved his hand and said, "Follow me." Not far from the other side of the street, a group of people on horses galloped over. The leader was a big man with a fierce expression. It was the shopkeeper of the 100 Refinements Hall, Pei Bu-wan. Pei Bu-wan had been living quite comfortably recently. With Yang Kai's help, he had earned 40 million opening heaven pills, paid off his debts, and settled the store's accounts. Headquarters had sent people to check the accounts, but they did not find anything wrong. Instead, they praised him, saying that he was good at business and that he had to work harder in the future to make more contributions to headquarters. Just as he was walking forward, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards him. He immediately grinned. "Young boy!" "Shopkeeper Pei." Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Long time no see, you still look as good as before." Although this hooligan had gone to the first inn to find him and asked him to go to the Azura field to fight again, Yang Kai had refused. After a few times, Pei Bu-wan did not show up again. Yang Kai did not expect to meet him here today. Chapter 3957. That's right. I am here to participate in the auction. Pei Bu-wan nodded slowly. It was true. Yang Kai was delighted. He cupped his hands and said, "If that's the case, I would like to ask Shopkeeper Pei for a favor." Pei Bu-wan chuckled and said, "Go ahead. Shopkeeper Pei, please bring us 2 brothers into the auction house." When Pei Bu-wan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "This auction house isn't a forbidden area. If you want to enter, then just go in. There are 2 entrances over there. One is for those who have an invitation, those who have a reputation in Star City. The other one is for those who don't have an invitation. As long as you show your wealth, then the auction house will naturally let you in. Didn't you make a lot of money last time? You are fully qualified to enter." Yang Kai had seen this situation before. The auction house did have 2 entrances for those with invitations and those without. However, this was meaningless to Yang Kai and Lao Bai. If they swaggered in, they would definitely be refused entry. If they followed Pei Bu-wan, they still had some hope of sneaking in. Pei Bu-wan also reacted, his brow furrowing as he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Did you get into some kind of trouble?" Yang Kai said innocently, "Us 2 brothers are honest people. How could we get into trouble?" "Shopkeeper Pei, you worry too much." He had no credibility at all. Just now, he had promised that he would help if he could, but he did not immediately agree. Pei Bu-wan had a look of disbelief. Yang Kai could only say, "How about this, Shopkeeper Pei? Haven't you been asking me to go to the Shura Arena to fight again? If you can help me, I will accompany you to the Shura Arena again." It would have been better if Pei Bu-wan did not mention the Shura Arena. Once it was mentioned, Pei Bu-wan's expression changed slightly. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No, no." What was going on? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Didn't this guy look for him a few times and try to persuade him to go to the Shura Arena? Why was he avoiding him like a snake when he took the initiative to mention it today? Yang Kai thought that he had lost miserably at the Azura Arena, but he did not know that the lady boss had warned Pei Bu-wan. This fellow had gone to the inn to look for Yang Kai several times. The lady boss naturally noticed this and found an opportunity to chat with Pei Bu-wan. Only then did she know that he had brought Yang Kai to the Azura field. She was immediately furious and almost broke Pei Bu-wan's arm. She gave him a fierce warning. If she knew that Yang Kai had been brought to the Azura field again, she would immediately flip the 100 Refinements Hall upside down. If that was not the case, why would Pei Buin give up on the path of making money? It was not to the extent that he did not look for Yang Kai recently. Frowning, Pei Buin pointed at the two men who came with him. You too, take off your clothes. Although he didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to sneak into the auction house with him, it definitely wasn't anything good. So, after giving his instructions, he looked at Yang Kai and said, You two can sneak in with me, but once we're inside, we'll part ways. No problem, thank you, shopkeeper Pei. Yang Kai and Bai Qi looked at each other and grinned. Not long after, the two changed their clothes and blended into the crowd. They followed behind Pei Buin and slowly walked toward the auction house. At the door, there was no trace of Yun Zhenhua. The auction was about to begin and he was probably busy with other things. This made Yang Kai and Bai Qi feel slightly relieved. If Yun Zhenhua was still here to greet the guests, they would definitely not be able to enter. Now that Yun Zhenhua was not here, there was still some hope of sneaking in. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed his power to sneak into the auction house. Now, it seemed that this guy was stirring up trouble and bidding maliciously. However, what was the point of bidding maliciously? In the end, the items would still fall into his hands. On the other side, Luo Hai was also a little dumbfounded. She originally thought that Yang Kai participated in the bidding to give the Great Tao pills to her, but now it seemed that it was not what she thought. Otherwise, why would he bid for 3 sets in a row? She could only vaguely guess that Yang Kai must have some relatives or friends who needed the Great Tao pills. Moreover, he needed a lot of them. Thinking that she was thinking too much, she could not help but blush. The 3rd set of Great Tao pills was quickly sold at the price of 60,000. When it came to the 4th set, the auctioneer did not look elsewhere. She only stared at Yang Kai as she spoke. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, the young man in the front row immediately received the bid. 60,000. The young man did not look elsewhere. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Kai as he bid. He looked like he was going to fight with him. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and did not say anything for a long time. Cold sweat involuntarily slid down the young man's forehead. 40,000 was the bottom line he could bear. He had only bid this time because he was angry and wanted to disgust Yang Kai. Yang Kai transmitted his voice. What do you think will happen to you if I don't bid? The young man could not help but gulp. His face was slightly pale. He could not afford the price of 60,000. If he really lost it, he would definitely go bankrupt. At that time, he might even have to pawn off a life-saving secret treasure in his hands. Their eyes met, and the young man could not help but reveal a pleading expression. 60,000 going once, 60,000 going twice. The auctioneer's voice was like a life-threatening curse, causing the young man's face to turn even paler. 70,000. Yang Kai smiled softly and raised his hand to call out. As soon as this price was called, the young man immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He almost collapsed in his chair, feeling a sense of relief for no reason. The bidding for the 5th set of Great Tao pills started, and someone immediately bid 70,000. Yang Kai was amused when he heard this voice. It was Lao Bai who was bidding. This guy probably felt that it was a little too much for him to monopolize so many Great Tao pills. It would attract too much hatred, so he wanted to help him share some of the pressure. Yang Kai did not mind. Since Lao Bai had bid, he did not say anything else. The bidding for the next few sets of Great Tao pills was completely exclusive to Yang Kai and Lao Bai. No one in the cultivator in the hall made another bid. Usually, the two of them would call out the price and make the final call. The bidding for the 10 sets of Great Tao pills was completed very quickly. Yang Kai was the first to bid. He obtained 6 sets, while Lao Bai obtained 4 sets. The stonemason standing on the stage was grinning from ear to ear. After all, it was a little unbelievable that 2 great Dao pills could be auctioned for 70,000. Generally speaking, 30,000 was more than enough. Although the Fengyun auction house had a large business, they were also happy to see such an intense competitive atmosphere, because in this way it could arouse the enthusiasm of the following bidding. As expected, the price of the auction item after the Great Dao pills also rose all the way. This auction item was a secret treasure, and it was a rare defensive secret treasure. It could even withstand a full-force attack from a low-grade splitter. It was definitely a good item to protect one's life. This time, not only did many people from the Emperor realm participate in the bidding, but even some low-grade splitter geniuses participated in the bidding. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 200,000 gold coins, but every heaven-opening realm cultivator had to condense the yin, yang, and 5 elements. If one material was 200,000 gold coins, then 7 materials would be 1,400,000 gold coins. Moreover, even at the final juncture, there was no guarantee that he would succeed. This price was not small. Shopkeeper's son, thank you for letting me win. A hearty laugh came from the private room that had bid second. Shopkeeper's son coldly snorted, but didn't say anything. Drop the hammer. That voice rang out again. The auctioneer looked around with a smile and raised the hammer. 200,000 going once, 200,000 going twice. She glanced over at Yang Kai, secretly wondering if this little brat would make a bid at the last moment. Just now, he and the other person had been in the limelight. After the Great Dao pill, the two of them had basically taken all of the auction items, leaving no room for anyone else to interfere. However, after calling out twice and not seeing that Yang Kai had any intention of bidding, she couldn't help laughing inwardly. She felt that she was overthinking things. Since this person had bought the Great Dao pill, it meant that he hadn't condensed a Dao seal yet, so what was the point of buying these 4th-rank materials? Even if he had a lot of money, he shouldn't spend it like this. 300,000. Yang Kai raised his hand. The auctioneer's hammer immediately froze in mid-air, and her beautiful eyes widened as she stared in Yang Kai's direction. The hall was also in an uproar. In the past, although Yang Kai and Lao Bai had won the auction with absolute advantage each time, the value of the auction items before wasn't too high. They were all fought over by a group of people from the Emperor realm, so in the eyes of those who were truly rich, it wasn't much. However, it was different this time. To suddenly increase the price by 100,000. Was he trying to make things difficult for her? Brat, which sex disciple are you? The heaven-opening realm cultivator who had bid 200,000 was almost angered to death. He stared through the private room and felt that this brat was really detestable. He had given him a surprise at the last moment. Was he deliberately slapping his own face? If you have the money to bid, then shut up. Why do you care which sex disciple I am? Yang Kai didn't even turn his head. The person in the private room was choked to the point that he couldn't say anything. He was a 4th-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator, so he couldn't possibly argue with someone from the Emperor realm. What kind of scandal was this? The youth in the front row looked back at Yang Kai again, and the suspicion in his eyes became even stronger. The auctioneer was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. She chuckled dryly. 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice, 300,000 going thrice. The mallet fell, and the deal was struck. Without stopping, the auctioneer continued. The item that will be auctioned is also a 4th-rank material. 300,000. Someone in the private room said, Elder you, I'll have to trouble you to make a move and see if this kid has the financial resources. The elderly man frowned. There had never been such a precedent in the auction house before. After all, with the Fengyun auction house's reputation, no one dared to go back on their word. Everyone was bidding according to their ability. However, Yang Kai's previous actions were really suspicious. He also wanted to see the situation, so he only nodded. With a flash, He directly appeared in front of Yang Kai and nodded slightly. "Young friend, please." Yang Kai sat on the chair with his hands on the armrest. He looked up at the elderly man and grinned. "What? Is this how the Fengyun auction house treats its guests? Cut the crap and cooperate with Elder Yu to verify the items. You don't look like someone with that kind of money." The young man in the front row turned his head and shouted angrily. If Yang Kai really had that kind of financial resources, he would have been invited into the private room long ago. Why would he be sitting with them? A voice rang out from the private room. "Kid, don't waste any more time. If you're really causing trouble, this seat advises you to stop and leave. At the very least, you'll still be able to maintain some semblance of dignity. If Elder Yu finds out anything, things won't be so simple anymore." Chapter 3961. After Yang Kai bought the 5th grade True Sun Fire for 3 million, the next 2 items, which were not inferior to the 5th grade heaven opening material, fell into Yang Kai's pocket without any suspense. The grand auction ended in a strange atmosphere. Whether it was the individual cultivator in the hall or the shopkeepers in the private rooms, they all felt that their horizons had been broadened. They had never participated in such an auction before. Except for the first few items, the rest were basically bought by one person. And this person was from the Emperor realm. The entire auction cost more than 10 million. They were all secretly guessing. Which sect is this kid from? How could he have so many heaven-opening pills? It should be known that the funds that the shopkeepers could mobilize were only a few million. 10 million was beyond their ability to bear. There were also some people who recognized Kai Yang's identity, but there weren't many of them. After all, Kai Yang had gone to 19 shops to collect debts and had met with 19 shopkeepers. So there were bound to be some who had come to participate in the auction. In the VIP room of the Fengyun auction house, Yang Kai and White sat across a table and tasted fragrant tea. There was a large pile of items in front of them. Even so, there were still maids coming in constantly and putting down the items in their hands. These were the items that they had obtained in the auction before. The Fengyun auction house followed the rule of bidding first, settling the bill later. The auction had ended, so it was naturally time to settle the bill. The enchanting auctioneer stood in front of them with a smile on her face. Every time an item was brought up, she would smilingly introduce to Yang Kai what it was, and how much money Yang Kai had spent to win it. Next to her, there was another guy who looked like an accountant. He was holding an abacus and counting the prices of the items. As maids came in and out, more and more items were placed in front of Yang Kai and White. Although White was drinking tea, he glanced at Yang Kai from time to time, feeling a little guilty. The main reason was that he had never done such a thing before. Moreover, this was the wind cloud auction, so he didn't know how to deal with this situation. After a long time, he finally settled the account. The auctioneer looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Mister, the total price of the items you bid is 36 million. He turned to Lao Bai and said, "Mister, the total price of your items is 930,000. Compared to Yang Kai, Lao Bai didn't bid much. He only bid for some random items. The main reason was that every time Yang Kai bid, he didn't have many chances to bid. Pack them all up. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head. Hearing this, the auctioneer gestured to the side and the staff immediately put everything into a space ring one by one. The auctioneer then handed it over to Yang Kai with both hands. Yang Kai took the ring without even looking at it. With a twist of his finger, a faint trace of space laws appeared and the ring disappeared. Immediately after, Yang Kai stood up and called out to Lao Bai, "Let's go." The smile on the auctioneer's face froze. He flashed in front of Yang Kai and said politely, "Mister, did you forget something?" Yang Kai looked left and right, then raised his head and said, "I didn't forget anything." The auctioneer squeezed out a smile and said softly, "You forgot to pay the bill." As she spoke, Her face was filled with hidden bitterness. "I don't have money." Yang Kai looked at him with incomparable honesty. Behind him, the corners of Lao Bai's mouth twitched. The auctioneer blinked her big eyes, then suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. "Mr. really likes to joke. Earlier, old man, you had asked him to verify the funds. Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous situation have occurred?" The Feng Yun auction house had stood tall for so many years and had a good reputation, so losing a little bit of reputation wasn't a big deal. Now that they had even lost their auction items, they would truly become a laughingstock. As such, in Elder Yu's anger, the might of a fourth-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator filled the air, causing Yang Kai's entire body to shrink. He felt as if he was being suppressed by the entire world. The difference in their cultivations was simply too great, and now that he was in the other party's grasp, he didn't even have the strength to resist. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have immediately knelt down. Elder Yu himself had the potential to become a sixth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, but because he had been deceived by a scoundrel, he ended up becoming a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Moreover, Elder Yu hadn't been in the heaven-opening realm for very long, so he probably hadn't heard of that woman's name yet. Otherwise, how could he be so fearless? However, it didn't matter. It was just two workers, so that woman wouldn't make a fuss over a small matter. However, in this case, the 10 million heaven-opening pills would probably have to be returned. Otherwise, it would be an excuse for her to make trouble for him. Thinking of this, Yun Zhenhua took out a communication bead and sent a message to his subordinates, telling them to prepare 10 million heaven-opening pills. At the same time, he also sent someone to the first inn to invite Madame Lan over to discuss how to deal with this matter. Return the money, return the money. Those two workers had disrupted the auction and made malicious bids. In the end, they had basically smashed all of the auction items into their own hands. This matter had to be properly discussed with Madame Lan. Just as Elder Bai was knocked unconscious, a young woman rushed into the first inn. When the worker in the inn saw her, he hurriedly came over and said with a smile, "Dear customer, please come in. Are you here for a meal or a place to stay?" The woman hurriedly said, "I'm looking for your lady boss, Madame Lan." The worker looked her up and down, then said with a smile, "I'm sorry, dear customer, but the lady boss doesn't receive guests. If you have something to tell me, it's the same. I'll tell the lady boss later." It was Lord Yang who told me to come. He said that I definitely had to tell the lady boss. The woman said, "Lord Yang? Which Lord Yang?" The worker was puzzled. There were many people with the surname Yang in Star City. Yang Kai, Lord Yang. The person who had rushed to the first inn was Luo Hai. She had left when the auction ended, but Yang Kai had secretly instructed her to do something, so she had rushed to the first inn. "Yang Kai told you to come here?" Behind the counter, the accountant who had been doing the accounts suddenly looked up at Luo Hai. Luo Hai nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes." "What's the matter? Where's that kid?" the accountant asked. Luo Hai shook her head and kept her mouth shut. Seeing this, the accountant couldn't help but laugh. This woman's strength wasn't high, and it seemed that she hadn't even condensed a Dao seal. She was a delicate and naive person. Yang Kai had told her to find the lady boss, and she had gone to find the lady boss. She hadn't even said anything when the accountant asked. Since she was someone who Yang Kai had called to deliver a letter, there must be something. The accountant said, "Take her to see the lady boss." The worker nodded. "Yes, miss, please come with me." He led the way to the backyard with Luo Hai following closely behind. Not long after, they arrived at the lady boss's room. Chapter 3963. In the side room of the Tempest auction house, the two of them grimaced in pain. Both of them were injured and in extreme pain, so they naturally weren't happy. Comparatively speaking, Lao Bai's injuries were more serious. His chest was slightly sunken, his internal organs were damaged, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Yang Kai only had a broken hand. However, these injuries weren't too serious for the two of them, and they only needed to rest for a few days to recover. Lao Bai sat cross-legged and was about to circulate his energy to heal his injuries when Yang Kai pulled him up. "Don't heal your injuries. What are you doing?" Cold sweat broke out on Lao Bai's forehead. He didn't understand why Yang Kai stopped him at this time. Yang Kai held his broken hand and looked at him. "Guess what the Tempest auction house is doing now?" "How would I know?" Lao Bai said angrily. How could he be in the mood to guess when Yang Kai didn't heal his injuries? He'd never been put under house arrest before, and it was the first time today. It was simply a great humiliation, and rage surged in his heart. "Don't you have a brain?" Yang Kai tapped his head. "Such a simple matter. Just think about it and you'll understand." Lao Bai couldn't help but raise his head and glare at Yang Kai. However, he suddenly thought of something and cried out in a low voice. "Oh no, I'm afraid we'll alarm the lady boss." After all, he and Yang Kai were the attendants of the first inn. Even though the Tempest auction house had a good reason to injure and put them under house arrest, they would definitely notify the lady boss and let her come over to deal with it. Instantly, he had a vexed expression and sighed. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done that." He didn't want to alarm the lady boss. After all, it was just a trivial matter. If he didn't come over, it would be because he was incapable. If the lady boss was disturbed, it would be because of his incompetence, and it would be quite embarrassing. When he raised his head and saw Yang Kai's spurious smile, he frowned. "You did it on purpose?" Now that he thought about it, Yang Kai had maliciously bid against him in the auction house and basically got all the auction items. In the end, he didn't pay and wanted to leave. How could he leave? The situation was bound to develop to its current state. In the end, the Wind Cloud auction house would definitely invite the lady boss over. At that time, Shifeng had thought that Yang Kai had some brilliant idea. Yang Kai chuckled. "Did you just understand?" Lao Bai was a little confused. "Didn't you say not to alarm the lady boss?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. That was then and that was then. Previously, even if Feng Yun had invited the lady boss over, it might not have worked. If Feng Yun auction house was determined to renege on their debt, would the lady boss still be able to snatch it from them? In the beginning, she said that if you cooperate, you can just pay up. If you don't cooperate, she will have to go to the headquarters of some forces to talk. I don't know where Feng Yun Blessed Land is, but it's definitely not too close. Why bother Lady Boss to make this trip? Then now, as Senior White spoke, his eyes lit up, and he faintly understood Yang Kai's plan. Yang Kai also grinned sinisterly. Now that you and I have been seriously injured and don't have much time left, the Lady Boss will naturally have an excuse and reason to make trouble. If we want to appease the Lady Boss's anger, what is a trivial debt of 10 million? Seriously injured and don't have much time left. The corners of Senior White's mouth twitched when he heard this. Looking at Yang Kai, it was as if he was seeing him for the first time. This little brat was too treacherous. You and I can easily get back the 10 million by suffering some physical pain, so it's worth it. When the time comes, we might even be able to casually ask the Wind Cloud auction house for some compensation. Not only was he treacherous, but his heart was also black. Senior White thought to himself as he said, "You should have said so earlier. I thought you were going to grab those auction items and run away." Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. There are 2 4th-stage heaven-opening realm masters guarding this place. How can you and I escape with our insignificant strength? It wasn't that there was no chance. Since he could deliver the 3 space rings to Luo Hai, he could naturally escape with Senior White in an instant. However, the monk could run away, but the temple couldn't. The first inn still had to open, so if he really ran away with Senior White, then all of his previous efforts would be for naught. If I'm not wrong, Yun Zhenhua should have already sent someone to invite Before Yang Kai could finish his sentence, he heard a familiar voice. Yun Zhenhua, come out and see me. The two of them stared at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. The lady boss is here so quickly? Almost at the same time, the two brothers fell to the ground. Senior White's tongue was hanging out like a dead dog, his aura suddenly weak. Yang Kai casually slapped himself a few times, causing him to spit out 3 liters of blood. He looked very miserable. In the other room, Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu, who were sitting at a table across from each other, were also astonished. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Madame Lan to arrive so quickly. The servant who had gone to deliver the letter had only just left. However, no matter what, it was fine as long as she was here. They had to properly explain today's matter to her so that she could carefully discipline her subordinates in the future. After exchanging a glance, the two stood up at the same time and walked out. No matter what, this person was a 6th-stage heaven-opening realm master, not someone the two of them could casually offend. They had to give enough face. Unexpectedly, before the two of them had even taken a few steps, a tremendous pressure descended from the sky. The cold, murderous intent was so dense that it seemed tangible, causing the entire Feng Yun auction house to tremble. Yun Zhenhua's hair stood on end, feeling his scalp go numb. Elder Yu's expression also became extremely solemn. Although he tried his best to resist, his bones still creaked under the pressure. The two of them did not understand why this Madame Lan had suddenly launched an attack. Although the tone of her previous words was not very polite, a 6th-level splitter of the heavens had the qualifications to do so, so it was understandable for her to speak like that. What was the meaning of suddenly using her aura to oppress others? Did she really think that Feng Yun auction house was afraid of her? Both Yun Zhenhua and Elder Yu were somewhat angry. Yang Kai clutched his chest and sorted out his words. He then told her about how he met Bai Qi on the street, heard Lao Bai's complaint, came here with Lao Bai to see Yun Zhenhua, and even Yun Zhenhua's response. After the lady boss heard this, she coldly snorted, "Shopkeeper Yun, you open the door to do business, and you pay attention to integrity. What's the meaning of this debt?" Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth, but still didn't say a word. He really wanted to say that he didn't owe money, but it was meaningless to say this in front of this crazy woman. It would only give her an excuse to make trouble. "Continue," the lady boss said. "If the other party didn't want to pay back the money, why did you participate in this auction and even bid for so many things?" Yang Kai said embarrassedly. In reply to Lady Boss, this humble one was thinking that if the other party didn't want to pay back the money, we brothers wouldn't be able to report back. Our fists aren't as big as the other party, and we can't beat them in a fight, so we might as well get some auction items. That's why. Because of this, Yang Kai also felt a little uneasy that his mistake had caused so much trouble. His original intention was to use this matter to create an excuse for the lady boss to make trouble for them. But who knew that the lady boss would make such a big deal out of this? It was really unexpected, and now he was afraid that this matter wouldn't end so easily. He didn't know if the lady boss would blame him later. "Very good. It's rare for you to think of such a method." The lady boss turned around and gave him a smile. "If it were me, I would do the same." Yang Kai was instantly dumbfounded. Yun Zhenhua finally couldn't take it anymore. "Madame Lan, is this how you indulge your subordinates?" "Indulge?" The lady boss looked at him coldly. "It's only right and proper to repay a debt. What indulgence? Besides, this lady's subordinates aren't people that can be hurt by any random person." Random person. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he almost couldn't help but cover the lady boss's mouth. Only now did he realize that this woman's mouth was really hateful. Saying these words, wasn't it the same as slapping other people's faces? Sure enough, when the lady boss finished speaking, Elder Yu and Yun Zhenhua's expressions changed. They were both 4th-stage heaven splitters, and although they couldn't be considered top-notch experts in this universe, They were still quite famous since they were born in Fengyun blessed land. When had they ever been called random people? This was a great humiliation, a great humiliation. Yun Zhenhua was still forcefully suppressing his anger, but Elder Yu was already trembling all over, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he couldn't wait to fight the lady boss to the death. You want to fight? This lady is more than willing to accompany you. What's the point of bullying children? Just sign a life and death contract and go to the Azura arena. I just don't know if you have the guts to do so. The lady boss spat venom. As soon as she finished speaking, Elder Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura weakened greatly. It was obvious that he was about to die from anger. Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, Madame Lan. My Fengyun auction house admits defeat this time. You can take these two away." If he allowed this woman to make a scene here, he was really afraid that Elder Yu wouldn't be able to control himself and accept her challenge. At that time, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death? Dying in the Azura arena would be a meaningless death, and he wouldn't even have an excuse to take revenge. I will naturally take them away, but where's the money your Fengyun auction house owes me? The lady boss looked at Yun Zhenhua coldly. Yun Zhenhua gritted his teeth and threw out a spatial ring. He already knew that he couldn't keep the 10 million, so he had someone prepare it beforehand. It just so happened that it came in handy at this time. The lady boss caught it without even looking at it. She believed that Yun Zhenhua wouldn't do anything to the 10 million. Seeing that the lady boss had accepted the money, Yun Zhenhua said, "The money has been paid, and you've injured them. You should leave the things behind, right? You're talking about this?" The lady boss reached out and took out another spatial ring. With a shake of her hand, a large pile of items appeared in front of everyone. They were the items from the previous auction. Why were they in her hands? Yun Zhenhua didn't understand. He thought that Yang Kai had hidden these things somewhere. "Yang Kai, they injured you. Although I've collected some interest, this isn't the end of it. You can take anything you want, just treat it as shopkeeper Yun's compensation to you and old Bai." Although the lady boss was speaking to Yang Kai, her pair of cold eyes were fixed on Yun Zhenhua. The latter's face twitched upon hearing this, but he didn't dare to speak again. This woman was really, as the rumors said, a mad woman. A completely unreasonable madwoman. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have just accepted the 10 million. None of this would have happened. Under high level splitting the heavens, almost no one is her match. What made her give up the chance to reach high level splitting the heavens? Elder Yu was stunned. Even though the 6th rank was only one step away from the upper rank, to a martial artist, this one step was like a heavenly moat. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no other choice, why would they give up on such a bright future? Although that woman had a chance to advance further in the future, that would require countless flowing time, great emperor, and endless energy. Moreover, different cultivators would have different degrees of improvement in the future. Yun Zhenhua slowly shook his head. "I'm not too sure about this. It seems to be for a man." "Humph," Elder Yu coldly snorted. "Love is long, and the heroic spirit is short." It was unknown what he thought of, but his expression suddenly became gloomy. Seeing this, Yun Zhenhua knew that Elder Yu's heart had been touched. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence. Elder Yu himself also had a chance to reach 6th level splitting the heavens back then, but because of love, he was forced to reach 4th level. From this point of view, he was somewhat similar to Madame Lan. Yang Kai carried Old White and silently followed behind the lady boss, attracting the attention of many passers-by. The lady boss didn't say a word, and Yang Kai didn't know what to say, feeling somewhat guilty. Today, he had seen the lady boss's awe-inspiring power, but he hadn't expected the matter to blow up so big. He felt somewhat guilty, wondering if he had brought any trouble to the lady boss. A figure approached from the front. It was Luo Hai. Seeing Yang Kai in a miserable state and Old White unconscious, Luo Hai was shocked. She covered her mouth and asked, "Lord Yang, Are you all right? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm fine. Thank you very much this time. If it weren't for Luo Hai's report, the lady boss wouldn't have come so quickly. Luo Hai said, I didn't do anything. It's just a small matter. As the two of them spoke, the lady boss had already walked further and further away. Seeing that she had no intention of stopping, Yang Kai hurriedly said, Take these things. I'll look for you later. After saying this, he directly stuffed 3 bottles into Luo Hai's hands and jogged to catch up with the lady boss. After Yang Kai disappeared, Luo Hai lowered her head to look at the 3 jade bottles in her hands. She opened the bottle caps and immediately cried out in surprise. Inside these bottles were the great Tao pills that she had always dreamed of. Each bottle contained 2 pills, so there were 6 pills in 3 bottles. This was one of the items that had been auctioned previously. Looking up gratefully, Luo Hai secretly gritted her teeth. She would definitely remember this kindness in her heart. In the future, she would do anything for him. On the way back to the first inn, the accountant and the cook came out to welcome them. On this day, Yang Kai was in his room inspecting the map of the universe when he suddenly heard the lady boss calling him. He could not help but grit his teeth and get out of bed. He came to the lady boss's room and knocked on the door. A languid voice immediately came from inside the room. Come in. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. His face twitched slightly. He saw the lady boss lying on the incense bed with her hand supporting her forehead. Her face was languid. He did not know what kind of incense was lit in the room, but it was faintly condensing and refreshing. Lady boss. Yang Kai walked over and lowered his head. The lady boss did not look at him. She raised her hand and waved, and something flew towards Yang Kai. Kai Yang took a look and was overjoyed. This thing was his shadowless muslin. Not long after he had come here, the lady boss had taken it from him. After more than a month, he had finally returned it. When the lady boss took it away, she did not say what she wanted it for. She only asked him to keep it for a while. How could Yang Kai dare to disagree? However, Yang Kai could clearly feel that her body was very relaxed. They didn't say anything for a while. Time slowly passed. I want to eat snowy sky fronds. The lady boss suddenly said faintly. What? Yang Kai was in a daze and didn't hear clearly. When he reacted, his expression changed greatly. Snowy sky fronds? He had learned from his mistakes. Last time, when he brought snowy sky fronds back from the 9 Serenities continent, she dragged him to her room to drink with her. In the end, both of them were drunk. When they woke up, they were severely taught a lesson by Lao Bai and the others. They were even almost chopped in half by Chef with a kitchen knife. All kinds of past events were vivid in Yang Kai's mind. He had an instinctive feeling of repulsion towards snowy sky fronds. According to Lao Bai and the others, every time the lady boss ate snowy sky fronds, she would be depressed for a long time. She would even get drunk. Yang Kai didn't know why she suddenly wanted to eat snowy sky fronds at this time. The corner of his mouth twitched. He forced a smile and said, Eat what? There's no snowy sky fronds here. I want to eat. The lady boss turned her head and stared at him. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Even if I want to eat it, I can't. That thing is a specialty of the 9 Serenities continent. Can't be sold anywhere else. The lady boss didn't answer. She only looked at him quietly with a pair of expressive eyes. Yang Kai ignored her. As he pinched, he suddenly frowned. Don't tell me. You want me to make a trip to the 9 Serenities continent? The 9 Serenities continent was located in the large territory where the first inn was originally located. It was extremely far away from here. The last time he rushed over, it took him half a year. Now, even with the help of the Heaven and Earth escape, it would take him at least 1 to 2 months to make a round trip. The lady boss blinked, which was her answer. Wishful thinking. Yang Kai was furious. She wanted him to go so far to pick fruits for her on a whim. She was going too far. Are you going or not? The lady boss glared at him. I'm not going. Yang Kai replied resolutely. You're really not going? The lady boss supported her head with her hand and half straightened her body. Not unless you kill me. Yang Kai snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong force came from his waist and he was kicked to the ground. Lan Yorua. Yang Kai got up and glared at the lady boss. Don't go too far. It was fine if she wanted him to pinch her breasts, but now she wanted him to go to the Nine Serenities continent. Did she really think he was her assistant? The lady boss blinked her big eyes. How do you know this name? She had never told Yang Kai her name. White and the others were not people who gossiped. After asking, they realized that it should be a shopkeeper in Star City who told him. Why? Can't you let others know your name? Yang Kai patted his butt and snorted. I'm going out now. In fact, the First Inn had a large business and didn't need to rely on selling food to make a living. Their main purpose was to gather information and obtain all kinds of secret information. This was also the reason why they opened an inn. The First Inn was a place where good and bad people mixed together. It was where all kinds of information flowed. After working for half a day, they finally had time to rest and chat with the accountant at the counter. Although the people of the First Inn hadn't been in Star City for long, their ability to gather information was unparalleled. It was quite interesting to listen to the accountant talk about the anecdotes of the masters in Star City. Yang Kai was more concerned about the Feng Yun auction house. After asking, he learned that the Feng Yun auction house hadn't made any big moves recently. It seemed that they had admitted defeat last time. Did you really go to the 9 underworlds some time ago? The accountant asked while doing the accounts. Yang Kai nodded. The lady boss said she wanted to eat Snowy Skyline, so I went. The accountant looked up at him. The lady boss didn't know you went. She thought you ran away or something happened to you. She has been inquiring about your whereabouts. The whole Star City has been turned over several times, but she couldn't find any clues about you. Yang Kai sneered. Does she care about me that much? The accountant shook his head solemnly. I don't dare to say for others, but for you, the lady boss definitely cares about you. Why? The accountant shook his head and didn't say anything. He just said, our lady boss has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In fact, she has a hard life. Don't be fooled by her awe-inspiring appearance in front of outsiders. In fact, she's not like that at all. She has a good temper, but sometimes she can be a little hot-tempered. As he spoke, the accountant suddenly stopped talking. He opened his mouth wide and stared blankly behind Yang Kai. Clatter! A plate fell to the ground and smashed into pieces. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Lao Bai, not far from his left, was also standing there in a daze. One of his hands was hanging in the air, and the plate under his feet was shattered. A plate of side dishes was scattered all over the floor. The other busy workers in the shop were all frozen in place as if someone had cast a spell on them. Many customers were staring blankly. Everyone in the lobby was focused in one direction. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly turned around. His eyes suddenly shrank. Not far behind him, the lady boss had appeared out of nowhere. Her fine black hair was tied up in a woman's bun, and her hair was glittering with jewels. A silver-gilded phoenix hairpin was inserted into her hair. As she walked, it trembled as if it was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. The dress she wore fitted her perfectly. It was not only graceful and luxurious, but also graceful and dignified. What was particularly eye-catching was the lady boss's face. At this moment, the lady boss walked in with a sweet smile. All the male customers in the lobby stared at this beauty like leeches. The lady boss went to greet the customers table by table. From time to time, she would let out a tinkling giggle. She even personally poured wine for a table of customers. The male customers at that table all showed expressions of fascination. If they didn't have some scruples, they would have dragged the lady boss to drink with them. Not long after, she walked around and came to the counter. She knocked on the table and said, "Don't be in a daze. Work hard." The accountant made a sound of "oh," but his hands did not move. It seemed that he was still in a daze. The lady boss glanced at Yang Kai again and smiled. "Come here later. I have something to tell you." Chapter 3969. You're the only ones who know how to make people happy. The lady boss chuckled and turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. It was not until her figure disappeared that the quiet lobby became noisy again. What's going on? Yang Kai stared at the accountant, but the accountant was confused. Didn't they say that the lady boss would be depressed for a long time every time she ate the snowy skyline? Why was she so different this time? Did you see that? Did you see that? The lady boss put on that hairpin. Lao Bai didn't care about wiping the floor anymore. He leaned over and whispered. His face was full of horror, and no one knew what he was thinking. How could he not see that the lady boss had purposely held the silver-gilded phoenix hairpin and asked for Yang Kai and the accountant's opinion? What's wrong with the hairpin? Yang Kai had just joined the first in not long ago, so he was confused. That hairpin, the accountant frowned and said, "It was given to the lady boss by a very important person. The lady boss hasn't worn it for a long time. And the lady boss's attitude today is not right." Lao Bai stared in the direction of the backyard. There must be a reason for this abnormality. The accountant clicked his tongue. "So should I go or not?" Yang Kai asked. Just now, the lady boss had called him over and said that she had something to tell him. He had made up his mind not to go to the lady boss for the next 3 days, but now he was in a dilemma. Go, go, go. Lao Bai grabbed his arm and pushed him towards the inner courtyard. "The lady boss summoned you. How can you not go? Nothing will happen, right?" Yang Kai was worried. He didn't want to be drunk by the lady boss again. He didn't want the same thing to happen again. "Stop talking nonsense. Go," Lao Bai said impatiently. Yang Kai had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the inner courtyard. After he left, Lao Bai returned to the counter and looked at Yang Kai's figure. He sighed and said, "It's been so many years. It's time to come out." The accountant lowered his eyes and said, "It's not easy to come out of a blood feud, but it's not bad to have something to rely on. By the way, have you investigated Yang Kai's background? Don't let anything happen in the end." Lao Bai said, "How can I not know when I'm personally involved? He has only been in the trichiliocosm for a short while, so he doesn't need to investigate much. Moreover, this fellow's personality is very much to my liking. He doesn't seem like someone from that side." "That's good." The accountant heaved a sigh of relief. If you fall in the same place twice, lady boss won't be able to get up again. The two looked at each other and sighed heavily. In the boudoir, the proprietress was sitting upright. After Yang Kai came in, he was a little worried. Fortunately, there was no smell of alcohol in the room, and there were no messy fruit pits. It seemed that the proprietress did not drink last night. "This is for you. Go back and refine it." The lady boss didn't say anything else. She directly handed Yang Kai a spindle-shaped object. Yang Kai took it and raised his eyebrows. Territory shuttle? He had seen this thing before. Previously, when he was in the Star Market, he had gone to many shops and seen many things to buy and sell in the Star Market. This territory shuttle was one of them. As the name implied, this thing was a secret treasure specially used to travel through the territory gate. The 100 Refinements Hall sold it, and it seemed that according to the quality, it was divided into several grades. The lowest grade started at 100,000, and then there were hundreds of thousands, millions, and even millions. The better the quality, the more expensive it was. Of course, it could be used for a longer time. The lowest grade territory shuttle could only withstand 3 to 5 shuttles. Originally, she thought that Yang Kai had forgotten about her. But who knew that after more than a month, Yang Kai actually came to find her. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "What's wrong? Can't I come?" Luo Hai hurriedly waved her hand and said, "That's not what I meant. It's just that a few days ago I went to the first inn to look for you, but they said that you were missing." Yang Kai laughed and said, "It's just a misunderstanding." His face suddenly turned cold, and he said in surprise, "You've condensed your Dao seal?" Compared to the last time they met, although Luo Hai was still in the Emperor realm, there was clearly an aura of Dao circulating around her body, which meant that she had successfully condensed her Dao seal and could look forward to reaching the heaven-opening realm. Luo Hai said, "I have to thank Lord Yang for the great Dao pill. Otherwise, I don't know when I would have been able to condense my Dao seal." A few days ago, she went to the first inn to find Yang Kai to thank him, but who knew that when she arrived, she heard that Yang Kai had inexplicably disappeared. The lady boss of the first inn was very angry because of this, and she was so scared that she hurriedly left. Although she had been paying more attention to Yang Kai recently, she found nothing. "It's nothing." Yang Kai waved his hand. The great Dao pill was something he had casually brought back from the auction house, and he had no use for it. He had originally intended to give it to Luo Hai. "You don't have to call me master, just call me Big Brother Yang." Thinking that they would be working together at the first inn in the future, he had to change this address, otherwise it would be awkward. "How can I?" Luo Hai waved her hand again and again. Just as Kai Yang was about to say something, he heard a sarcastic voice from not far away. "I was wondering why a cheap slut like you would suddenly abandon this young master. So it turns out you ran off to meet with your lover. You don't put this young master in your eyes at all." As soon as this remark came out, Luo Hai's face changed. Yang Kai also couldn't help but frown. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw that not far away, a group of 3 people were walking over. The leader was a young man with a fair complexion. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary bearing. At a glance, one could tell that he came from a wealthy background. Behind him was a middle-aged man and an old man, who seemed to be his guards. Yang Kai noticed these 3 people when they came over, but he didn't expect them to be looking for Luo Hai. Looking at the 3 people, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The young man in the lead was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator who wasn't even an Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai didn't know how poor his aptitude was, but it was surprising that he only had such a weak cultivation outside the universe. The middle-aged man and the old man behind him had deep auras, indicating that they were 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators. From what Yang Kai could tell, the auras of these 2 were no weaker than Wei Kei of Great Moon Province. In other words, they were 2 third-order heaven-opening realm cultivators. What was the background of this guy? He was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator, yet he had brought 2 third-order heaven-opening realm guards with him. Moreover, he even knew Luo Hai. Yang Kai was a little confused. "Cheap slave. This young master paid you so you could serve this young master well, not come here to flirt with your lover. Tell me, how should we settle this account?" The young man looked extraordinary and dignified, but when he opened his mouth was full of venom. He didn't even look at Yang Kai, only staring at Luo Hai as he shouted. Luo Hai trembled and hurriedly explained, "Young Master Hai, you misunderstand. I am an old acquaintance of this Lord Yang." Chapter 3970. Where did this mad dog come from? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Luo Hai. Luo Hai replied, "I don't know where this young Master Hai came from, but it seems his background is not small. This is the first time he came to Star City, so he asked me to be his guide." Yang Kai nodded, thinking that this young Master Hai was familiar with Luo Hai, but it turned out that he was just a customer. Just like last time, he didn't know much about Star City, so he found someone familiar to guide him. No wonder this guy had said something about abandoning him as soon as he appeared. It seemed that he had implicated Luo Hai. He had sent a message to her, and Luo Hai should have hurried back, causing this young Master Hai to feel indignant and chase after her to see what was going on. As for the other party's background, Yang Kai could see that this young Master Hai's background was not small, otherwise, how could he have 2/3 stage heaven splitters guarding him? Not in the mood to argue with him, Yang Kai simply said, "Young Master Hai, is it? Miss Luo has other important matters to attend to, so it is inconvenient for her to be your guide. You should find someone else." Young Master Hai sneered. "You think it's inconvenient? Did you ask for this young master's opinion?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. "Then what opinion do you have?" Young Master Hai sneered. "You took this young master's money, but you want to get away without serving this young master well? How could it be so simple? How much did he pay you?" Yang Kai turned to Luo Hai and asked. Luo Hai lowered her head and said, 3 spirit pills." Yang Kai nodded and raised his hand, tossing 3 heaven splitter pills over. "Young Master Hai, these are 3 heaven splitter pills. Now that I've paid you back, we don't owe each other anything." Whether it was young Master Hai or the 2/3 stage heaven splitters, none of them took the heaven splitter pills, not even glancing at them, letting them fall to the ground. Young Master Hai chuckled. "Heaven splitter pills? This young master can have as many as he wants. Even this young master usually feeds his dog more than 3 pills a day. Do you think this young master cares about this?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "There are countless directional derivatives in this Star City. Young Master Hai can find them anywhere, so why be so aggressive? So what if I like to be aggressive?" Hai Gongzi looked at Yang Kai arrogantly. "Get lost if you don't want to die. This is none of your business. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Then what will it take for you to give up?" Yang Kai was disgusted. Although he loathed young Master Hai's domineering and arrogant personality, he had 2 third-grade heaven splitters with him, so he really did have the capital to be arrogant. "Make her accompany me obediently for a day and a night, and this young master will pretend that this never happened. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Young Master Hai pointed at Luo Hai. Once he said that, Luo Hai's body trembled. How could she not know Mr. Hai's intentions? Her face immediately turned pale. The reason she had rushed back so quickly after receiving Yang Kai's message was that when she was acting as young Master Hai's guide, this guy had been harboring ill intentions towards her, causing Luo Hai to feel very insecure. As such, after receiving Yang Kai's message, she had immediately apologized and returned the 3 heaven splitter pills as a reward before rushing back. She hadn't expected this guy to chase her all the way here and not let her off so easily. Yang Kai's face also became cold. Observing the situation, young Master Hai couldn't help feeling smug. 2 insignificant pieces of trash daring to oppose this young master. I'll let you know what the consequences will be. Luo Hai was obviously someone who lived at the lowest rung of society. The silver-armored young general glanced at him. Young Master Hai said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask them." The silver-armored young general raised his hand and threw out a slap. With a bang, young Master Hai was sent flying, spinning several times in the air before landing on the ground. "Young Master!" The young man and the elderly man were shocked when they saw this, but just as they were about to catch young Master Hai, they suddenly felt a sharp aura lock onto them. They were afraid that the slightest movement would immediately attract a storm of attacks, causing their faces to turn ugly as they froze in place. And that 4th stage heaven opening powerhouse was an elder from a 2nd-class force. Since then, no one dared to casually cause trouble in Star City. If there really was some unresolvable grudge between them, they could set up a life or death contract and enter the Azura field to determine victory or defeat. In any case, they couldn't cause trouble in Star City. Mr. Hai and the others were ashamed and indignant. This feeling of being surrounded by so many people was very uncomfortable, and they wished they could find a piece of cloth to cover their faces with. Yang Kai and Luo Hai were also embarrassed. Yang Kai was a bit better off, as this matter wasn't their fault. It was Mr. Hai who had been too domineering and arrogant, bringing this disaster upon himself. Luo Hai was a woman, after all. Being surrounded and pointed at by so many people, she could hear the constant whispers of disdain mixed in, causing her to feel ashamed and unable to show her face. However, this group of people from the Great War Heaven seemed to have the intention of showing off their might. Wherever there was a crowd, that was where they would go. Moreover, they walked at a leisurely pace, covering almost half of Star City. Seeing the silver-armored general teach Mr. Hai a lesson, Yang Kai had secretly applauded him, causing his impression of the Great War Heaven to rise to a whole new level. But now, he no longer had a good impression of the Great War Heaven, only feeling that this group of people was truly abominable. After walking for more than an hour, the group arrived in front of a massive building. This was a large hall that stood at the center of Star City. It was the governor's mansion. Yang Kai had been in Star City for quite some time now, so he naturally had some understanding of the governor's mansion. This place was set up by the Great War Heaven in Star City and was in charge of managing Star City. There was an extraordinarily strong governor in charge of this place. Normally, it was deserted, with only the disciples of the Great War Heaven coming in and out. Arriving here, the silver-armored general led them in and then passed through a checkpoint, leading them all the way down into a dungeon. The light in the dungeon was dim, and a rotten smell filled the air. It was dark and damp. 1 cell per person. Lock them in. The silver-armored general waved his hand, and the several people who had been escorted back were immediately separated and locked into cells. Luo Hai had never experienced such a situation before, and her beautiful face immediately paled. Even though Yang Kai was comforting her, her mood was still unstable. With a bang, the cell door closed, and Yang Kai stood in the cell, a strange expression on his face. They had been locked up. This was the first time in his life that he had entered a cell. Fortunately, his cultivation was not restricted. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he found that the cell was not so solid. If he wanted to, he could forcibly break it open, but breaking it open would be useless. There was no way to escape, and it would only make things more troublesome. Now, he could only hope that the people of the Great War Heaven would act impartially and release him and Luo Hai as soon as possible. Opposite him, young Master Hai and the 2/3 rank Kai Tian Realm Masters coldly glanced over. Young Master Hai was constantly shouting and cursing, saying that he would make Yang Kai pay a painful price. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him, pretending not to hear. However, young Master Hai had only been shouting for a while before someone from the Great War Heaven came over and whipped him through the cell door, causing him to scream and not dare to make another sound. The Master of Punishments could not help but turn to look at the lady boss. He was secretly shocked. There was actually someone in this world who dared to speak like this in front of the governor. What made him even more surprised was that the governor did not get angry. Yi Tianxiong gently knocked on the table and waited for the lady boss to finish speaking before saying lightly, "In this world, it takes 2 hands to clap." The lady boss was furious. "What do you mean?" Yi Tianxiong said, "No matter what the reason is, if you dare to cause trouble in my jurisdiction, don't think you can get away without paying a price." The lady boss laughed coldly. "Yi Tianxiong, are you going to do this?" Yi Tianxiong said, "Don't worry, it's just a small punishment. That won't do." The lady boss said decisively. She knew the horror of the Great War Heaven's punishment. Yang Kai was only from the Emperor realm. No matter what kind of punishment he received, it would not end well. "When I do something, I don't need anyone else to interfere. Yi Tianxiong snorted coldly. It was obvious that his patience had been worn thin. He looked at the master of punishments and said, "That man and woman, give each of them a dragon-tooth whip. How dare you?" The lady boss gritted her teeth and shouted. Yi Tianxiong looked up. "Lan Yurua, don't think that I didn't notice what happened at the Fengyun auction house. I just didn't want to argue with you." The lady boss had caused a ruckus at the Fengyun auction house. Even if there was a barrier around it, it could not escape the detection of a powerhouse like Yi Tianxiong. The lady boss was speechless. She glared at Yi Tianxiong hatefully. After a while, she stomped her foot and said, "You'd better remember this." In the dungeon, after being questioned, Yang Kai and Luo Hai were locked up again. However, they did not have to wait for long before someone came to take them out. Yang Kai did not understand what was going on. He asked the Great War Heaven's disciples, but they ignored him completely. They kept walking forward and walked out of the Great War Manor. Yang Kai was delighted. He thought that this matter was over. After all, no matter what, he and Luo Hai were the victims of today's incident. They had no intention of causing trouble in Star Market. It was young Master Hai and the other two who were too aggressive. Just as he was about to thank them, he looked up and saw a familiar figure. He could not help but be surprised. "Lady Boss, why are you here?" The lady boss looked at him with a complicated expression and sighed. "Just bear with it. It will be over soon." "Bear with it? Bear with what?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Before he could ask clearly, two Great War Heaven's disciples came to him, grabbed his arms and tied him to a cross. Yang Kai was shocked and instinctively wanted to resist. However, he heard the lady boss's voice. He could not help but give up the idea in his heart and let the two Great War Heaven's disciples do what they wanted. After a short while, he was tied up with his arms and legs spread out. At this moment, outside the Great War Manor, a large group of people had gathered. There were even some people who flew into the air to look down. Noisy discussions immediately entered everyone's ears. "What did this guy do? It looks like he's going to be executed. Good heavens! How many years has it been since someone dared to cause trouble here? This guy really doesn't fear death. The Great War Manor's dragon-tooth whip can kill. 13 years ago, a second-rank heaven splitter was tied up here. After 10 lashes, he died on the spot. I wonder how many lashes this boy will take today." Looking at his aura, it seems that he is still in the Emperor realm. At most, he can take 3 lashes. I'm afraid he won't be able to take any more. Yang Kai couldn't help but pale when he heard this. How could he not know why he was tied up here? Turning his head, he saw that the executioner he had seen before slowly walking over with a soft whip in his hand. The whip was covered in barbs, and the tip of the whip looked like 2 dragon fangs. Yang Kai felt his hair stand on end. With such a whip on his body, how could there be any good outcome? Looking at the other side, Luo Hai was also tied up. She had clearly heard the discussions around her, and her face was completely pale. Yang Kai couldn't help but look to the lady boss for help. However, the lady boss slowly shook her head. He knew that there was nothing the lady boss could do about today's matter, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. He and Luo Hai were purely victims. If not for Mr. Hai and the other two being so overbearing, how could they have been implicated? But now, they were actually tied up here and executed in front of so many people. Were the people of Great War Heavens all idiots? In the boudoir, the lady boss put Yang Kai down and let him lie on the bed. She reached out and tore open his clothes. Then, she pinched open Yang Kai's mouth and threw a pill into it. She ordered, "Swallow it." Kai Yang sucked in a breath of cold air as he swallowed the pill into his stomach. The next moment, a small hand touched his back. He didn't know what she was applying on his back. It was cool and refreshing, and the pain immediately lessened. His nose was filled with a faint fragrance. Yang Kai realized that he was in the lady boss's boudoir. He immediately felt embarrassed. Lady boss, I'm sorry for the trouble. The lady boss didn't say anything. She only focused on applying the ointment on Yang Kai's back. A series of footsteps sounded. Yang Kai turned his head to look. He saw Old Bai, the cook, and the accountant huddle in. They stood beside the bed and looked at him. Old Bai asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. "I'm fine." Chef clicked his tongue. "That's 2 whips. That's really vicious." The accountant sighed and said, "Why did you get into a conflict with someone in this star city?" The star city under the jurisdiction of the Great War Heavens is the most strict. No one dares to cause trouble in their territory. The lady boss snorted coldly. "Isn't it because of jealousy? You men, haha, you're all the same." Jealousy? Old Bai was surprised. Yang Kai said with a wronged expression, "Don't listen to the lady boss's nonsense. It's not like that at all. It's someone bullying the weak and looking for trouble." "I'm talking nonsense?" The lady boss sneered. "You even took a dragon tooth whip for someone else. How dare you say it's not jealousy? I think your soul has been taken away by that little vixen." As she said this, she slapped Yang Kai's back. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned pale. He almost lost his soul from the slap. Old Bai and the others watched from the side and swallowed their saliva. The room was silent for a moment. After a while, the lady boss stood up and said, "Rest well for the next few days. Don't move around. It's just a superficial wound. It'll be fine after a few days." "Thank you, lady boss." Yang Kai thanked her. He hesitated for a moment and said, "But lady boss, this is your room. If I rest here, where will you go?" "Rest well and rest well. Don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. Old Bai and the others were soon driven out by the lady boss. "Stay here. I'll be back soon," the lady boss said and turned to leave. After a while, the door opened and there was a rush of footsteps. It didn't sound like the lady boss's voice. Yang Kai looked sideways and suddenly said in surprise, "Miss Luo." It was Luo Hai. On second thought, it should be the lady boss who brought her here. Otherwise, how could Luo Hai enter the inner yard of the first store? Luo Hai's eyes were red and there were tears on her face. Obviously, she had cried. She came to the bed and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Yang, how are you?" Chapter 3974. After busying himself for a long time, he still didn't see the lady boss. Even Lao Bai wasn't there. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel curious. He ran to the counter and asked the cashier, "Where are the lady boss and Lao Bai?" The cashier raised his head and glanced at him, his eyes flashing. "They went out for some business." Yang Kai nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At the same time, on the second floor of a tea house opposite an inn in Star City, Lao Bai was sitting by the window. There was a pot of tea and several plates of fruit on the table. He was drinking tea and eating fruits while staring at the inn opposite. He had been here for several days. After all, this was an order from the lady boss, so he didn't dare to neglect it. At a certain moment, 3 people suddenly walked out of the inn. One was a young man, one was a middle-aged man, and one was an elderly man. At that moment, the elderly man was leading the way while the middle-aged man supported the young man. The young man's face was pale, as if he was heavily injured. There were faint traces of blood on his back, and it was not just the young man. The middle-aged man and the elderly man were the same. After glancing around, the 3 of them soared into the sky and rushed towards the void ferry. Lao Bai stared in the direction they left, his face full of struggle. After a long time, he sighed heavily and took out a communication bead. His divine sense surged as he sent out a message. At the same time, somewhere in the void outside the spirit state, where Star City was located, a beautiful woman suddenly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of coldness and seemed to be able to freeze even the void. Who else could this woman be but the lady boss of the first inn? Time passed slowly, and in less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a large ship appeared in the lady boss's field of vision, and the direction it was heading towards was exactly where she was standing. Seeing this, the lady boss clenched her fists, and a burst of crackling sounds rang out. When the ship was close enough, the lady boss suddenly threw a punch forward. The light of this punch was indescribable, and the whole world seemed to be overshadowed. Even from tens of thousands of feet away, a cracking sound could be heard from the hull of the ship before it exploded into pieces. From the shattered ship, 3 figures rushed out, covered in dust, and an old voice shouted, "Who is it?" When they saw who it was that blasted their ship apart, the pupils of the middle-aged man and the elderly man constricted. On the contrary, it was the young man who seemed to have not figured out the situation and cried out, "This young master is in so much pain. What's wrong with you, 2 pieces of trash?" Yang Kai had received 2 dragon-tooth whips in front of the governor's mansion, but as the instigators, the punishment they received was naturally heavier, 5 whips each. Young Master Hai's strength was insufficient, so he only received 1 whip. The remaining 4 whips were taken by his 2 attendants. Even so, that 1 whip had taken away half of his life. Over the past few days, young Master Hai had been hiding in the inn to treat his wounds, taking a large number of pills. After barely managing to keep his life, he didn't dare to remain in Star Market any longer and hurriedly left. But who would have thought that as soon as he left Star Market, his flight-type artifact would explode, causing him great pain. After cursing out loud, he discovered that his 2 attendants were staring forward in horror. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned her head to look at a certain spot in the void and coldly said, "Was this a good show?" In the void, a ripple spread, and a general in golden armor leisurely appeared, wearing a cherry blossom helmet and a long sword at his waist. If Yang Kai was here, he would definitely recognize this golden-armored general as the one who guarded the Void Fairy. He was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator and was only slightly weaker than Governor Yi Tianxiong, who oversaw Star City. The general in golden armor frowned slightly. "Why bother? It's fine to teach them a lesson, but killing them won't do you any good." The lady boss squinted at him. "So what if I kill them? Not only will I kill them, I will also kill Yi Tianxiong right now." The general in golden armor was speechless. Just a worker. Although he guarded the Void Fairy, it did not mean that he knew nothing about what happened in Star City. Furthermore, the lady boss had left the Void Fairy with murderous intent 2 days ago, so he could easily find out the ins and outs of the matter. "That's my first in's worker," the lady boss snorted. The general in golden armor nodded repeatedly. Yes, he's your first in's worker. Your first in's worker is more valuable than other people's worker." He sighed. "After all, it's thoughtless heaven." In other words, it was fine to just teach them a lesson, but why did she have to kill them directly? Send a message to Hai Pingle right now. Let's see if he dares to come find me for revenge. The general in golden armor stared deeply at the lady boss and sighed. "After being dormant for 1,200 years, are you going to make trouble again? You might not be so lucky this time." The lady boss glanced at him, flicked her sleeves and said, "I won't attack unless I'm attacked." After saying that, she rushed toward the Void Fairy. The general in golden armor stared at her back and slowly shook his head. Such a woman was more outstanding than many men, and he did not know if she would have a good ending. The return of the lady boss did not cause too much of a stir. Yang Kai did not even know when she came back. He only knew that one day, she suddenly appeared in the lobby and warmly greeted the customers in the shop. Days passed and nothing happened. Yang Kai spent all his time helping in the shop and refining the territory shuttle. From time to time, he would inquire about the Tree of World and the Earth Element Heaven-opening materials, but unfortunately, he did not find anything. He had also been to the Fengyun auction house many times. Although the lady boss had made a scene at the auction house because of him in white, he had the 7 faces with him, so he could enter safely by changing his appearance. He could not find any information about the Tree of World in the auction house. There were earth element materials, but they were all below the 5th grade, so they were meaningless to him. Whether it was the immortal trees wood element energy or the golden crow primordial flames fire element energy, they were all top-notch powers. Yang Kai did not want to waste such a good foundation, so he chose to condense earth element energy with high requirements. It had to be at least the 7th grade, or his future achievements would be limited. However, high-quality earth element materials were not so easy to find. The golden crow primordial flame last time was just a coincidence, and it was unrealistic to expect such an opportunity again. This made Yang Kai a little anxious. If he could not succeed, he would have to split open the sky. Outside this universe, he was still too weak. Last time, when he was troubled by the 2 3rd grade heaven-opening experts by young Master Highside, he could not resist. He wanted to ask the lady boss, but he was too embarrassed. Moreover, if he really did ask, he would definitely expose some secrets. Chapter 3976. The area of this Yang Sealing land was not very large, about the size of 2-star markets. Following the source of Yang Qi, the 3 of them quickly arrived in front of a lake. The lake was sparkling and the water was clear, but it was filled with Yang Qi. It was the place where Yang Qi gathered. The lady boss used her divine sense to investigate for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, "It is indeed 5th grade Yang Qi." Hearing this, Lao Bai's spirit was lifted. He cupped his fists and said, "Lady boss, I'm going. Be very careful." The lady boss reminded him. Yang Kai also cupped his fists and said, "Lao Bai, I wish you good luck." Lao Bai grinned at him. "Wait for my good news." His figure flickered as he dove into the lake, but there was not the slightest ripple. Under the watchful eyes of Yang Kai and the lady boss, Old Bai swam to the bottom of the lake like a fish. There, a mass of extremely pure Yang Qi gathered. Old Bai rushed into this mass of Yang Qi and sat down cross-legged, silently circulating his secret art. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. 1,000 years of cultivation, just for today. Lao Bai went all out. After watching for a moment and seeing that Lao Bai had absorbed the Yang Qi wholeheartedly and condensed the last of the Yang Qi, the lady boss took Yang Kai to walk around the lake. From time to time, she would form hand seals and send a formation flag into the void. Although this place was hidden, everything had to be prepared. Lao Bai's advancement to splitting the heavens was of great importance and could not be careless. Therefore, even if the lady boss personally came to protect him, she still had to set up a formation here to prevent Lao Bai from being disturbed. After spending 2 hours, the lady boss laid down 16 flags by the lakeside. When the last flag was laid down, the lady boss waved her jade-like hands and shouted, "Up!" Silently, a thick fog rippled out from the lakeside and enveloped the entire lake. Nothing else could be seen. Yang Kai had been following behind the lady boss the whole time, watching silently. Although he didn't know what kind of attack the spirit array could block, since it was made by the lady boss, it shouldn't be too bad. What's more, the lady boss was a 6th-order heaven-opening cultivator. Even in the 3,000 worlds, she was a well-known master. With her here and the support of the spirit array, even if someone accidentally broke into this place, there was no need to worry about Old Bai being disturbed. After doing all this, the lady boss turned her head to look at Lao Bai and said softly, "The rest is up to him." After advancing to opening the heavens, one would condense the 7 energies of Yin, Yang, 5 elements, and create a new world within one's body. Once one succeeded, a minor universe world would appear within one's body. At that time, one would no longer need to draw upon the power of the world and would be able to use the power of the world on their own. This was the greatest characteristic of the opening the heavens realm. Great emperors needed to rely on a certain world to be able to use the power of the world. Heaven splitters did not need this because they already had a world in their bodies. Moreover, compared to the great emperors of the various worlds, the power that heaven splitters could unleash could grow. The strength of their power was closely related to the strength of their world. Outsiders were unable to help with this matter at all. The lady boss had only come here to protect Lao Bai, just in case. Strolling over to a slope 3 kilometers away from the lake, the lady boss waved her hand and took out a table and 2 chairs. She also placed a set of tools for brewing tea on the table. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not need her to say anything and began to boil the tea himself. Previously, Yang Kai and Lao Bai had been injured by this guy, and the lady boss had rushed to his door when she heard the news. They had directly fought in the Tempest auction house, and Elder Yu had spat out 3 liters of blood. After not seeing him for a few months, this guy had already recovered from his injuries. As soon as he entered, his eyes wandered around, and he quickly fixed them on the lady boss. His turbid eyes immediately shone with an unforgettable hatred. Following closely behind Elder Yu, one figure after another tore through the void and arrived. In the blink of an eye, 4 people had rushed into this small sun-sealing land. There were men and women old and strong. Among them, Elder Yu's aura was the weakest, only at the 4th stage heaven opening realm. The other 3 were all stronger than him, and Yang Kai even felt a profound aura not inferior to the lady bosses from one of them. This guy was at the 6th stage heaven opening realm. What was going on? Yang Kai's eyebrows twitched. Why had so many experts suddenly come to this sun-sealing land, and all of them were at the middle stage heaven opening realm? What made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy was that as soon as these 4 people came in, they all focused their gazes on the lady boss. Some had dignified gazes, some had hatred in their eyes, and some had killing intent on their faces. Even though Yang Kai did not understand the specific situation, he faintly felt that something was wrong. So that's how it is. The lady boss gently nodded and swept her gaze over these people one by one. So this is a trap. That's right, this is a trap specially designed to lure you here. Lan Yurua, when you were acting presumptuously at my Fengyun auction house a few months ago, did you ever think that you would end up like this? Elder Yu coldly shouted, a look of satisfaction on his aged face. A trap? Yang Kai turned pale with fright, and all the hair on his body stood on end. On second thought, this kind of trap was not too difficult to set up. The only difficulty was this sun-sealing land. As a member of the First Inn, it should not be too difficult for someone to inquire about him. As long as the news of the 5th stage Yang Fiend's appearance was released, the lady boss would definitely bring Old Bai here to take a look. As long as they came, they would fall into this trap. This was bad. Although the lady boss was at the 6th stage heaven opening realm, among these people, except for Elder Yu who was not strong enough, each of them had a stronger aura than the last. Among them, 2 were at the 5th stage heaven opening realm, and 1 was at the 6th stage heaven opening realm. Trapped in this sun-sealing land, how could the lady boss be their opponent? This situation was simply a sure kill situation. With a thought, Yang Kai immediately transmitted, Lady boss, if you have the chance, quickly leave this place. There's no need to worry about Old Bai and I. As long as you don't die, Old Bai and I will be fine. After all, he and Old Bai were only employees of the First Inn. As long as the lady boss escaped, these people might not do anything to them out of fear of harming the innocent. On the other hand, if the lady boss was really in danger, he and Old Bai would definitely die. The lady boss replied, Since they set up this trap to lure me into it, how could they let me leave so easily? This area has probably been sealed off long ago. Unless we kill our way out, we won't be able to leave. Yang Kai's heart sank when he heard this. Although he knew that the lady boss was right, as someone from the Emperor realm who had only condensed the power of wood and fire, there was nothing he could do to help in a battle of this level. He immediately felt powerless and clenched his fists. The lady boss looked at Elder Yu and sneered. You really have a lot of face, you old bastard. You actually managed to get so many helpers. Qi Jin took a step forward, his hands behind his back, and shouted, Madame Lan, regardless of who was right or wrong in the past, countless disciples of the Jin Rainbow State died at your hands. Today, I, the leader of the Jin Rainbow State, will avenge them. If you know what's good for you, then obediently surrender. If you dare to resist, then don't blame me for bullying you with numbers. You want me to surrender? Dream on, the lady boss shouted. If that's the case, Qi Jin took a deep breath and suddenly said, Then let's fight. As soon as his words fell, the phantom of a miniature universe world behind him flashed and disappeared. Qi Jin threw a punch, the aura of world force filling the air as a giant fist rushed towards the lady boss. The moment he attacked, Ling Chuanxiu and Yu He, who had been prepared for this, summoned their artifacts together and sent a barrage of attacks towards the lady boss. In an instant, the yuan qi around the lady boss became chaotic and the void trembled. Yang Kai's entire body tensed up. When the lady boss was talking to those people, he had already been thinking of a way out, but in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were just empty words. For a time, he was at a complete loss. The three mid-rank heaven splitters suddenly attacked, and Yang Kai only felt his skin tighten as a great crisis enveloped him. Even though these attacks weren't aimed at him, in the face of such world-destroying power, just the aftermath alone was enough to kill him on the spot. At this critical moment, a gentle force wrapped around him and pushed him away. How could Yang Kai not know that this was the lady boss protecting him at this critical moment? The scene in front of him changed rapidly, and when it came to a stop, he was already dozens of kilometers away. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, as he saw that the place where the lady boss was standing had been enveloped by a huge light. Inside this light, a violent force raged, making it impossible to see the lady boss's figure. 1 against 3, Yang Kai was already at an absolute disadvantage, but at this critical moment of life and death, the lady boss had still spared a trace of her strength to protect him. So how could he deal with such a terrifying attack? The light quickly dissipated, revealing a white figure standing in the void. Yang Kai could clearly see a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of the lady boss's mouth. This dark red blood stain stung Yang Kai's eyes like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart, causing him to clench his fists and tremble. If it weren't for her protecting him, the lady boss wouldn't have been injured. Although the attacks of those three were terrifying, the lady boss could have easily avoided them. Junior, do you still have the mood to care about others at a time like this? An old voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Elder Yu of the Tempest Auction House was standing not far away, looking at him sinisterly. When the spear struck out, the black dragon appeared, and the dragon's roar resounded, shaking the world. This kind of spear was a top-notch artifact even outside of this universe. But with Yang Kai's current strength, he was unable to display its full power. Dragon pressure filled the air, and the black dragon roamed. Elder Yu was shocked, and his eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily, "A dragon artifact?" He wasn't shocked by the power of Yang Kai's spear, but because this little brat actually had such a treasured artifact. If this spread to the ears of the dragon race, how could the dragon race let him off so easily? For a moment, even the little bit of greed in his heart dissipated. Even if such a spear was given to him, he wouldn't dare to accept it. Unless he never used it in front of others in the future, the dragon race would come knocking on his door sooner or later. At that time, even Feng Yun blessed land wouldn't be able to protect him. The ignorant are fearless. The ignorant are fearless. Elder Yu clicked his tongue in wonder. Looking at the entire 3,000 worlds, anyone with a little bit of knowledge wouldn't use such an artifact. Yang Kai from the Emperor Realm actually dared to take it out and use it. If this wasn't ignorance, then what was? With his mind shaken, the power of that palm strike also weakened slightly. Yang Kai's spear thrust forward, and with the momentum, pushed forward 100 zhang, directly rushing to a place 30 zhang away from Elder Yu. However, this was the limit. Elder Yu's hand seals changed again, and Yang Kai's momentum came to a halt. He was fixed in place by a great force, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't advance any further. If you want to die, this old master will fulfill your wish first. Elder Yu coldly snorted, and looked at Yang Kai with a mocking gaze. He raised a palm and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. As this palm descended, a misty blue hand made of yuan qi appeared above Yang Kai's head, pressing down towards him. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him. Elder Yu suddenly had a bad premonition. Although he didn't know where this feeling came from, his heart was on high alert, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. In the next instant, he saw Yang Kai raise his hand and shoot out a ray of golden light. Within that golden light, there seemed to be a feather that was a foot long, and a monstrous evil aura surged towards him. Elder Yu's eyes widened, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. A chill ran from head to toe, and without thinking, he pushed his strength to form a solid layer of protection around himself. At the same time, he quickly retreated, putting some distance between him and Yang Kai. As the golden light shone brightly, a gigantic golden pheasant suddenly appeared, towering between the heavens and the earth. But at this moment, she was shocked to find that this person from the Emperor realm was so similar to a person she knew in the past, especially that disheveled hair and covered in blood, but still moving forward courageously. That person in the past also looked like this. The tumbling memories stung her heart, and Yuhi's hands paused. Lady Yuhi, be careful. Qijin's cry of alarm suddenly came to her ears, pulling her back from the distant memories. Just as she felt a strong sense of danger, a fierce qi swept over from behind. It was the lady boss, seeing that she had come to interfere with Lao Bai's advancement, abandoned Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu, and directly rushed towards her. You're courting death. Ling Chuanxiu was angry and happy at the same time. He was angry that the lady boss chose to protect her subordinates at the moment of life and death, exposing her back to them. Did she not put him and Qi Jin in her eyes? He was happy because in this way, he and Qi Jin could attack without fear. Even if the lady boss did not die, she would be seriously injured. They looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. They did not hold back, and two divine technique blasted towards the lady boss. There was a violent explosion, and the heaven and earth trembled. There was a muffled groan, and a miserable cry. The world was silent, and only the sound of Yang Kai's heavy breathing resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes were focused on the formation of the lake, and the small lake seemed to have become the only focus in this place. Yuhi flew out, the skin on her back torn open. How could the lady boss's wind and thunder whip be so easy to withstand? This whip had almost ripped her soul out of her body. In comparison, Yang Kai's black dragon spear did not cause too much damage to her. Fortunately, the lady boss had to divert her attention to deal with Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu's attacks, so she did not use her full strength in this whip. Otherwise, Yuhi would have been in grave danger. Even so, Yuhi's face was pale, and her qi fluctuated unsteadily. She was terrified. Yang Kai was not much better. When Yuhi was whipped out, he was hit by Yuhi's attack, and his whole body was sent flying. He flew back dozens of miles before he could stabilize himself. His internal organs were in turmoil, and he was gasping for breath. Qi Jin and Ling Chuanxiu did not look at Yuhi, nor did they care about Yang Kai's life or death. Their eyes were like leeches that were locked onto the lady boss. At this moment, several diamond-shaped transparent shields were flying around the lady boss, and they were full of cracks. When everything came to a standstill, those shields shattered, and the lady boss spat out a mouthful of blood. She was clearly injured, but she was completely unaware of it. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the lake. Crack! A crisp cracking sound entered everyone's ears. Everything in the world came back to life from a stagnant state. Yang Kai's expression changed, and so did the lady boss. Qi Jin and Ling Chuanqiu let out a long breath, and Yuhi stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Asterisk crack, asterisk fine cracking sounds rang out one after another. In just 3 short breaths of time, tiny cracks appeared on the array that the lady boss had personally set up to protect the lake. After all, there was no one guarding it. How could it block Yuhi's full-strength attack? With a crash, the array collapsed, and the clouds instantly evaporated, revealing a figure sitting at the bottom of the lake. Lao Bai sat cross-legged. The baleful Yang Qi that originally existed at the bottom of the lake was no longer there. Obviously, it had been absorbed and refined by him. However, at this moment, the yin-yang 5 elements force on his body was in chaos, and the shadow of a mini-universe world flickered behind him, as if it could collapse at any time. Obviously, it was caused by the big man wielding the saber. The big man with the saber looked disdainful and shouted angrily, "I'll say it again, get out of my way or die." The leader of the group of people confronting him looked like the shopkeeper of a shop. Hearing this, his expression changed and he cupped his hands. "Everyone, we are all in trouble together, so we should help each other. Why do you have to hurt others so easily? My spring herb haul is not without a backer. Aren't you afraid of retribution in the future for doing this?" The big man with the saber sneered. "Retribution? Let's talk about it later." Saying so, he slashed forward with his saber. The shopkeeper's expression changed drastically and he wanted to retreat, but the big man with the saber was much stronger than him. When the saber slashed down from the top of his head, the saber light bloomed and directly split the shopkeeper in half. When the servants standing behind the shopkeeper saw this, they all screamed in horror and fled in all directions. The big man with the saber laughed wildly and ordered his subordinates, "Take away all the spirit pills in this shop. Don't leave a single one behind." The crowd behind him rushed out in a single file and rushed into the collapsed shop. They lifted up the broken walls and collected bottles of spirit pills into their pouches. These words were extremely provocative and resonated with the hearts of many, especially those Emperor Realm Masters who had always been bullied by heaven-splitting realm cultivators. They all resonated with Ding Yi's words and longed to be able to overturn the situation, their eyes burning with passion as they stared at him. In an instant, many people gathered around Ding Yi, as if they wanted to follow his lead. Yang Kai leisurely turned his head to look at Yuehe. The fog of the great cosmological realm suppresses the universe, And there is no splitting heaven in the great cosmological realm? Although he did not know what the old man surnamed Kang's true cultivation was, since Ding Yi said that he was a third stage splitting heaven, it should not be wrong. However, in the battle just now, the old man surnamed Kong had only displayed the strength of a peak venerable sovereign. Where was the power of splitting heaven? Thinking back to what Ding Yi had said before, Yang Kai had some guesses in his heart. Yuehe hesitated for a while before sighing. Yes, although the fog of the great cosmological realm is not lethal, it is extremely strange. If it invades the body, it will seal the lesser universe world. In other words, in the great cosmological realm, splitting heaven realms are unable to display their full strength, which is why there is the saying that there is no splitting heaven in the great cosmological realm. Yang Kai stared at her deeply for a while before grinning. Then you're in trouble. He could not help but laugh at the sky. Originally, Yang Kai was a little unhappy that he had suddenly fallen to such a place. He felt that if Yuehe had not held him hostage, he might not have encountered such a situation. But now, it seemed that he had to thank her properly. In the great cosmological realm, the splitting heaven realm's lesser universe world was sealed. With the lesser universe world sealed, the strength that a splitting heaven realm cultivator could display was limited, just like that old man surnamed Kong, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm. If not for this, how could old man surnamed Kong, a third-grade splitting heaven realm cultivator, be beaten to a pulp by Ding Yi and the others? And at the level of the Emperor realm, when had Yang Kai ever been afraid of anyone? He had never thought that there would be a time when he could do whatever he wanted outside of the universe world. Yuehe snorted lightly. So what if the universe world is sealed? A splitting heaven realm cultivator is a splitting heaven realm cultivator after all. His foundation is there, and the ordinary people of the Emperor realm can't be his match at all. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "That's because you can't imagine what I'm capable of." After a pause, he continued, "Besides, the number of people from the Emperor realm in the star market is more than 100 times that of splitting heaven realm cultivators. If one person is not a match, how could 10 not be a match?" Yuehe said angrily, "You want to fight me?" Yang Kai turned his head and smiled. "There's no need for that. Someone will make a move against you. After all, you're a high and mighty splitting heaven realm cultivator." Yuehe's expression changed slightly when she heard this. When she turned her head, she saw Ding Yi staring straight at her. His eyes were filled with greed and passion, constantly rotating on her beautiful face and voluptuous body. He pointed his long blade and shouted, "Brothers, I remember that this woman seems to be a 5th stage splitting heaven realm cultivator. What do you think we should do?" 5th stage splitting heaven realm. A group of people exclaimed. For most cultivators, splitting heaven realm cultivators were high and mighty existences.